Good morning. Hello, 13 jurors. Good morning. Good morning. I almost didn't make it. Let me tell you why. It's been a crazy morning. As you can see, I'm at my mom's again. They're doing my door today, and then they're doing the ones, they're finishing up my hallway today and tomorrow, so it's going to be really loud, so I'm coming here. So for anybody who didn't see, I know that there was a lot of confusion about some of the evidence and stuff, so because I love y'all so much, when I went home yesterday, I worked on a video to go over some of the evidence and everything, basically every single thing that they said in opening statements about the evidence that we've got so far. And so I stayed up doing that and then had to do some other things. So I didn't get a whole lot of sleep. So I thought, you know, on the way to my mama's house this morning, I'll stop and get I always drink a Monster in the morning. I know I'm a health nut like that, but so I was going to get one of the big ones. I was like, you know what? I'll just sip on it all day. And when I stopped at the store to get it, it came in this bag. And I also got this big water. So 2 very big drinks, very heavy drinks. I've got Lucy with me today, and I had her with me there, but this is one of the stores that doesn't let her come in. So no problem. I leave her in the car with it running. I put on her favorite song and she's fine. She when I do that, she's funny because she likes to perch herself right up right in front of the air conditioner, you know, because I leave the car on for her. So right in front of the air conditioner, like her little hair blows in the wind and she's listening to her song while I go in there and get my drink. And I come out, and of course, as soon as I sit back in the car, she wants to get right back in my lap. So I sit down and she jumped, and I'm holding my bag out like this so she can jump in my lap. And then she jumps in my lap, and I go to put my bags in the back. That bag with both those 2 big drinks, I don't know if you can still see how red it is, hit me right here. I almost knocked myself out in the parking lot of the whatever gas station I was at. I don't even know. So, right now it's really red. So if I bruise up by the end of the day, y'all will know why. It's because I have no hand-eye coordination in the mornings. But you know what? That's okay. Y'all are going to laugh. Her favorite song is by Outkast. It's Hey Ya. She loves that song. I won't say she dances, but she gets her little doggy smile and she's like, you know, it puts her in a mood. She loves it. So anytime I have to run in by myself anywhere, I have the keyless entry so I can leave the car on for, you know, and I have, my windows are blacked out and my front windshield and everything is tinted. So you can't see anything in my car. So nobody can see her, but she can see everybody. So she thinks that's really cool. It's a trip. So she's a little diva, but yeah, I almost knocked myself out. So if y'all see it bruising during the day, that's why. So yay for me. Oh, and I did bring my old lady glasses today because y'all trying to see on this little bitty laptop when I'm used to my big old screens is not. Oh, look at there. I can see y'all. Hey, y'all. Okay. Before I forget, we have to do. Oh, I almost added the wrong stream. Let's see. We have to do our first in chat. So congratulations to our favorite tailgaters that were here first thing in the morning, even before I was and before Lucy was. First up is Sydney Hoff. Thank you for showing up to the tailgate, Sydney Hoff. We appreciate you getting here early. You get to claim your imaginary throne. Second in is Tosh. Tosh, you've moved up 1 seat for the day. So congratulations to you. You get the beautiful yellow science stool. And of course, our third place. And even though you're third, it's literally the most comfortable of the 3 choices. You get to get the blue love sack / beanbag. And I've told y'all before, I have one in black and it's actually really comfortable. So congratulations to y'all. We appreciate when y'all show up early and start partying without us. For those of y'all who didn't see the video that I was talking about, I did a video yesterday on YouTube dropped a video, as they say. I've been watching too many rappers. My album dropped last night. My video dropped last night. Let's see. I did a graphic, and I did it on my computer. I was going to bring up the graphic, but I did it on my computer and not on my laptop, so I cannot bring up the graphic. But it's in, it's real big and helpful. It's in the video section on the channel, but it basically goes over all of. Oh, actually, you know what? Kathy posted a screenshot of it. I can pull it up on Twitter, even though I don't have it. Let's see. Y'all, my face is like throbbing. This is a big old, look how this thing's like the size of my head. And I had that big old water bottle and I hit myself in the face. I bet that, like, I do things like this all the time. I'm not like graceful, and I could never have been a ballerina. But half the time when I do these weird things to myself, I can't ever, I don't ever see it. JT said, did Letitia get it and smack me with it? Nope, did it to myself. Oh, goodness. And this is why people think I'm a weirdo. All right, let's see. Let me see if I can pull up. Oh, I think it gets worse with age, too. Dang, y'all, I know I had it on here. I saw it on I thought it was. Oh, we have a new member. I'm trying to show you. Oh, there it is. The Collector. Welcome, the Collector. Welcome, welcome. Glad you decided to join us. You look good in green. Take your seat. Court starting soon. Oh, here it is. Let's see. All right, let me see if I can share this and we'll talk about it real quick. I'll keep an eye on court. But we can talk about this. All right. Oh my gosh. All right. I saw somebody ask. The reason I'm at my mama's is because they're doing the construction stuff on my in my hallway. They're redoing all of our door jambs. Okay, so oops. I can't make that bigger, can I? See, all the things that I was so excited to learn how to do on my computer and all of my new computer wisdom I've gained. Now I don't know how to do it on my laptop. What is happening? Well, I had it up. Oh, there it is. Throbbing. Okay, there we go. So this is the information that I went over. It's about a 10-minute video, 10 or 11 minutes. But this is the stuff that they talked about in the openings and some of the information that we've got so far. Now, there is more information. I've got tons of court documents with more information, but I'm going to do a more thorough video of everything together, but I wanted to wait until a little bit more comes out. So this is kind of what we've seen so far. And this is a lot of what they were talking about yesterday. So I've got one that I'm working on right now. I took some screenshots of the videos that we saw yesterday of them and what everybody was wearing and stuff like that. So I'm working on one of those, and I'll have that probably either tomorrow or what's today, Wednesday? So probably either tomorrow or Friday. Probably more like Friday. Let's not get wild. I would like to have a few hours away from the computer tonight. So we'll go for Friday. We're going to have a video Friday. Okay. So this one, this marks where they left the studio. So when those videos, now the video said 2:11 to 2:19. But if you'll remember, they said that the videos were an hour off. So it was actually 3:19. We even made a joke about how none of the videos have the right times anymore. So they left the studio 3:19. So this blue route these are the two cars they left in. Well, I mean, ish. They're the graphics of the two cars. So they went all the way here. The red car went home. The Jeep went over here. So, and this has all the details. So for those of y'all who want to see that, it's on the YouTube channel, and it helps to, it's just a quick video, but it helps to explain exactly what they've told us so far. Some of the biggest things, takeaways from it are that, they both follow each other pretty much the same route home. The red SUV, the Mitsubishi, my daddy owned a body shop for years and years before he passed. And so, he worked on cars and stuff, and that's how I learned to paint cars. And I built my own and stuff like that. We're a car family. And every time I hear the word Mitsubishi, I think about him, because anytime there would be a Mitsubishi in the shop, he would say, "What kind of Mitsubishi is she?" And he would laugh every time, like it was the first time he'd ever told that joke. So every time I hear Mitsubishi, it makes me think of my daddy. Anywho, I miss that man. Let's see. So the red Mitsubishi goes into the gates. Now, not only, so that they live in a gated community, and they have to go, there's cameras there, and they have to go in, when they go in, they have to talk to the security guard, and the security guard, is the one who lets them through and all of that. So, so we know for a fact that the red SUV did go in, went through the gates at like 3:58 in the morning, went home, and, didn't move again, didn't leave the gates again. Their phones didn't leave again. But when they went in, so the Jeep got right to close to where the neighborhood is, but then I tried to put us back in court because I thought they were starting, but they're not. So, the red car goes home, and then the Jeep shows that it goes up north. Where all this is green is like the side of the road where it showed them, where they said it's kind of like where the Everglades are, where there's nothing out there. So that's where they found the glass and the shell casings. They came down, they did a U-turn right here. After this happened, but they came down. This is the dead end street. And on the next video I have this part zoomed in, because I go into a little bit more detail in the next one that'll be out Friday. But they go down to this little dead end street where this trash dump is. The cell phones show them going there. This is the hospital. So they said, if you remember, Bortland said that it happened right here where the red is, and that he came here. But of course, the cell phone shows that that's not the route. So I go over some of that in the or I go over all of that in the video. And like I said, Lucy wants me to move my purse so she can lay right here. My bad. Come on. We'll do a more detailed one on Friday with a lot more of the information, because there's a lot more information in the court docs that they haven't gone over yet. So, yes, that is my graphic. I screenshot the route on Google Maps and then just added everything else so that you could kind of see. We have another new member, Christine D. Welcome, welcome. We're glad you're here. Pull up a chair. Welcome to the jury. Let's see. Yeah, there's another. Yeah, he'll be in turtlenecks this whole time, I think. Oh, and yeah, that Patrick CC video that I told you about. Hold on. Queen Lucy needs me. Hold on. Okay. She couldn't get to her treat. It went under the fan. That Patrick CC video is, I recommended it for y'all yesterday, and I had multiple people tell me that you watched it. It helps a lot too. And he has some of the videos on here. The screenshots that I took when I was trying to do them real quick that one day were from his, he has 2 maps, but it's kind of hard to tell on his maps because like when I'm just screenshotting them, when you're not seeing them in the context of his video, because you can't really see the difference. So I made this one that has everything, but the Patrick CC video is awesome if y'all haven't had a chance to watch it. Oh, also there's a video that came out yesterday. And Anjanette, what's her last name? She follows me on Twitter and I should know her last name because Levy, maybe. Now I feel bad because I can't remember her last name. She did a thing on law and crime. She did an interview. Yeah, Levy, there you go. She did an interview with Chris's dad. And it was pretty telling, y'all. Like it was, I definitely recommend checking it out. You know, there's been a lot of talk about, we've talked a lot about what the motive could be. And he talks about money being part of it. You know, that they were going to be selling the brand and splitting the money. And he thinks that Melly wanted to basically keep, you know, he wanted to basically take it all. So I don't know. We'll see if more stuff comes out, but that was a pretty telling interview. And it was really sad. He was also talking about, you know, he has a daughter. So this is something I didn't know until I watched his video yesterday too. He has a daughter that is, so her brother is one of, you know, is obviously one of the victims. But she's also, Bortland is also one of her brothers. So during this whole thing, she's been very, you know, like free Melly is what he said, like, you know, all over the social media posts and everything. And I guess they haven't talked in a couple years because of all that. So, you know, I can't imagine him losing a child. And then on top of that, to have, you know, his other child, you know, not have communication with her because of all of this going on. And, you know, what a hard situation that is. But that's a really good interview if y'all haven't seen it yet. Let's see. I am pulling out my little note stuff. Let's see. I'm going to stop this part. All right, I think we're good. The CC video, it's Patrick CC is the name. If you search it on YouTube, look at her. You see her? She's trying to get like, you trying to see what we're doing? Are you nosy? Are you nosy? Hi. If you look on YouTube, if you do a YouTube search for Patrick CC and then YNW Melly, just do it all in just one search, it will come up. It has like 1.4 million views, so it's hard to miss, but it's a really good video. I've tried to tell everybody about that video because it's good, but also one of the graphics that I did was similar to one of the ones he did. Not this one, but one of the ones with the pictures of them by the car. So I've been trying to tell everybody to go see this video, but my graphic is also, I don't want to take credit for somebody else's stuff. So the graphic that I did is very similar to his. Let's see. She is a cute puppy, but she's bad. She's so bad. She's been eating her these things. She got sent as a gift. Lucy gets fan mail. And she loves them. And I left them at home yesterday and she was so mad. So I give them to her and she'll eat a little bit. She'll chew on it, eat a little bit. And then she'll decide she wants to play with it. So she'll pick it up and throw it and then run over there and chase it. It's really cute. I have seen this where they're saying that Bortland did it and blame Melly for it. The problem with that is that there's not any evidence supporting that. And they, I know that GSR tests aren't 100% accurate all the time, but they did test him for GSR and he was there was no GSR on his hands. And also he did have a hoodie on when he got to the hospital, but the t-shirt that he had on under had blood splatter on the front and the back of it. So if he had done it, then the way that the splatter was on the back of the shirt wouldn't have been the way that it is. So I've heard that theory, but there's no evidence to support it. And there's actually more evidence to prove it wrong than there is to support it. So not sure about that one. I did also watch some of Melly's videos yesterday, and like not the music videos. I saw some of those when I was doing a bunch of my research before this, but I saw some of his interviews and stuff, and there was one that I saw yesterday that I had not seen before. I knew I had told y'all about the issue with him, taking the knife to school and saying that he was going to cut himself and another girl, on the throat. And I found an interview where he's talking about it, and he said that he was kind of not laughing about it, but kind of laughing about it and saying, oh yeah, I've always, had problems. And he said he used to carry knives to school all the time. And then, he did that, pulled that little stunt, and said that he got sent to, I can't remember how he worded it, something about the crazy house or something like that. And he had to stay there for 7 days to get right. And I thought that interview was very interesting. There's one thing about him and all of the people that he surrounds himself with is that you will never run out of things to watch. They are very active on social media, and there's plenty of interviews and stuff as well to watch. So I haven't even seen everything. One of the other things too, I saw somebody mention a little while ago his documentary that he has on his YouTube channel. I'm curious if they're going to use that as evidence, because he, at the end of it, it said something about, 4 days after this happened, that Melly and his friends were the victims of a drive-by. And then, of course, we know that he called his girlfriend at the time on FaceTime and said that he was in a drive-by. And it woke up her mom, and she saw him on FaceTime too, saying that he was in a drive-by. So now he's got it on his documentary, and he's got 2 witnesses. So even if the 2 witnesses, if you didn't trust what they said, it's on his documentary as well, where he said he was, he and his friends were the victim of a drive-by. So once again, that's something else putting him at the scene. So interesting for sure. Let's see. I don't know if he's talking to himself, Virginia Little. He may be talking to himself. He may be singing again. I don't know. Oh, they're standing up. There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the purpose of the defense. Deputies, counsel, and assistant attorneys, and jury. There you go. Hope you had a good night. We're going to start again with the trial this morning. Now, the state is still on its case in chief, so Madam, you want to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Nestor Hermedia.
Nestor Hermedia?
Yes.
Good morning. Are you Nestor Hermedia?
Good morning.
Well, this is our witness stand. Come on up here. When you get there, what I'd like you to do is just remain standing for a bit. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you should give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You state your full legal name for the record.
Nestor Hermedia.
Please spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
NESTORHERMANID.
Thank you, sir.
Please have a seat. So the microphone in front of you will adjust up or down.
I totally missed that. What's his name, Nestor?
All right.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Counsel, may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you tell the members of the jury where you were employed back on October 26th of 2018?
I was the manager of Sunset Lakes Homeowner Association.
Okay, and what is that? Is that a residential or commercial property?
A residential property of 1,685.
Okay, and where is that located?
Miramar, really.
Can you tell us the cross streets and the areas?
Basically, you go through 40th Street and this gate called 186 Sunrise Avenue and 40th.
Now I'm going to turn your attention to the 40th Street entrance specifically. During your employment with the association or the development, were you aware of the video surveillance camera system?
Yes,
And as property manager, did you have access to those cameras?
yes,
And those cameras recorded the front entrance gate at the 40th Street location?
yes,
And those cameras were actually stored within that security guard gate?
yes.
How is that gate operated? Like, for instance, is there a live person? Is it automated?
A live person, 24/7.
Okay, so, and a guard is essentially stationed at that gate.
Yes.
And how does one enter that development, specifically the 40th Street entrance?
Either by phone call to the residents or be on the list.
So essentially, you have to be authorized to enter.
Yes.
And are there any requirements for identification or anything of the sort?
The driver's license will be scanned.
And is that whether or not?
And the registered tag will be also recorded.
Okay, and so, for instance, if I want to visit that location and I'm entering the 48th Street, I need to have permission and an identification card.
Yes, that's what I did. That's what I asked.
As far as the video surveillance system, is it common that it was overwritten or, re-recorded over after a certain period of time?
It does.
Do you recall the time frame? Your Honor, showing defense counsel was been pre-marked, it states WW, permission to approach the witness.
Yes, you may.
Can you take a look at states WW for identification purposes only? Do you recognize this?
Yes, it's a flash drive.
Okay, have you had an opportunity to review the flash drive?
Yes, I did.
And does it contain the video surveillance from the aisles at Sunset Lakes apartment, specifically the 40th Street guard gate?
Yes, it does.
And based on your experience and your time there?
I'm sorry.
They're already wanting a sidebar? I missed the CC. What did it say? I was reading.
Can we approach?
Yeah, said yes.
Oh, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
No problem.
Goodness gracious. We are like 22 seconds in and we've already got a sidebar, Jay. Goodness gracious. Look, she's on it with the sidebar count. I love it. I love it. Snack bar. That's what they need. Like if they're going to have it doing sidebars all the time, they should be passing out snacks. Snack bar. Oh, if this were like not 8 o'clock in the morning and you wanted to make this like a drinking game, if you're watching it later, like if you took a drink for every
Have you
sidebar.
had an opportunity to review the video surveillance on the flash drive?
Yes.
Does that fairly and accurately depict the Sunset Lakes guard gate, specifically the area covering that 40th Street entrance? Your Honor, at this time, the state uses evidence that was pre-marked, the state's WW is the state's next number exhibit.
Is there any objection?
No.
It be admitted.
And permission to publish?
Mrs. Martin, yes, ma'am, you may publish.
States WW, we mark states 47.
Okay, so remember, these are the pictures that we were just talking about at the gates where it shows the red SUV going in.
I'm sorry. Can you all see the screen? Why don't you have a seat up front here? How about that?
Yeah. Where?
Right on the front row.
Oh, yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, this is the red SUV. This is the one that we saw in the parking lot at the studio. This is this is the gates to their neighborhood where they were living. They lived in a gated community. So we see the next car coming up is not the Jeep behind them.
Your Honor, nothing further for this witness.
Thank you. Is there any cross-examination?
One question. May I do it from here, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell in that video how many people were in that vehicle that we just played?
So the driver, I can't see it.
So you don't know if there were 4 or 5 people in that car, correct? Thank you very much.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. You may step down. You're excused. Counsel, want to call you next witness?
George Bella.
Mr. Bello, please.
So defense is still wanting to bring up the question, you couldn't tell how many people were in there because I think they're still wanting to say that Melly possibly made it home or was with them, or that one of them ended up in the car, in the Jeep, and could have done it. So they're trying to poke holes in it the way defense does. That's their job, and see if there's any reasonable doubt.
You remain standing for a bit. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
My name is George Bello.
Please spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
It's JORGEBELLO.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Dang it, I zoned out again and I missed it.
Bello, that microphone will adjust up and down, but not back and forth.
Okay, no problem.
I'm fired. What was his name?
With your permission, Your Honor.
You're ready, you may proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Bella. How are you today?
Good morning. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Very well. Thank you for asking. Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you work?
I'm the Crime Lab Unit Manager in the Fireman Tool Mark Unit for the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab.
What does that mean?
Basically, it means that I examine known and unknown tool marks to determine whether or not they came from a common source, along with, of course, as a manager, I manage and maintain the standard operating procedures as well as training for any new members of the lab.
How long have you been the manager of the Broward Sheriff's Office Firearms and Tool Mark section?
I've been the manager there for about 6.5 years.
Prior to being the manager for in the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab, where else have you worked?
I was a criminalist in the Fireman Tool Mark Unit for Miami-Dade Police Department Crime Lab.
And how long were you a criminalist there?
Approximately 7 years.
How long in total have you been working with firearms in this discipline?
So in this one, I've been for a total about 13.5 years.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what type of background and education you have?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Marine Biology, which I received from Florida International University.
And when did you graduate from Florida International University?
Good question. I think it was probably about 2009, 2010, somewhere around there.
July of 2009, sound correct?
Yeah.
Would that be reflected on your CV?
Yes.
If you need to refer to that at any point, please let me know.
Okay, will do.
Have you memorized every single training you've ever taken, date and time?
No.
Okay.
No, certainly not.
So if you could tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, after you graduated in 2009 with your Bachelor of Science in Marine Biology, what was the next steps you took in training and education specific to your current employment?
So training in the Fireman Tool Mark discipline primarily occurs at labs. It's usually on-the-job training. The main reason for that is universities are gun-free zones, and so it'd be a very difficult task to try to get an education in firearms on a university campus. So the training program at Miami-Dade is a 2-year training program. It's the same in our sheriff's office. It revolves around a training manual, and that manual is comprised of several different modules that we have to complete. Some of the modules in that training manual include history of firearms design, modern firearm design, history of ammunition development, orientation, instrumentation, ethics, firearms comparisons, tool-mark comparisons, distance determinations, serial number restoration, and many other modules. Learning throughout that program is measured by giving technical presentations as well as writing technical papers. I also will take written examinations, oral exams, culminating eventually in a competency test to determine whether or not I can physically do the work, and then a mock trial as well as testimony training. In addition to that in-house training, I also receive training outside the laboratory in order to fulfill my job duties. Some of the different trainings I received included training in factory tours and armorers courses. And factory tours are really important for firearms examiners because they allow us to see how the integral parts of the firearm are made. So those are the parts that leave individual and identifiable marks on casings and projectiles. So some of those parts that we can observe being made are the barrel, firing pins, extractors, ejectors, magazines, magazine lips. And so we can see how all of those parts are manufactured at different manufacturers and see how the individual marks are imparted onto the tools themselves. And then the armorers courses work hand in hand with that in that they show us how all of those parts work together inside of an actual firearm. So during the armorers course, we'll strip down the firearm down to its screws and basic components and then reassemble it and do that several times. In that process, we can see how those parts work together to leave the marks on casings and projectiles. So the factory tours show us how the marks go from the manufacturer onto the guns, and then the armorers courses can show us how the guns leave the marks on the casings and projectiles.
Okay, that's a lot of information, so let's slow down and come back a little bit. Okay, so you talked about touring various gun manufacturers.
Yes.
Approximately how many times have you done that in the course of your employment as a firearms tool-mark examiner?
I believe I've toured somewhere in the neighborhood of 12 to somewhere between 12 and 15 manufacturers.
Is this a visitor's tour or is this a hands-on technical evaluation?
No, it's a technical tour. Firearms manufacturers are very particular, so they don't let just anybody, if you're not involved with law enforcement, specifically really firearms examiners, they don't let you through the door to take a tour. And so typically the ones that are giving the tour are like chief of engineering or something like that, where they know how each of those components are being made and where they're being made. And then because these factories are fairly large, and so when you're touring them, I don't necessarily need to see assembly. I don't necessarily need to see when they're manufacturing a slide. Those parts that don't make marks on cases and projectiles are really not important for us. And so they know, because we're in communication with them, the parts that we need to see manufactured and the information that we ask them, they have to be able to know what the answers are as well. So just somebody who's hired to operate a machine may not know some of the details that I'm going to ask. So it is a very specific tour.
So on the armorer's course, are those specific to each individual brand or make and model of firearm?
Yes, they're specific to really the make and model of the firearm. So the armorers courses, like let's say the Glock armorers course, will teach you how to disassemble, reassemble Glock pistols. They also teach you how to fix Glock pistols. So that's kind of an added component for us. If we receive a firearm that is broken, we know how to put it back together because we've been to the armorers courses. But they are specific. So if you take a Smith & Wesson armorers course, Smith & Wesson makes a lot of different firearms. They don't just make pistols, they make revolvers, they make rifles, and so they have revolver armorers courses, they have pistol armorers courses, they have rifle armorers courses. And so in order to be an armorer in each of those, you would have to take an armorers course for each of those categories.
In terms of the number of armorers courses that you've taken, can you please give me an approximate number to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It's probably in the neighborhood of 10 to 15 armorers courses.
Your daily, day-to-day job, how many times do you handle a firearm?
Every day. Yeah, pretty much every day I come into the office, I handle a firearm of some sort or another.
And is it one a day?
It can vary. So sometimes if a case has enough fired evidence, I may shoot one firearm for that particular case and then make comparisons. But if it's a day where I'm coming in and just test firing firearms, I might test fire anywhere between 75 and 100 in that particular day. So it kind of varies by the task that I'm performing any given day. So it'll be anywhere from 1 to, say, 100.
In a single day for firearms?
Yes.
And is that for the entirety of the 13 and a half years you've worked in firearms?
Yes, minus the 2 years of training. So approximately 11 and a half years of handling a firearm every day.
In terms of the services that you can provide and do at the lab, is there what's called a distance or range of fire determination?
Yes.
Is that something that you've had training and experience in?
Yes.
Could you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your training that you have in range of fire or distance determination?
So the distance determination training is primarily in-house because it's comprised of several different parts of firearms examiner training. So in order to perform these determinations, typically we're going to need a firearm and some kind of fired evidence tying evidence to the firearm or tying the firearm to the scene. The reason for that is that distance determination, when chemically processed, is a destructive examination that can only be done one time. So if I process, let's say a sweater or a shirt for distance determination, I can only do that one time. And so we want to make sure that when we're doing it with the firearm that was found at the scene, because if not, then we're applying so many variables that we can't account for when giving a distance. And so the training is really based off of the FBI gunpowder, gunshot residue training course. And it's essentially a compilation of articles that we go through and read them. We practice making the chemicals that are required for making the test paper, the chemicals that are required for making all of the spray solutions that we would use to chemically process the garments, as well as training in using infrared microscopy and different light microscopy to try to see gunpowder on different pattern of clothing. Once we've completed that training, it culminates, of course, in doing 10 practice exercises, and then eventually a competency test to make sure that we can arrive at a known answer that an instructor gave.
Okay, so Mr. Melly, to go back, you said that you can do chemical testing. You mentioned like a sweater.
Yes.
And you said it's destructive.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So the reaction that we're looking for when we do distance determination is a chromophoric reaction, so it's a color reaction. Burnt gunpowder reacts, or the nitrites in burnt gunpowder react with the chemicals that we're using to give an orange reaction. That reaction will only happen that one time. So if I processed it again, it wouldn't react again because those chemicals are no longer present.
So, Mr. Melly, can you do that on a human body?
No, you cannot chemically process a human body.
And how long has the Broward Sheriff's Office lab been doing this process of the chemical determination of distance determination?
I believe it's been done since its induction. So I believe somewhere in the late 60s is when they started doing it.
And specifically at the Broward Sheriff's Office, when did you guys onboard this procedure?
So we've been doing it, at least since I've been there, we've been able to do it. It did have a brief hiatus. When I was hired, the lab, the fire and tumor unit was shut down because all of its previous examiners had retired or left. And so we had to shut down for about a year. And then when we started doing examinations again, we started offering the full range of examinations.
And when you say you had to shut down for a year, why is that?
We didn't have anybody to actually do the work. So we could have received the evidence, but it would have sat around for that entire time frame because nobody could do the work.
You were there, why couldn't you do the work?
Well, I was hired afterwards. Yeah, so I was hired after the examiners had left. And anytime you hire somebody, even if they're trained from another laboratory, they have to be onboarded. So that onboarding process does include doing casework. So any casework that I was authorized to do before in Miami-Dade, I had to redo. So the quality assurance manager and the lab director gave me tests when I was onboarded, and I had to pass the test. So I had to come to the known conclusions that another examiner already knew the answer was in order to be able to do the same examination at Broward Sheriff's Office.
Okay, so you were certified to do the examinations in Dade County.
Authorized, so I was authorized by Miami Dade to do that at Miami-Dade County, yes.
And that authorization, how long does it last for?
Typically it's for my employment unless there's some kind of lapse. So if part of the authorization or part of the requirement for authorization is competency testing. And so if there's a lapse, proficiency testing. If there's a lapse in my proficiency testing and I don't complete casework in that particular field, then I wouldn't be authorized by the laboratory to do that work anymore.
Is there a difference between authorization and being certified in the field of firearms tool marks examiners?
Yes, so by definition, laboratories can authorize you to do work. They don't certify you to do work. A certification implies that there's a third party, right? Another body outside of your employer that's giving you some kind of standardized test. And so there is certification in distance determination, in firearms comparison analysis, and tool marks that's offered by the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners. So that would be the certification. It's a test that was made by experts to be challenging. And so when you pass that, you've passed a standard test that everyone who's certified in that field passed. Authorizations are subjective in that they're designed and implemented by individual laboratories. So that's saying, an authorization is saying you can do that test in that laboratory. So if you have an authorization, like I have an authorization for Broward Sheriff's Office, it doesn't mean that I can go to Chicago and do what I do in Chicago. If I'm certified, that means that I've met at least the base knowledge and practical knowledge to be able to do the examination as tested by an outside agency.
So, Mr. Bello, if you go and complete an armorer's course at 6 Hour, at Taurus, at Glock, are they certifying you that you are an expert in their firearms?
They're saying you're an armorer in their firearms. So once you've completed an armorer's course, let's say for Glock, then they give you a certificate saying that you're a Glock armorer. That certificate is typically valid for anywhere between 3 and 5 years, depending on the manufacturer. But once that time lapses, then Glock will no longer consider you an armorer for their firearm. And at that point, you'd have to go back and take another armorer's course for Glock to then be updated with all of the information, get a new certificate, and then you would be a Glock armorer again.
Okay. And so, Mr. Bello, you talked about the Association of Firearms and Tool Marks Examiners.
Mhm.
Are you certified by that organization?
I am.
How long have you been certified by them?
I believe I was first certified in 2015, so I guess 7 years, more or less, 7 or 8 years.
Has that been continual since 2015?
Yes,
Do you have to take continuing education to maintain that certification?
yes. So the original certification is a test. So you take a written examination as well as a practical examination, and you have to pass. I believe the written examination you have to pass with an 80% score, and then the practical exam is essentially 100% because you can't give a wrong answer, and so you have to have 100% on the practical. And then to maintain that certification, you have to attend training or give training, so a combination thereof. And that is to a minimum of 100 hours every 5 years.
And Mr. Bello, do you teach in the area of firearms and tool marks?
I do. I give workshops, and I also obviously train any examiners that are new examiners in the field of firearms and tool mark examiners.
Have you testified as an expert in court before?
Yes.
How many times?
Approximately, probably in the neighborhood of in the low 70s right now.
What jurisdictions have you testified in?
So I've testified in federal and state courts for Miami-Dade and the Broward counties.
And what specific areas of expertise have you opined on?
So I've been allowed to opine on firearms, firearm examination and comparison, tool mark examination and comparison, serial number restoration, and muzzle target distance determination.
And it offers defense an opportunity for broader expert qualifications? So, Mr. Bello, let's start and talk about what is the difference between ballistics and firearms?
So yeah, it's a commonly, I guess, misused phrase. I don't really work with what people will refer to as ballistics. So ballistics, as commonly used, is really speaking about external ballistics, and that's what happens to a projectile in flight. So from the time it leaves the barrel to the time it impacts a target. The area of ballistics that I do work in is internal ballistics and terminal ballistics. So in that area, that would be more synonymous with firearm examination, in that internal ballistics is what happens to a projectile and casing inside of a firearm, and then the terminal ballistics is what happens to that projectile after impacting an object.
So terminal, like airport terminal?
Terminal's final, so the final destination, final endpoint of the projectile.
With regards to the internal ballistics, explain what causes there to be in what is internal ballistics.
Sure, so like the mechanics of discharging.
Please.
So the mechanics of discharging a firearm essentially is there's a firing sequence that occurs. Typically that firing sequence involves loading a firearm, usually with a magazine and semi-automatic firearms. The firearm can then be, the slide of the firearm would then be manually dropped. At that point, a live cartridge is going to be picked up from the magazine and inserted into the chamber of the firearm. Once the firearm is in that state, it's ready to fire. Barring any manual safeties or something that's preventing it from firing, the firearm is loaded and ready to be fired. So with most modern firearms, at that point, you could pull the trigger. The trigger will release the hammer or the striker, which will detonate the firing pin. Detonate the primer. The primer of a cartridge is what holds a small explosive that ignites the powder inside the cartridge. That powder then expands through combustion and pushes a projectile through the barrel, and then at the same time, it will push the cartridge case rearward into the firearm itself. That rearward force is what causes the firearm to cycle. So at that point, the casing will be extracted and ejected, typically to the right and rear of where someone will be standing who's discharging the firearm. And then the cycle at that point starts all over again. So the slide comes forward, picking up another live cartridge, and you can then pull the firing of the handle.
Okay, lots of definitions, big words that are not necessarily common in everyday life, so let's go back a little bit. A live cartridge, what is that?
I have a demonstrative I can show the jury.
Please, depends how you want to see it.
No,
Okay, so if you could explain what is a live cartridge?
May I approach the jury to show them?
Please stand up.
Welcome, new member GMA Jen. Welcome, welcome.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is a demonstrative exhibit, it's not in evidence.
It's not a live cartridge or anything, it's plastic. A live cartridge is essentially what you see here. So it's a projectile or a bullet, a cartridge case, the primer, and then inside is where the powder itself is housed. So if you can see at the bottom of the cartridge case, there's a hole. That's called the flash hole. So when the primer is struck by the firing pin, the force is what causes that powder to ignite. So the explosion that's inside of the primer is going to come through that flash hole and into the main body of the cartridge case, igniting the powder. When that powder is lit, the projectile leaves the cartridge, entering the barrel of the firearm, and then the cartridge travels rearward and exits the firearm in a semi-automatic firearm. The marks that you see on now a fired projectile are the marks that can be imparted by rifling. So by the rifling in a barrel, those are the raised areas of the barrel that impart spin on a projectile. That's their whole purpose, is to actually impart spin on the projectile. The spin stabilizes the projectile in flight, so it makes it more accurate for the shooters. There's different types of rifling, but they all leave some kind of mark or another on projectiles. The cartridge cases will receive several different marks. So the mark that's in the center is the firing pin impression. The marks that are around it, in this case, looks almost like a rectangle. That's the firing pin aperture impression. And then the parallel striations that you can see, that's from the breech face. There are also this little triangular mark. That's the ejector mark. And then it can receive an extractor mark, which is this kind of striated scratches that you see there. And that's from, all of those parts are from the firing of this cartridge.
Okay, well, again, a lot of terms and things that people
Yeah.
don't deal with on a regular basis. Let's start with, and help make sure it's clear and defined,
Sure.
what the parts of a firearm are.
Okay.
Are there different classes of firearms?
There are several different classes of firearms. So for handguns, the most common classes of firearms are revolvers and pistols, or semi-automatic pistols.
And can you tell the jury, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the difference between what is a revolver and a semi-automatic?
So the main difference between a revolver and a semi-automatic firearm is that a revolver will have a set of chambers, and that's where these live cartridges are loaded. And then upon firing, the firearm will cycle itself, rotating that cylinder, but the cartridges do not eject. Right? The cartridges in a revolver have to be manually ejected. So they won't typically leave fire casings at a crime scene. Whereas semi-automatic firearms will automatically extract and eject fire casing every time that you pull the trigger.
So your main approach?
Right.
I have a demonstrative fake firearm. You should be so kind as to double check and
Sure.
make sure I'm not.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, just remember with the demonstratives, they're not noted. They're to assist the witness in explaining or illustrating his testimony. Help him explain it, but the evidence is the testimony of the witness. These demonstratives, unless they are later received in evidence, do not go back to the jury room during deliberations.
Is the item that you have in front of you a replica or plastic firearm?
Yes.
Does it shoot any projectiles?
No, it doesn't have a barrel or any. You can see that the barrel itself is plugged, so there's nothing that could possibly come out of this fire.
Does it have a trigger that can be pulled?
No, it does not.
Does it have a slide or magazine that can be moved?
It has a magazine that can be extracted, but the slide cannot be moved. The hammer cannot be cocked. So there's no, in this particular design, the only moving part is the magazine release, which ejects the plastic magazine.
Okay, so can you now use that, and if I can have the witness step down so we can put it on the screen to make it easier for the jurors to see. Mr. Bell, if you would be so kind. And so we have the green screen there to the right. If you could now slowly, in terms of describing the areas on a typical semi-automatic firearm.
Sure. So in this particular design, semi-automatic firearm, the area that you pull to fire is the trigger. That's this plastic area right here. This particular firearm has a manual safety. That's this device here. It's ambidextrous, so it should have its equal partner here. So what that means is that whether you're left-handed or right-handed, you can shoot it either way and activate the safety or deactivate the safety. On this side of the firearm, you can see that there's a slide catch. That's what this part of the firearm
What does
is.
the slide catch do?
It catches the slide. In firearms, you'll notice that our terminology is very self-explanatory. We like to keep it simple. And so this part here is the slide. That's the part that will travel rearward and extract a casing from this area here. That is the chamber. And on its rearward travel, it'll pick up a casing from that chamber, extracting and ejecting it. When it's empty, there's a spring inside the magazine that pushes the slide up automatically, and it'll catch the slide. That just lets the person who's shooting know the firearm is empty. You can insert another magazine and start to shoot again. And then this portion here is the barrel. In this case, it's an exposed barrel. Not every firearm has an exposed barrel, so sometimes the slide covers this area as well. And then this is the muzzle end of the barrel. So this is the portion of the barrel where the projectile itself travels out of. And I guess just to clarify also, the projectile is not the only thing that comes out of the barrel of a firearm. There are byproducts of discharge. And so,
We'll get back to that in
Yep.
a second. So can you demonstrate and show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about how you would insert a standard magazine using that demonstrative?
sure. So in this particular firearm, you would just insert the magazine with the feed ramp of the magazine facing that direction. You just insert it into the well until it clicks in place. And at that point, slide up a little more. The magazine will sit flush with the bottom of the firearm, and the magazine is inserted. In regular function, at this point, typically the slide
is to the rear of the firearm, and you would pull it back, and that would automatically release it to, move forward and pick up a live cartridge and be in battery, which essentially just means that it's loaded and ready to fire.
Okay, so you discussed rifling.
Yes.
Where on this gun does the rifling come from?
So the rifling is from the barrel, so it's from this portion here. The chamber of this firearm ends right around here, and so from that portion forward is where the rifling will be present on the barrel of the firearm.
And explain what is rifling.
So rifling are raised portions of the inside of the barrel, which are designed to impart spin to the projectile, stabilizing the projectile in flight, and making the firearm itself more accurate.
Are those markings, the high and low points, standard in different firearms?
Yes, so there are characteristics that manufacturers will place on firearms. One of them is the width and number and direction of twist. So the width of land impressions, so how wide each of those marks is inside the barrel, is standardized, as well as the number. So whether it's 6 or 5, 3 or whatever that number might be, and the direction they twist the projectile in. So whether they twist right or left are all purposely put in by the manufacturer.
Do different manufacturers have trademarked or patented rifling patterns?
They do. So like Glock has Glock and Smith & Wesson are famously involved for, Smith & Wesson tried to make a replica of what Glock has years ago, and Glock sued them, and they won the lawsuit. So Smith & Wesson had to immediately stop manufacturing the firearm the way they were manufacturing it. And it really came down to some of those class characteristics that we were talking about. So the marks that were inside the firearm, not really how it looks. So the firearm still looks the same as a Glock, but the inside markings are different than Glock, and they had to make them different because of the lawsuit.
So with regard, you said class characteristics, that's the type of firearm. How would you say that's different from individual characteristics of a specific firearm?
So class characteristics are those characteristics that are put in place by the firearm manufacturer on purpose. They know they're putting them in there. They chose to put them in there. So that's the caliber, the shape of the firing pin, the shape of the firing pin aperture, the number of lanes and grooves in a barrel, the direction of the twist. Those are all on purpose. They decided those numbers, and that's what they are making them all with. So every Taurus pistol, which this is basically a replica of, is a Taurus PT92. So every Taurus pistol will have 6 land impressions. They all twist to the right. They all have a hemispherical firing pin. They all have a circular firing pin aperture. Now, the individual marks are the marks that the tooling puts in incidental to manufacture. So basically, they're accidental marks. Manufacturer doesn't know they're being imparted. They don't mean for them to be imparted. They just happen by the mechanical action of making the parts. So the cutting tools or the forming tools that are used to make the barrel, to make the slide, to make the aperture, all leave marks, which are microscopic in nature on these different parts.
And so before I have you resume your seat, could you show where would the ejector marks be made on this particular?
So I can't open the firearm, and that's where the ejector would be. But if looking at it from this angle, the extractor is on this side of the firearm. It's a hook that's put in place right here in the slide. And then the ejector is on the opposite side. So if you could think of opposing forces, the hook has to grab the casing and pull it out. The ejector has to push the casing from the opposite side of the extractor and push it out of the firearm. So the ejector is typically placed in here, attached to the slide itself, or attached to the frame of the firearm, but protruding through the slide.
And so, Mr. Bell, if you'd be so kind as to resume your seat.
Can we take the phone back?
You can, yes, that would be good. Okay, so still a lot of definitions that I want to make sure we understand. You talked about lands,
Yes.
LANDS. What is a land?
So a land inside of the barrel of a firearm is the raised area. So that's the actual area that's left inside of the firearm that impacts the projectiles. So that's the area that's gonna leave those scratches that I showed you earlier. The opposing areas are the grooves. So in cutting methods, the grooves are the raised areas on the projectile, and they're the lower areas on the firearm. So these are the areas that typically are cut away by another tool inside of the barrel. Usually when we're looking at projectiles, examiners look at the land impressed areas, not as much the groove impressed areas, only because we have found some repetition in the groove areas from different manufacturing methods. And so in order to avoid any possible confusion as to whether or not it came from a particular firearm, we look at areas we know are individual, which are the land impressed areas.
So in that, you're just talking about the lands on the projectiles.
Correct.
Is there any lands and grooves on the casings?
No, there are no other grooves on casings.
Is there a database or some sort of literature that tells you which manufacturers use 7 lands or which use 3?
Yes, so the FBI years ago compiled a database that they call the firearm, the gun reference database. And so basically that database has a list of manufacturers and what their specific numbers would be as far as direction of twist, number of landing grooves, and the width of the landing groove. And so with the width, whenever we try to use that database, we try to add a little bit more to the width of the land impressions that we're measuring, only so that it becomes a more comprehensive list than a more restrictive list. So if we're gonna make an error, we wanna make sure we're more inclusive in this error than exclusive.
Okay. So you also talked about firing pins.
Mm-hmm.
Is there just one type of firing pin?
No, there are several different types and shapes of firing pins. So your typical firing pins that you're gonna observe in firearms are hemispherical. I'd say that's the majority of them that we're gonna see. Hemispherical just means kind of rounded in nature as far as the tip of the firing pin. But they also have firing pins that are elliptical in shape. A lot of examiners call them Glock shape because Glock was one of the first manufacturers to use this elliptical shape of the firing pin. There's also rectangular firing pins, although not super common, or certainly they were more common in the 80s and 90s than they are today. But they still are some manufacturers that use rectangular or square firing pins. And then you have rimfire firing pins, which can be square, rectangular, or circular as well. And so there are different categories of firing pins, absolutely.
When you talk about the firing pin, is the front of it flat, or is there a difference in the geometry of the front of the firing pin?
So the tip of the firing pin, which is typically what we're going to be examining, are different geometries. So that's that shape that I was referencing. It can either be hemispherical, which has that almost like, if you think about a globe, it has that rounded shape to it. That's essentially the type of shape that we're looking at in a hemispherical firing pin. Elliptical is an ellipse, so it's an area where the very tip is pointed, but the edges of that are like an ellipse, so it's more oval in shape. Square firing pins are square, and then there are also cylindrical firing pins, which is a cross between some of them, so they're circular in shape, but the very tip is cut off, so it's flat. So it depends on the shape of the firing pin, but there are different geometries to the firing pins.
And would that be a class or individual characteristic, the shape of the firing pin?
The overall shape is a class characteristic, so that's something that the manufacturer decides before they even start manufacturing.
What about other individual characteristics as to firing pins?
Yes, there are individual characteristics observed in firing pins. Those are going to depend on the manufacturing method. So there are firing pins which are manufactured using a MIM process, that's a metal injection molding process. And those firing pins have individual characteristics from the expansion and cooling of the metal. So metal will expand when it's heated, and then when it cools, it shrinks back down. And in that process of expanding and shrinking, there are air bubbles that are formed inside of the metal itself. Those air bubbles can reach the surface of the tip of the firing pin, but when and where they reach, it's random. So the manufacturer can't really control that part. And then manufacturers, after those processes, or after the initial manufacturing process, then take those parts and polish them. And so the polishing also adds on some individual characteristics that can be observed in firing pins.
What about wear and tear and use of the firearm?
Sure, so if you're using the firearm, over time, the metal in the firing pins, depending on how it was made, can become very brittle. And sometimes they can fracture, sometimes they can break. Sometimes the whole tip of the firing pin will fall off, making the firearm inoperable. So depending on how much wear and tear, it can certainly cause additional individual characteristics to appear.
Is there a level of maintenance that you have to do on a firearm?
Yes.
What would
yes.
that be?
So depending on the different manufacturer, they're going to recommend a few different oiling points. But cleaning and oiling a firearm after every time it's fired is recommended by every manufacturer. And so the minimum that they recommend to do is to field strip the firearm, which means to take off the slide and the barrel, and then grease the rails that the slide sits on so that it can travel smoothly, and then also to grease the ramps that feed the cartridge into the chamber, which is part of the barrels themselves. So there are greasing points within the firearm that every manufacturer is going to recommend. They also recommend to clean the firearm, and specifically the barrel of the firearm, after each time it's fired, because every time you discharge a firearm, there's powder, there's primer residues, and there's lead from the actual discharge that can accumulate inside of that muzzle or inside of the barrel of the firearm itself. So if you don't clean that out, what can happen over time is that that buildup inside of the firearm will actually fill in the recessed areas of the barrel, and so it loses its rifling, or the rifling becomes so shallow that the accuracy of the firearm can be impacted as well.
You also mentioned as something you can look for are breech face marks.
Mm-hmm.
And so again, it's clear, are breech face marks ever on the projectile or bullet that goes at the front of the gun?
No, so breech face marks are only found on fired cartridge cases.
And may I approach to use your demonstrator and put on the screen so we can do it that way?
That's 24.
Sure. Yep. And so the screen in front of you is a touch screen. So could you show on here so everybody can see which are the breech face marks?
So the breech face marks, so they extend from here, it's this entire area, and then you see some of those lines continue onto these, so that's what these scratches are, and then this area out here as well.
Okay, and what are the breech face markings caused by?
So that's actually caused by the area of the slide that the cartridge case is impacting against.
And is that an individual characteristic of the firearm or a class characteristic?
So with breech face marks, you have a combination of both. The class characteristic is the overall design. And what I mean by design is, in this case, you have lines that run parallel to each other. That parallel marking is a class characteristic. And it's characteristic of the tool that they use in order to cut that shape. In this case, it's a broach. So it's a cutting tool that they run down the face of the breech face, and it leaves these parallel lines. What's individual is the spacing between one and the other, as well as when one starts and finishes, and when and how they're oriented with each other. So those are the individual aspects of those marks. So you have a combination of both in breech face marks.
Yeah. And so it's clear for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury when you're looking here, which is the firing pin impression.
So the firing pin impression is actually this mark right here. So it's in this particular case, it looks like a circular mark. What would be more characteristic is if this was more oblong, kind of like that. That would be characteristic of a Glock. But in this particular case, it's this circular or hemispherical shape in the middle of the primer.
And then the kind of little underneath, the little
Yeah,
hole
so
almost looking.
this little divot here is firing pin drag. So in short recoil operated firearms, which essentially just means that the firearm itself is operating using the force of the recoil. There is a locking mechanism, and different manufacturers have different locking mechanisms, but in this particular case, it's basically a cam. So before the firearm will travel, or the slide of the firearm will travel rearward, it has to cam down. When it cams down, it leaves this impression of scratches, which is from the movement of the firing pin itself, dropping down and hitting the primer during that unlocking process.
And you also mentioned extractor marks.
Mm-hmm.
Is that demonstrated on this area here?
Yes, so the extractor marks are here, and more often than not, they're not found really in this area. They just, in the manufacturer of this particular model, place them here so that we can show them more visibly. But typically the extractors are going to be located on the side of the rim and underneath the rim. So this is more typical of the area for an extractor mark that we'd be looking for. The design of it in the firearm is essentially a hook. So it's made to catch that lip of the cartridge and then pull it out of the chamber. So usually they're not observed in the face of on the head stamp of the cartridge. They're usually observed under the rim.
So, and then you also mentioned ejector marks.
Yeah, that's this little triangular shape there. And that can vary. They're not all triangular in shape. They can be circular in shape. They can be a half moon. They can be like a semicolon. So there's different shapes that manufacturers will impart on their ejectors. The overall shape is a class characteristic. The presence or absence can be a class characteristic as well. Because some firearms don't have an ejector. Some of them use the firing pin as an ejector. But there are individual marks that can be observed microscopically within the overall shape.
Speaking of microscopically, how are you looking at a projectile when it's submitted to you for analysis?
So we use a forensic comparison microscope, and all that really is two microscopes that are mounted together so that I can use one setup or one eyepiece to see both images. And that allows me to overlap the images and try to make them one, right? So if I'm looking at two different images or two different patterns, and I'm trying to see whether or not they're similar or dissimilar, if I can overlap them and then move the images back and forth, I can see if there is any agreement or not in those images. And so that's essentially how a forensic comparison microscope works.
Can I now show you what's in marked as states double X for identification purposes only. Do you recognize this USB?
Yes,
Did you have the opportunity to review the contents of it before you came into court today?
I did.
Did you recognize the 3 photos on that USB?
Yes,
Did they fairly and accurately depict some of the examinations you did in this case?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move states XX in and publish.
Okay, so we went through.
No objection.
We went through all that to get to this. He had to go over all of that to explain everything to get to this. Which, those of us who watch trials, we're already ballistics experts. So we didn't need to hear that, but the jury did. So we went through all of that to explain how this works to get to this moment.
So without going into the actual evidence in this case right now, can you show the ladies and gentlemen what you mean by the split screen looking at two things at the same time?
Right, so if you look at the image that's here, it's basically an image that I captured on a comparison microscope. And you can see the descriptors on the top portion of the image. So that's the date, the microscope I actually used, and the magnification. So this is at 22 times normal magnification. And the difference that you observe is this line here. So that line is referred to as a hairline. You can adjust the width of that hairline, so you can make it thicker, you can make it narrower. And the whole purpose of that line is so that you can split both images. By splitting both images, what it's doing is it's letting me actually see at this center point if there's any kind of continuity of the marks. And you can see in the image that you have continuity of the marks, essentially starting here and ending right around there. And that's what we're looking for, is for these marks to be continuous. And when we take a photograph, obviously it's a 2D or two-dimensional representation of what we're seeing, captured at that moment in time. So what I can't capture is looking at this and then rotating to the next line impression and looking for agreement in that line impression, and then rotating to the next line impression, looking for agreement in that line impression. And so that repetitive agreement in the land impressions is what can allow an examiner to make a conclusion of identification or exclusion.
Okay, so you talked a little bit about rotating them.
Mhm.
How do you go about lining them up to begin with?
Yeah, so the typical orientation that you're going to use is for a right-hand twist projectile. You orient it with the nose of the projectile facing right, so that you can illuminate. All of the lights on comparison microscopes come from the rear. And so we try to use oblique lighting, which is lighting that's almost perpendicular to the surface, so that we can get the best representation of what we're looking at. So because what we're looking at is essentially raised and lowered areas, if I were to light it from directly above, you'd have a really hard time seeing any of the lines that are there. So I need to create a shadow, if you will, from behind the projectile so that I can actually observe the scratches that are on the surface of the projectile. And you have to use kind of standardized orientation, because if I were to take this projectile and line it up this way, then the shadows that I'm observing won't be the same. They'll be opposed, so they'll be opposites. So the actual spacing between the lines on one side or the other would be off. Even though they're the same projectile, I can look at it the same if I orient it correctly. When I change the orientation, then I can make them appear as if they're not the same.
Okay, so Mr. Bell, I want to follow up as well on that. How do you keep and maintain the evidence that's submitted to you separate and distinct from one another?
So when the evidence is submitted, my initial or the initial parts of the examination really don't involve any comparison. It's really just a matter of describing the evidence that I'm receiving, which includes describing some of those class characteristics on fire casings, because manufacturers do impart that information on casings. So whether they're 40 or whether they're 9mm, whatever the caliber might be, is typically imparted right on the body of the cartridge case. And so you can read that information. And so whatever the manufacturer is and the caliber are listed as part of the descriptor of that item. And then the items each, as I'm describing them, are assigned an individual and unique exhibit number by our information management system.
Okay. You just talked about caliber. I don't think we've defined that yet for our ladies and gentlemen of the jury. What is the caliber of a cartridge?
So for firearms examiners, caliber has two different definitions. The primary definition of caliber is actually referring to the diameter of the base of a bullet. And so that's where the actual word caliber comes from, is really just a measurement of the diameter of the base. However, that has to correspond to the cartridge case, because the diameter of this base has to be able to fit into the mouth of the cartridge case. So when they do translate that, the manufacturers will stamp a caliber on the head stamp area of the cartridge. And so the caliber for the cartridge means that the specific designation that the manufacturer put on it, which will hold the caliber of projectile. So it's a designation that the manufacturer gives the live cartridge as far as the caliber is concerned.
And how does a caliber translate over to a firearm?
So firearms are typically designed to fire a particular caliber. Some firearms have interchangeability. So I think the most common interchangeability is that a 38 special cartridge can be shot in a 357 Magnum caliber firearm. We also have several different ones in rifles and whatnot. But if this cartridge is a 9mm and you have a 40 Smith & Wesson caliber firearm, then this cartridge was not designed to be fired in that firearm, and vice versa. That firearm was not designed to fire a 9mm. So firearms are designed to fire a particular caliber, kind of regardless as to the interchangeability of calibers. They're designed by the manufacturer to fire a particular caliber.
With regards to, you said the 357 and the 38 special can kind of be used both ways. Is there characteristics and things that you would give them tell the wrong size caliber projectile was put through the wrong size, a different size caliber firearm?
Depending on the actual calibers involved, yes. So like a 357 and a 38, the reason they're interchangeable is because the bullet itself and the cartridge case itself are actually very, very similar. And the way that those firearms are manufactured, they're rimmed firearms, and so they don't chamber based on the cartridge itself, they chamber based on the rim. And so as long as you have a rim that's the same size, you can load, a rim that's the same size and a projectile that's the same size, you can load anything into that firearm and it will shoot. When it comes to semi-automatic firearms, so that's really, that caliber is mainly a revolver caliber.
Okay.
When it comes to semi-automatic firearms, the function is much more complex than a revolver in design. And so most semi-automatic firearms will chamber based on the front of the cartridge. So this little space that's between the projectile itself and the cartridge is where the firearm will catch the cartridge and not let it keep going into the barrel itself. And so if there's any difference, so if this cartridge is too narrow for the firearm, it can slip through and fall right out of the barrel. If it's wide enough that it can catch that lip and not fall in, but not wide enough so that the whole chamber is supporting the cartridge itself, when it fires, what will happen is the body of the cartridge will actually expand to fill any space that was remaining inside that chamber. So when we get that cartridge into the laboratory, it won't be a smoothly, a kind of rounded cartridge. It'll have an oblong side to it. And that's indicative that it was fired in what we call subcaliber. So it's a smaller caliber fired in a larger caliber of the firearm. And the same thing happens to projectile, because if the projectile is not snugly fit into the barrel, it'll dance moving down the barrel itself. And so these rifling impressions that are fairly consistent throughout the length of the projectile won't be consistent at all. You'll have those skipping marks, and the rotation of it will also be inconsistent with the rifling. So you can have rifling patterns that overlap. And those characteristics would indicate that it was fired in a smaller caliber, again, a smaller caliber projectile in a larger caliber firearm. The reverse really can't happen, right? So if you have a larger caliber cartridge, let's say a 45, you can't shoot a 45 in a 40, you can't shoot a 40 in a 9, because they don't fit at all into the firearm. So it has to be a smaller cartridge into a larger caliber firearm.
Okay. So in terms of you have a projectile and you have a casing. Can you ever marry those two together?
So there are rare chances where that can happen. Typically it's from firearms that don't mark very well. So what ends up happening is that when the projectile exits the cartridge, it'll actually pick up marks from the inside of the cartridge itself. And so there are times where you can marry the marks from the inside of this cartridge to a projectile. However, it's very rare, because once the projectile travels through the barrel, it picks up marks from the barrel. So the marks that were left on it by the cartridge case are essentially erased by the barrel itself. So it's very difficult and very rare that we're able to actually examine projectiles and compare them to a cartridge case. The more common occurrence is that you have a firearm submitted, which I can then use to produce known test fires and shoot one live cartridge, which will give me a projectile and a cartridge, and then I can compare them, those pieces of evidence or pieces of known evidence, to my unknowns and say they were fired to the same firearm at that point. But in the absence of a firearm, that's not an examination that can typically be done.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about what is NIBIN.
Mm-hmm.
What does that stand for?
So NIBIN is a National Integrated Ballistic Information Network. Essentially what it is, it's a computer database that examiners can use to capture images of spent cartridge cases. So essentially we're just capturing this image there and uploading that to the database. The database then will run an algorithm on the shadows observed. So that's a printout of what the images are that are required. And it'll run an algorithm based on the shadows observed, so the lights and the dark areas on the images. And it essentially sends back a list of cartridge cases that are ranked the highest as having possibly been fired in the same firearm. That doesn't mean they were, right? So every time we run a search in NIBIN, we get results back. Whether or not they were actually fired in the same firearm is up to the examiners to determine. So there is a correlation score that it gives, which is the number that's based on these algorithms of agreement. Now, that score is really just based on the search that it's running. So the score is not one of those types of scores where, oh, if it's a 9, I know for sure that it was fired in the same firearm, or if it's a 4, I know it wasn't. There's really not that kind of cutoff because it's based on the results of the list. So we have to look at the results every time we do a search in NIBIN. And we're looking for those same characteristics. So we're trying to do the same exact thing we do on the microscope. We try to do that using NIBIN to determine whether or not those images have enough agreement to say that they were fired in the same firearm. And then if they were, then we would report out a lead. And a lead essentially is just investigative information for detectives to say, hey, look, these cases are potentially associated. If you're going to do any further investigation, we'll compare the fired evidence in the case on the microscope and confirm whether or not this association was a valid association.
Would you ever testify to a NIBIN match?
So typically, that's not something that we testify to. Anything we're testifying to is something that we have physically compared on the microscope.
Why is it important to physically compare them on the microscope rather than in front of you?
So the main reason we would do that is to actually have the evidence in front of us. The NIBIN computer database is based on images that were acquired by people, and all of us are flawed people, right? We all make mistakes, and in order to curtail those mistakes, we have these safety checks in place. NIBIN doesn't have those safety checks, and so an outside agency may have acquired this image saying it was involved in this particular case, but then when I ask for the evidence back, it's a different image. So that kind of examiner error doesn't usually have a way to be caught, or can have a way to kind of get slipped through the systems, depending on the laboratory. And so per our own operating procedures and most laboratories' procedures, we cannot testify to somebody else's work, right? So I cannot say who put in this other information, that the information they put in is accurate. And so in order to say, well, I know what the information is, I need to have the physical evidence in front of me so that I can see the images and I can actually see the evidence under the microscope and know for a fact this exhibit came from this cartridge case, it has chain of custody, and I can verify that they are or were not fired in the same firearm.
In terms of the projectiles, are they ever put into NIBIN?
So most laboratories don't have a system to capture projectiles into the database. There are a handful of laboratories that do. Really, the ATF is the one that kind of has guidance and maintenance over NIBIN. And so what they recommend laboratories to use is the brass tracks, or the portion of the database that will capture images of casings. Their primary reason for that is that even casing, so every time I want to take a picture of these cartridge cases, it takes about 12 minutes. So that means that for every casing that I'm putting in, I'm using 12 minutes of time. If I were to catch the projectiles, even if it's a perfect projectile, or something like this, where it's an exemplar, it's going to take me about 12 minutes per land impression. So it might take me 45 minutes or an hour to capture one projectile. And so what they found was that even though it's a tool that's out there, the cost of the tool and the time to use that tool isn't worth the difference that you're going to get from capturing casings. Because most cases have casings that are left at a crime scene and projectiles. So the case where you have just projectiles from the scene, it's not very common.
Okay. So going on to the projectiles, talking about those, do they have a specific composition or things that they're made of?
So different manufacturers for cartridge cases and for live ammunition will use different projectiles. So projectiles can be made for different functions, and they can be made out of different materials. So the most common material, and the reason that this model is copper colored, is because most jacketing is copper. So that's the most common material that you're going to find as far as bullet jackets. They can be designed just like this, where it's a full metal jacket. Typically, the full metal jacket is a rounded or flat nose, and the base of the projectile itself is left open. And so this area here is where the lead of the projectile is actually found. There are there are manufacturers that make what they call a total metal jacket. A total metal jacket means that the entire lead core is encased in a copper jacket. There are also steel jackets, and so the jacket itself might have a copper color, but it's steel, not copper. Steel is magnetic, copper is not. That's how you would distinguish those two. There are manufacturers that use nickel jackets, and now they're kind of coming out with, kind of you name it. There are manufacturers that have jackets that are solely made out of copper. There are manufacturers who have kind of projectiles that are very, very weird, not necessarily your standard kind of projectile. So it's one of those things where they can design them to do a lot of different things, the projectiles. And so that, depending on its function, its intended design, you might have different designs of the projectile itself.
So you indicate it's a jacket. What about the interior, just the lead core? Is that standard throughout the industry?
The lead core is fairly standard. The only time you're not going to have a lead core is if it is a lead-free ammunition. There was a big push years ago to try to make hunting rounds lead-free. And so that ammunition, if you can still find it, is lead-free in the sense that the copper is still there, but the inside is made of other materials. It might be zinc, it might be different, heavy metals that can give a weight similar to lead, but not be lead.
City Council, it's a good time to take a break. I'm being told we need a restroom break.
Yes,
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence, insert no research, just leave your notepads on your chairs, and we'll be back with you shortly. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Ooh, let's see if we get a hot mic moment. Y'all know I love me a hot mic moment. Yeah, when I said, oh, this is all we've been waiting for this moment, they showed the one picture of the two piece of evidence and then went back to more explaining. So we're still waiting. Still waiting. But we're going to get there. This is all necessary.
Thank you, let the record reflect that you stepped out, Councilman along with the defendant, does he need a restroom break? Mr. Dennis, yes, you rent a restroom break from Mr. Dennis? Anything to discuss, Council? No. All right, we're recessed, thank you.
So basically going through all this is explaining to the jury how the testing works, how they go through all of this, how they know what they know. So that way, if they say, if, this ends in, which I'm assuming it's going to, sorry, I messed up my mama's rug. So if this, all leads to him saying, yes, the shell casing that we found in the floorboard where Melly was sitting when we saw him get into the car, that shell casing matches all the ones on the side of the road. And you can't just say, yep, they match. You have to go through this whole process of showing how they match, how you, it's basically kind of like the process of explaining it so that there's not, any doubt about it. You can't just say, yep, they match. You have to explain how you know that, why you know that. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of doubt in people's minds. They're going to, not understand how you could know that, and then defense would get up there and be able to, tear that apart if they didn't have all the foundational stuff. So, I have been watching about the stuff going on in the courtroom. So they did say that the prosecution, in which y'all know how trials go. So what they say now is not necessarily exactly, how it's all going to be. Sometimes things go a lot quicker. Like we got through Richard Merritt trial in 3 days, 4 days, something like that. And then you have one like Murdoch where, we were expecting 3 weeks and we lived there for the better part of 4.5 to 7 decades. It felt like, so it just kind of depends. But they are expected to have prosecution witnesses done around July 10th. And then defense will present their case, and they expect to have witnesses done around July 19th. Then we will do closing arguments, and then we will be in verdict watch. Obviously, there will be no court on 4th of July. I can't remember what day that falls on. I think like a Tuesday or something this year. So there will be no court on 4th of July. So there will be 4 days of court that week, though, I believe. And I will be on a boat. I will not be streaming, but the stream will be going. We have options. We'll get into more of that when it gets a little bit closer. So you won't see my face. Maybe a little bit here and there, but for the most part, you won't see most of my face, but we're going to have the stream still going with all of the chat, and I'll be checking in. I just won't be here the entire time. Yeah, I think a lot of people will be on vacation that week. I will be on a whole boat, Angie Burr. Yes, a whole boat. I will be on a whole boat, and I can't wait. I haven't had a good vacation in a while. Thank you. I'm loving the compliments I'm getting on my glasses. I can't see a thing happening on my little bitty screen, so I had to bring them today. Not yachting. Not yachting. I am the way my bank account works, I'm more set up on a cruise type of vacation and not a yacht type of vacation. So that's what I'm doing. Me and one of my girlfriends are going on a cruise. And oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't even remember where I'm going. I know Turks and Caicos is one of them. Dominican Republic, I think. Hold on, let me see. Because I don't remember. Is that bad? I'm just so excited to go that I don't even remember when or where I'm going. I'll have internet, and I love y'all so much. I sure do, but I am not going to be spending all day with y'all, but I will be checking in. Let's see if I can find it. Is that bad? I don't even know where I'm going. Probably. I don't even know if I have it saved. Oh, wait. You know what? I sent it to my mama. I can pull it up that way. When all else fails, check your text to mama. Let's see here. Oh, yep, here we go. Antigua, St. Martin, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, and Turks and Caicos. That's my itinerary. I can't wait. Let's see. I am going to take my little bitty laptop. And I'll check in. Y'all know I can't, even when I'm on vacation, I still can't stay away from the trials and away from y'all that long. So I'll still be checking in, but I'll announce when it gets closer what we're going to do with the stream during the times I'm not there. I will be gone the week of 4th of July. So, I can't wait. You won't be completely without me, just throughout some of it. But there's only 4 days during that time that they're going to be in court. So, Laura Ferris, thank you. Thank you. This Oh, I'm trying to show it. There we go. Thank you, Laura Ferris, for my vacation fund. That will go towards an excursion. Y'all know what an animal lover I am. And they have an option on this one, I think, that I was reading where we can swim with dolphins. And as much as I sit there and watch dolphins in the morning and I love them. And, they'll chase the boats around here at sunset, which is cool. So, they'll jump around. I had one when I was swimming we had taken the boat to a little island not far from here, and the water around there is incredible. I mean, the water where I live, it looks like swimming pool water. It's incredible. And we had taken the boat around there, and a dolphin, my friend and I were like standing in the water. It was kind of like maybe waist deep, and the dolphin just comes up like right in front of us, and we're like, oh! So then we tried to chase it because we wanted to hug it, but the dolphin didn't want to hug us. So I might do the swimming with dolphins thing. I've always wanted to do it and I never have. That'll go towards my swimming with the dolphins, Laura Ferris. Thank you so much. Do I think Melly is guilty? I think that it is only day 3. So I think it is too soon to tell. Here's my thoughts on that. Yes, Rhonda D. Shell Island. Yes. Here's my thoughts on that. Okay, if this were a civil trial, the burden of proof would be it is more likely than not that he is responsible. That's what the burden of proof is in a civil trial. So if this were a civil trial, I would say, yeah, it's more likely than not that he did it because the way that the evidence is, looking. But we also haven't heard defense yet, so my mind is open. There is a lot of evidence that I think is going to be really hard to get around. But, like I said, if the burden of proof were only more likely than not, then yeah, I would probably say at this point, based on what we've seen, guilty. But again, we haven't even heard from the defense yet. As far as the burden of proof for for a criminal trial, especially a death penalty one, do I feel like the state has proven it beyond a reasonable doubt? No, not yet. It's only day 3. So, my mind is always open, and I will always be open to hearing. And I've had trials that I've watched where I've changed my mind, as stuff has been presented. So my mind's always open. It is hard to, especially when you read, like there's evidence they haven't even brought out yet that's in the PCA and stuff like that. When we get into some of his social media evidence and the step evidence, they talked about it a little bit in the openings. That's kind of hard stuff to get around. So it'll be interesting to see how the defense explains that. And if there's nothing that they can do to explain it or make sense of any of the evidence to where I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense, then I don't see how I could, say not guilty based on what we've seen. More vacation fun. Thank you, maybe 17D. Thank you. I appreciate that. Dolphins, here I come. I appreciate y'all. Yeah, I'm excited about the cruise. I actually it kind of came about. My friend that I'm going with gets because of her work, we got it like super discounted, so I was actually able to afford to go, and I'm so excited. Through her work, we paid like a small fraction of what it should be. So I'm excited. More dolphin fun. Thank you, Rhonda D. I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. Y'all are awesome. I love our little group. We have the best group ever. Thank you, Rhonda D. Oh, and another one. Candace Hoff is sending me with the dolphins too. Thank you so much, Candace Hoff. I appreciate that. Yes, I will bring I will bring vacation photos. We're going the 1st through the 8th. So I'm excited. I think we get on the boat on the 1st and then go around, and we'll be back on the 8th. So then I'll be back to streaming Monday morning, like everything's back to normal. So I'm only going to be, there's only 4 days of court that will be, where I'll be very limited on it. But thank you, Lisa Dempsey. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I love the dolphin emoji too. That's awesome. And I will have to take pictures too, because now that y'all have funded my my dolphin excursion, I'll bring pictures when I come back that Monday morning. We'll show. I'll get my friend that I'm going with. I'll make sure she takes pictures, and we'll show them. Oh, thank you, Elizabeth Evans. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Y'all are the best. I love our people. Everybody's so sweet. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. My mom's in there spoiling Lucy. I can hear her. She's giving her bath. She's like, do you like the water hot? Now she's blow drying her. I hear. Oh, Terry, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Y'all are awesome. Y'all are awesome. I appreciate that. Y'all are the best. It's, JT and I joke about how, like, when we started this whole thing, like with the streaming and stuff, I've done the videos, but I was like, I wanted to do the streaming, and we're like, oh, how hard could it be? It's a lot. It's a lot, but it makes it so worth it because we have the best community in here. I love hearing everybody's opinions and chatting with everybody. Oh, Caper 000 says, hug a dolphin for me, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate y'all. Y'all are the best. Oh, so sweet. Now I'm going to have to get all the dolphin pictures. Lucy will be with, she will probably split time between my mom and my kid who lives in the same building. So she'll be spoiled. Actually, it's funny you say that because there was somebody in one of the chats who, when I was talking about the itinerary one time before when I pulled it up, she was like, "Oh my gosh, I'm going to be on that same cruise," which is kind of funny. My face is feeling a little bit better. The throbbing has stopped. Let's see, it's still a little red, but the throbbing has stopped and it doesn't look like it's bruising. So. Who does that? Who just knocks himself out in the middle of a parking lot? Chat wants a whole dolphin brought back. Okay. I will try. We'll see if I can sneak one. I love dolphins. I think they're so cool. And they're always out in the mornings. And the Gulf gets in the mornings, a lot of times the water's really just calm and flat, and you can see them really well in the mornings. And that is one of my favorite things, to sit there and drink my coffee and watch the dolphins in the morning. Or when I take Lucy out in the mornings and let her run around on the beach for a while before I start streaming, I have to get out there early. We'll go out there at, like 5:30 when the sun comes up and stuff, and I'll let her run around, and you can see the dolphin fins out there. It's really cool. New subscriber, welcome, Elliot. Welcome, Elliot. Epic Gaming, good to have you. Thanks for hanging out with us. I love all sea creatures too. I love dolphins, and I am a little bit obsessed with sea turtles. I have like a little collection of sea turtles in my condo. I have different ones that I have one that's like well, I have two of them that are like little jewelry boxes, and you open the like one of them, like you open the shell and it's like it looks like just a little jeweled sea turtle, but you open the shell and it's like hidden, little hidden spot, which is kind of cool. And I have like a marble one, and I have I don't know, I have a few of them. I love sea turtles. Welcome, Daniela. Good to have you here. We love having all the new people coming and hanging out with us too. The more the merrier. The more the merrier. Oh, we have more Australia here. When we were pulling our thing the other day, it was really cool. I haven't checked it since then, but the other day we were looking at, we have 38 different countries, 38 or 39 different countries represented in the chat, which is really cool. Let's see. We had one of the maps that show where everybody's from, and we're in all but 6 states. We don't have anybody in Montana, or we didn't when I checked a week or so ago. We didn't have anybody in Montana, and I was really upset because well, I've never been to Montana, but it's pretty, and I like the show Yellowstone, so I figured we should have people from Montana. But we're in all but 6 states, and we didn't have anybody in Maine. It was like basically like 3 states in the very, very top northeast, and then right there around the mountains. It was like there was 2 states, Montana and something else that was right there that we didn't have anybody in, but everybody else we did. Polly Prissy says, raise your hand if you're in Montana. Let's see. I am a little upset about Montana. I feel like Montana should love us. Oh, more tweets from the courtroom. Let's see. More tweets from the courtroom. Let's see what's happening. Oh, there's a lot of talk about the body language between Melly and his attorney, and how comfortable they are with each other. Let's see. So Melly's mom apparently said in the courtroom a couple seconds ago, said yesterday was a lot better. Yesterday was good. Also, Sack Chaser's mom and one other female family member just entered the courtroom. And they said, oh, while we were watching the guns and everything, all of that, he said that Melly had not lifted his head since the witness detailed the difference in designs of a bullet as he reviewed the handbook. He had his head hung down, I guess. So that's the courtroom drama for now. We're waiting on them to turn the microphones back on, but I'm sure when they do, it'll be loud. Yeah, not as bad as Backpack Lawyer. Oh, let's see. Morning, morning. Oh, we have an RA raid. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome. We heard RA was getting eat up by bugs out in the beautiful scenery. Let's see. Hello, RA raid folks. Come in, grab a seat. They have not turned they probably learned their lesson yesterday about the hot mic moment. They're probably trying to wait to turn the mics back on this time. I have not seen the bailiff from the hot mic moment yet. Oh, there's Michael.
Don't put it there. I was concerned it would spill here, so I put it there.
Jury entering. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendants, the counsel, the assistant state attorneys, as well as today's jury, our witness, George Bell, remains on the stand. I think when you broke, you're still on your direct examination. Ms. Brandi, you want to continue?
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Mr. Bella, we had talked about the casings, the projectiles, the composition of the projectiles. I believe we skipped over the composition of the casings. Are there
Right.
different metals used in the casings?
Yes, so casings can be made of several different metals. Typically, it's going to be made of brass. That's the most common. Although nowadays you can find them in nickel. You can also find them in steel. And they have made them in copper, although they don't make them in copper anymore, but they have made them in copper in the past. So the composition of the cartridge case themselves can vary. That's why shotgun shells are typically made in plastic. So depending on the ammunition that you're looking at, it can be a variety of different materials.
Okay. Is there identifying marks on the headstand of every cartridge casing?
Yeah, so depending on the manufacturer, they do have different head stamps that they use. Most of the manufacturers, especially American manufacturers, will use their name in some sort of or another. Some of them might be abbreviated. So Winchester, a lot of times will use the abbreviation WIN. Remington Peters uses RP, and sometimes it's right out Remington. So depending on the ammunition and how much space there is, they'll use some kind of manufacturing mark indicating the manufacturer and the caliber. So usually you'll see something on there that'll say 40 Smith & Wesson or 9mm, 380 auto, depending on what the caliber is. Actually, I think in the screen you can actually see it. In this case, you can see, I don't know if you can make it out on the screen, but right here is the manufacturer. So it says Blazer, and then 40 Smith & Wesson is the caliber.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, Smith & Wesson's a gun manufacturer.
They are, yes.
So what's a 40 Smith & Wesson?
So 40 Smith & Wesson is a caliber that was really just designed years and years and years ago by Smith & Wesson, so they called it 40 Smith & Wesson. It's like there's a caliber, it's called a 45 Glock auto pistol, just because Glock designed it. So that's the name of the caliber, not the manufacturer. So there are calibers that are named after manufacturers, but in this particular case, the 40 Smith & Wesson is the caliber. The manufacturer of the cartridge is Blazer.
So with regards to if it says 40 Smith & Wesson, does that mean it has to be fired through a Smith & Wesson firearm?
No, that's the caliber. So there are many manufacturers that make firearms in the 40 Smith & Wesson caliber. Many manufacturers. It's probably the third most popular caliber manufacturer today, as far as pistols are concerned. So there are large number of manufacturers that make firearms in Fort Smith and Wesson.
With regards to the last part of it you talked about was the primer.
Mhm.
Is the primer standard throughout the industry?
No, so there are different manufacturers will make different primers. The typical primer, again, is kind of in that color, so it's a nickel color. That's your usual primer, but there are probably nowadays just as many manufacturers that use brass for their primer. Those are really the two most common compositions. The inside, so the actual combustible inside is fairly standard, although they're gonna have their own kind of spin on the combustible and the formula they use. They still use the same components.
And so the last part of the cartridge or live cartridge you described as the gunpowder.
Mhm.
Is that the standard throughout the industry?
So the gunpowder actually varies significantly throughout the industry, depending on the manufacturer, depending on the load that's being used, depending on the intended purpose of it, if they want it to be hypersonic or subsonic. So there are a lot of variations in gunpowder from the shape. So the shape of the gunpowder can be very varied. It can be ball shaped, it can be tubular, it can be flattened balls, it can be disc, perforated disc, and a bunch of other types of shapes. So the shapes of the powder itself can vary significantly. The finishes that they put on there are usually some type of graphite finish, which is going to protect it from self-combusting. So that's pretty standard. The composition of the powder itself is fairly standard nowadays. But the amount of powder in each cartridge can vary significantly also. So the the shape of the powder and the amount of the powder in each of the cartridges are probably the biggest variable when it comes to gunpowder itself.
So you said and used the word load.
Mhm.
What does that mean in your world?
Yeah, so the load of the cartridge is referring to how much powder or propellant is being used inside of the cartridge. A common example that we'll see today is that, or nowadays, not necessarily today, but 223 Remington versus a 556 NATO cartridge. The cartridge case itself is identical. If I were to stack two of them side by side, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Inside, there's a difference in the amount of powder, and that's the sole difference between one and the other. So there are manufacturers that will sell subsonic ammunition. Typically, the only difference between a 40 Smith & Wesson or a 9mm supersonic versus subsonic is the amount of powder inside. So they're putting enough powder inside of the projectile for it to travel fast enough to reach a target and have accuracy, but a small enough amount that if suppressed leaves subsonic sound. So it doesn't make as loud a sound or perceptible sound to a person.
Okay, the projectile itself, does it have a specific mass or weight?
They can vary, so they have typically a specific range of weights. So different manufacturers, again, will have different weights that they load each one of their cartridges with, depending on design, depending on its intended feature. For example, 9mm have some standard weights ranging from 115 grains up to about 147 grains. Grains is also kind of one of those measurements. It's very specific to firearms. And it is a measurement that is specific to firearms. It's not something that you're going to see usually in a supermarket or anything like that. So grains are specific measurements for firearms. They're convertible, so you can convert it to grams if you would. But the typical terminology in which you would find on a manufacturer's box is the term grain.
Does, for example, Blazer make different grain weights in 40 Smith & Wesson caliber ammunition?
They do. So most manufacturers, whether it's Blazer or any other manufacturer, will have a range of bullet weights they use. Again, depending on their intended purpose. Is it a subsonic ammunition? Is it a supersonic ammunition? Is it meant for self-defense? Is it meant for just target shooting? So they have different intended purposes behind their ammunition.
Okay. So you had mentioned earlier that when the trigger is pulled, other things come out other than just the bullet.
Yes, that's correct.
What was that?
So when a firearm discharges, that powder that's burning inside of the cartridge will continue to travel downward through the barrel and exits the barrel. So if you have a slow motion picture or a slow motion video of the discharge of a projectile, you'll see that the projectile exits the barrel first, and then immediately, as soon as the back of the projectile clears the muzzle of the barrel, there's a plume of smoke and fire that comes out behind it. That smoke and fire is the burning powder, the expanding powder, as well as any particulate lead that might be coming out. So in full metal jacketed projectiles where the base is exposed, that lead heats up and can melt and follow the bullet itself. Some of it may also stay in the barrel. If it stays in the barrel, that can get pushed out with the next projectile. And so the items that exit typically is the projectile, followed by particulate lead, followed by burnt and unburned gunpowder, followed by primer residues. So you have a combination of all of this stuff that comes out of the barrel, and each one of them can travel a different distance depending on the weight or the mass of the objects in question, the furthest of which being the projectile. It's the heaviest object that's coming out of the barrel, and it's intended to travel a significant distance.
Okay, hold on, just you said based on the weight or the mass.
Yes.
We're getting into a little bit of physics, so I want
Sure.
to make sure we break it down so it's easy to understand. You're taught the projectile travels the farthest.
Mhm.
You said because it weighs the most.
Yes.
How does that relate to the energy that's transferred to it?
Right, so the majority of the energy in a discharge of a firearm is designed to be impelled or impacted into a projectile. Right, so most of the force of that firearm, or of the firing of the firearm, is being pushed onto this. A portion of it is going to be put on the casing, traveling rearward and ejecting, and then a portion of the remaining energy is going to be used in combustion and expansion of the gases during firing. So those particles that are still being propelled by the combustion and the expansion of gases, like the powder, the burning and unburnt powder, like the particulate lead, will still travel outside of the barrel, but they won't go nearly as far as the projectile for a variety of reasons. The mass and force being applied to the projectile being the main factor, but you also have factors like the wind, like rain, like any penetrating surface or any intervening surface. So there's a lot of variables that will go into how far the powder and the primer residues and particulate lead will travel.
The primer residue, the particulate lead, the unburnt and burnt gunpowder, does it only come out of the muzzle?
So the powder itself and the particulate lead will only come out of the muzzle because that's coming out of the front end of the cartridge. The primer residues don't. So the primer residues can exit the rear of a chamber and the rear of the firearm as well. So you can find primer residues or GSR gunshot residues coming out of the rear as well as the front of the firearm.
Okay, and is the rear, is that the breech face? That's that area of the firearm you're talking about?
Correct, yes.
So is there a range for how long a bullet will travel?
So a bullet can travel various ranges depending on the caliber that you're talking about. So, and there's other variables or other ways to look at it, I guess. In the firearm realm, they look at lethal range as being one thing versus how far it can actually travel is two separate questions. Because a projectile might be able to travel a mile, but at that point it has so little velocity that it really wouldn't do any damage to a person. And so different manufacturers will state lethal ranges and the maximum distances for their projectiles. For most pistol ammunition can travel a significant distance, but their maximum usable ranges typically is somewhere between 50 and 100 yards, and it'd be questionable if you can even hit a target at 100 yards with a pistol at using iron sights and whatnot. So
Okay,
there's
does
a lot of
the length of a muzzle or barrel factor into that?
yes. So the length of a barrel will change how far a projectile will travel and how fast that projectile comes out of the barrel. The reason behind that is that the powder that's inside of a cartridge will continue to burn and expand as it travels through the firearm itself. What that basically means is that as the projectile is traveling down the barrel, if the barrel is 2 inches long, that gas or the burning only had 2 inches to complete its burn. So typically in a 2-inch barrel, it does not complete, or does not completely burn. So a lot of the powder will exit the barrel, burning in the air after it's exited the barrel. If it's burning in the air, it's not pushing the projectile anymore.
Thank you,
So if you have something like a 12-inch barrel, now you have a significantly longer distance to continue to burn that powder and continue expanding and pushing that projectile. So the length of barrel is a significant factor when determining the speed, the trajectory, as well as for muzzle to target distance determination.
Okay, on that, when you talk about muzzle to target distance determinations, what are you looking at?
As far as
Are you looking at the way a projectile impacts an object?
we can, certainly, yes, that's part of the analysis.
Why would that be important?
So when you're talking about how a projectile is going to impact an object, it can give you different clues. So if a projectile left a clean hole entering a shirt, let's say, it gives me one clue in that it wasn't, the muzzle of the barrel was not pressed directly upon the object. When the muzzle of a barrel is pressed directly upon an object, what ends up happening is all those gases that we talked about that come out of the barrel will enter whatever that object is. So if it enters a shirt, they have to escape somewhere. And so what ends up happening is that shirt will end up being ripped, there'll be a lot of burning, so there won't be a clean cut circular hole. The other thing that it can give is if you have a hole that's not necessarily clean cut, but there's no signs of tearing or burning around the hole, possibly there was an intervening object. So if a bullet travels through glass, let's say, the glass will impact how the spin of the projectile, or how the projectile is able to spin. And so what can happen is that the projectile starts to tumble in the air, and you can get what they call a keyhole shaped hole. So as opposed to the projectile entering in this direction, it can enter in this direction, it can enter in that direction, it can enter in this direction. And so that lets you know that the projectile possibly traveled through another object before hitting that final target. And so there's a lot of, I guess, descriptors that can be applied depending on the shape of the hole, depending on how much burning is seen, if there is burning, if there is no burning, if there's soot or vaporous lead that we can see usually see in the form of smoke around the hole, if you can visibly see powder versus a complete absence of any powder. So those are some of the different visual examinations we would do on a particular bullet hole to determine whether or not we can do a distance determination, or if really we're looking for a maximum distance as opposed to a range. So a maximum distance is basically the distance that a firearm would have to be discharged at to not leave any residues on a particular target.
Okay, so let's go back on that. You said residues. When you're talking about residues, what are the different types of residues that could be left on a target?
So the main types of residues that we're examining for when we're doing a muzzle to target distance determination is, well, there's a few. The main one is lead and nitrites. Lead being a residue that comes from the projectile and comes from the primer residues. So those main sources of that lead. And then the nitrites are from the burning gunpowder. So gunpowder itself has nitrate as part of it. During the burning process, it converts to nitrites. And so those nitrites are fairly unique in that there's not really a whole lot of false positives for nitrites apart from gunpowder or burnt gunpowder. So those are the primary residues that we look at if we suspect that a firearm that was used or the ammunition that was used was a clean type of projectile so that it doesn't have any lead in it. Then we can test for copper and the presence of copper. But that's not the typical exam. That's usually done on special requests.
So you mentioned smoke and soot.
Yes.
Are those two different things?
Yeah. So soot. When we're talking about soot, it's typically the particles or the residue that adheres to the projectile itself, and when it enters through an object, that soot is wiped off, forming a ring around wherever it came in, and then the smoke is essentially exactly that, is the appearance of a cloud around the bullet hole. So it's the smoke that's from the discharge, and those are, again, lead particles and lead, vaporous lead that comes from the discharge of that pyro.
What happens to the unburnt particles of gunpowder?
So unburnt powder is not reactive with the test itself. It can be visual, so you can see it. And depending on the distance, it can still adhere to an article of clothing. It can adhere to skin. So depending on the distance from a target, you can see burnt and unburnt gunpowder being applied and stuck onto clothing. If it's a shot on skin, then you can see it essentially what they call tattooed onto skin. And that's basically the velocity and burning of the powder entering the subcutaneous levels of skin. So it basically gets captured, and so you can still see the particles visually upon the skin.
Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about that. Does the unburnt gunpowder travel in a predictable pattern?
Yes, so all of the particles that actually come out of the barrel will follow a predictable pattern. The projectile obviously traveling first and furthest outside of the muzzle. The following cloud of vaporous lead, particulate lead, and burnt and unburnt gunpowder will travel in a conical shape. So if you could think of the items or the powder exiting the barrel, it's going to travel at its tightest distance from the hole at the muzzle and start to expand slowly. So as it hits a target, we should see a circular impression on that target, as long as it was close enough to actually leave a pattern of powder on the target. Once it gets far enough away, usually somewhere in the ballpark of 3 to 5 feet, then it ceases to leave any powder because it's all fallen out of, basically lost all of its velocity and dropped out of the air. So it has to be close enough that it can impact an object with sufficient force that it gets stuck on that object.
Okay, so you said that cloud travels a maximum of 3 to 5 feet.
Yes.
Can you make a determination without a firearm as to the distance a cloud would travel based on a casing?
No. So the reason that we don't do any examination like that is because there are many variables that come into play. So like I mentioned earlier, the barrel length, that's one significant variable. If the barrel length is 2 inches versus 6 inches versus 7 inches versus being a submachine gun that might have a 12-inch barrel or a 13-inch barrel, all of that will play a significant role in how much powder comes out of the barrel and how far that will reproduce. And so when we reproduce these patterns, the way that these muzzle target distance determinations are actually done is the first step is to visually examine the unknown, right? So the question impressions. We don't know how far that is. So we'll process it, make sure that there are gunpowder particles present and that there is a pattern present. Once we've determined that part of it, then we have to reproduce it with the knowns. Those knowns are known ammunition. So in this particular case, it's a 40 Smith & Wesson Blazer. I would use 40 Smith & Wesson Blazer. So I'm not going to use a Federal cartridge case. I'm not going to use a Hornady cartridge case. I'm going to use the same manufacturer that was used in the evidence that was submitted.
Why is it important to use the same manufacturer?
Because if I'm using the same manufacturer, I'm reducing the number of variables that could potentially be in place. So the same manufacturer should be using the same type of powder, same shape of powder, and typically when we're going to do that, we will open the powder, we'll open the cartridge and ensure that the amount of powder and the type of powder is consistent with what we're seeing in the evidence. If it's not, then we're going to try to use something that is consistent. So that.
Would you try and minimize things such as lot numbers, date of manufacturer, those types of variables as well?
If possible, yes.
Just so we're clear, are you conducting a science experiment?
Essentially, that's what we're doing, is we're trying to reduce the number of variables present so that we can give an estimated range of distance. And even then, even when we can account for, we know it's the right firearm, we know it's the right ammunition, we know the type of primer that was used, and oftentimes we'll be submitted a firearm that has ammunition left in it. And if there is ammunition left in it, then our typical examination is going to be to reproduce the patterns at interval distances, so 6 inches, 12 inches, 18 inches, and so forth, and then Once we've shot that with, let's say in this case, 40 Smith & Wesson Blazer, whatever distance is closest to what I found in the evidence, I'll reproduce with evidence ammunition, so that it's the same ammunition that was found in the firearm at the time that it was impounded. And I will use that as part of my conclusions as well. So normally when we're gonna report that, it's gonna be a range of distance. I'm not just saying this firearm was discharged at a distance of 12 inches.
Why not?
The reason we don't do that is we can't account for environmental factors. Can't account for how the clothing was handled. Was there an intervening object? So there's so many variables that you can't just give one distance. Even within ammunition manufacturers, Blazer can put a grain or two more of powder in one cartridge and a grain or two less in the next cartridge. And so there is variability even within the same manufacturer in the same lot number. So as much as they try to keep it to where there's a standard, they have a tolerance, and that tolerance still allows for potential variability. So when we reproduce these tests, the way that we're typically reporting it is that a firearm, or the muzzle to target distance determination states that the muzzle of the firearm was no closer than 6 inches, no further than 18 inches. And the edges of that bracket essentially means that I've test fired everything in between and beyond, and I can tell you that the firearm could not have reproduced a pattern that was observed closer than 3 inches, and it could not have done it beyond 18 inches. Right, so I'm giving that range because maybe within that range, there was some overlap. So if I shot it at 12 inches and I shot it at 14 inches, the patterns can be very, very similar. So not different enough that I can distinguish the patterns with a naked eye. So if that's the case, then I have to be able to include both of those distances.
So you said intervening objects a couple of times. I don't know if we properly defined that. What would be an intervening object in firearms and distance determination?
So depending on the object that's being examined, an intervening object can be anything like a car door, the front door to a house. If a person was wearing several layers of clothing and the person was flat shot, the external object is an intervening object to everything beneath that. So basically the first object that the projectile hits is the object that has the potential to have powder on it. Anything thereafter will not have any powder on it. So if somebody was shot and they were wearing a baseball cap, the baseball cap is going to contain the vast majority of those powder particles. Some of them may make it through the cap and some of them may be present on the person themselves, but the vast majority is going to be on the baseball cap.
What about human hair?
Sure, so if somebody shot in the head and have human hair, that hair is going to capture most of the powder particles.
Yeah, you mentioned a pattern of in the powder pursuing and the unburnt gunpowder. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury when you say a pattern, what do you mean?
So when the powder,
Would
sorry,
it help if you could draw on the screen?
sure.
I can change the. You should be able to draw that.
Yeah, apparently the courtroom is
So the
like
powder,
freezing.
I'll draw a couple of different things. I'm not an artist, so please excuse anything that seems very rudimentary. So if we're talking about this as being the muzzle of the firearm, the powder is going to exit in a pattern that looks like this, right? So when it hits an object that's flat, perpendicular to the firearm, the pattern that's observed is going to look something, I don't know if you can actually see the dots that I'm drawing.
Let's see if we can change your options for drawing tools. Try that, let's see if that works better.
Okay, well, we can work with that. So if each one of those bigger dots is a flake of gunpowder, then the travel of the powder itself opening in this conical area like that is going to impact this perpendicular area and leave a circular impression or circular pattern of these dots, of these different particles. So when we're talking about reproducing a pattern, the pattern that we're looking for is the density of the powder and how far that distribution goes. So the further away from a target, the bigger that pattern is going to be and the less dense it's going to be. The closer and the tighter the pattern is going to be and the more dense it's going to be. And there are particles that don't travel very far. So if the pattern is far enough, let's say something like 18 inches, you're not going to see vaporous lead. So that lead cloud, the smoke that's observed at close distances, is no longer present after a certain distance. But you can still get a circular pattern of burnt and unburnt gunpowder.
So you said vaporous lead falls out at 18 inches. Is that based on training, experience?
Yeah, it's a combination of training experience. There's articles that have been done on it and have been published into the GSR training handbook by the FBI. And so it can even be closer to that. Again, that's part of those variables that we have to account for. So was there vaporous lead present? Was there not vaporous lead present? So my testing has to be able to reproduce whatever I'm observing in the unknown. And then I have to include whatever I'm observing in my bracket.
Okay. So when you're talking about then, you said a parallel surface.
Mhm.
Do you have to take into account curvature of the surfaces, anything like that?
Sure, you have to take into account also the size of the surface. So if this surface, instead of being this size, is only this size, it's going to capture whatever's landing on it at that time. So what that means is that if my area is only this big, then all of the powder north and south of it aren't hitting anything. So that powder keeps on traveling and doesn't hit anything. It only hits whatever is present there. So all of that does play a factor in your distance determination and how you can reproduce it. And which is part of the challenge of distance determinations is we have to try to reproduce whatever we're seeing. That's the only way we're going to be able to know what that distance is if we can actually physically reproduce it.
Okay. If you have a 4-inch barrel versus a 7 or a 10-inch barrel, how does that change the shape of the cloud or the cone as it travels?
Well, I can change a few different things. So the cloud itself is going to come out of the barrel at a higher velocity the longer the barrel is. It's also coming out with less powder because a lot of that powder has been consumed inside of the barrel. And so two things are going to change there in that the width of this cone becomes narrower further out. And so if you don't have the correct firearm, you're not actually reproducing that pattern.
Let me make sure I'm clear. The width
Sure.
becomes narrower farther out on a longer barrel.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So the shorter the barrel, the wider that the cone becomes at a shorter distance. And the higher the density of the particles that are going to be observed because there's more particles present. And the longer barrel, those particles have been consumed during that combustion, and so less particles and less materials actually exiting the barrel.
Okay, so Mr. Bello, if you, for whatever reason, don't have the firearm that was used in whatever distance determination you're trying to recreate, could you use a brand new, same make, same model, same caliber firearm to do this determination?
Well, in the absence of a firearm, I don't know what that firearm that was used. So I have no way of saying, okay, well, I'm going to use, let's say all the fire characteristics say it's a Glock. Well, which type of Glock? Is it a Glock 17? Is it a Glock 19? Is it a Glock 43? Is it a Glock 45? So all of those different models fire the same caliber, but they have differences in design. One of those key differences is barrel length. And so without knowing that it was in fact a particular Glock 17, I have no way of being able to reproduce that pattern because I can't account for those variables. I don't know what the make and model is of the firearm.
Is there any way you can account for any aftermarket alterations to a firearm?
Not without identifying the firearm first.
And could you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what types of aftermarket, post-manufacturer alterations are possible on a .40 caliber handgun?
So depending on the handgun itself, I mean, you can essentially get down to the point where you've created your own new firearm. You can replace firing pins, you can replace extractors, you can replace ejectors, you can replace the slide, you can replace barrels. You can replace almost every portion of that firearm and still have what they would technically call the same firearm based on the serial number. So the serial number is imparted on the frame, and so long as you have the same frame, you technically have the same firearm. And what I mean by that is if I were to have a Glock firearm and its serial number is USA 123, and I call Glock and I say, hey, I have a Glock firearm, it's a USA 123, can you tell me what the make and model was? They'll tell me it's a Glock, it's a Model 17. But I could have changed it to a 19. I could have put a different barrel length on it. I could have put an aftermarket barrel, which is not polygonal, it's conventional. So I could have changed any number of variables. The manufacturer has no way of knowing that, right? So unless you have the physical firearm present to do your comparisons and say, yes, this projectile, this cartridge case were produced by the firearm in question, then I have no way of saying that's the firearm that was used.
Okay. Does the FBI set forth best practices and materials to use for doing a distance determination?
Yes, they do.
And what would they recommend?
So the FBI recommends that you only do this determination if you've been able to identify fired evidence from a crime scene to a firearm. And so you've been able to do test fires from the firearm and come to a conclusion saying that that firearm produced the evidence at the scene.
Okay,
So that's the first requirement.
so that's number one. What about the type of material you're going to be shooting into?
So the FBI recommends using cotton twill as a substrate. It's just a substrate that they have found as a happy medium, if you will. So it doesn't capture too much particle or it doesn't capture too little particle. It fairly represents a large number of surfaces.
Okay. Can you use like ballistics gel?
You could try to use ballistics gel. The problem with ballistics gel is you wouldn't be able to process it afterwards. It's also transparent in nature, and so seeing the powder itself is going to be very difficult. And so while you could use it, it's not something that the FBI recommends doing.
Could you use an animal skin to replicate human skin?
I've heard people using pig skin. I believe they say that's the most similar to human skin that you can get. So that's something that they have done. Again, you can't chemically process skin, but you can visually examine them and see the difference between the patterns in the pig skin and the human skin, as the tones tend to be very similar and the texture tends to be very similar.
Okay, what about plastic covering an Amazon box to go to your house?
Probably wouldn't use that.
Why
So the different materials are
Yeah.
going to have different rates of
They said
capture.
that
So
a lot of
powder
buildings don't know.
can hold onto cloth one way, and as you can imagine, tape is a fairly slick surface, and cardboard is a hard surface, not the same thing as clothing, not the same thing as skin. Our skin is elastic, cardboard's not elastic. And so how powder would adhere to our skin or to our clothing is significantly different than how it would adhere to cardboard or Scotch tape or packing tape or anything like that.
Okay, so now the question, final on this one. Did you do a distance determination in this case?
No, I did not.
Why not?
So the first thing is I didn't have a firearm, so I can't know which firearm I'm going to use in order to replicate any of my tests. So I can't make tests for this determination because I don't know what firearm was used.
Okay. Do you have a overall list of potential firearms that could have caused the ballistics evidence in this, or created the ballistics evidence in this case?
Yes, so I did use the projectiles and the visible characteristics from the cartridge case, and I ran the information through the general rifling characteristics database that the FBI initially made, and now it's being housed by the Association of Pharmacology Examiners. And it did come back with a list. It was a fairly lengthy list of firearms manufacturers. And so when the list contains that many, we don't typically report out a list of suspect weapons because it's just too many to report. We essentially just insert a report that if you need the list, let us know and we'll let you know. how many firearms and which ones they are that could have fired this evidence. And that list is by no means exhaustive either. So there's really no way to know that that's all of the firearms that could have fired it, or was there a homemade firearm that fired it, or any other parts of like these kind of parts guns that they sell nowadays. There's really no way to rule any of those out. So this is just a list of major manufacturers that reported to the FBI their characteristics.
And so approximately how many firearms were listed out in this case?
I have to look at the
Can you refresh your recollection? Please feel free to do so. Slow cut when you've done so.
So there's a group of kids in the gallery on the victim's family side, and they saw him yawning, and they're like making sleepy, they're like trolling him basically, making faces at him and stuff and making fun of him for yawning. And they've been like practicing dance moves is what it said and stuff like that. So it's like they're taunting him. Interesting.
So as far as manufacturers that could have fired the projectiles in 40 Smith & Wesson, there's about 15 different major manufacturers. I also ran it again with, there was 2 submissions to me in the case.
Okay.
So there was an initial submission that contained 3 projectiles, and then there was an initial secondary submission which contained projectiles from the medical examiner's office. And based on the characteristics of the second submission, there was, I think, an even larger number. About 27 manufacturers that could have fired that set.
Okay. Can you just pick number 17 off that list and recreate a distance determination?
No, I can't do that for a variety of reasons. First and foremost being that these lists are telling me the manufacturers, right? It's not telling me the make and model. So give me the make. So it's saying, possibly 6 Hour, possibly Sin Arms, but which one of their pistols in 40? It doesn't tell me that. And so the list can be very, very lengthy. It also won't tell me the barrel length of the particular firearm.
I'm going to ask you about a very specific firearm.
Mm.
Could you use a Taurus 91?
No.
Why not?
The Taurus 91 doesn't exist.
Should I ask you about horsepower on that?
You could, I guess, but there's no Taurus. So Taurus manufactures a line of firearms which they bought the patent from Beretta to manufacture. Beretta makes what they call Beretta 92, Beretta 92 FS, and so Taurus replicates that in their PT 92 and PT 99. So those are the 2 variants of that particular pistol. There really isn't, and the 9 designates the 9mm caliber. So PT 92 and PT 99 are 9mm variants of that Beretta replicant that they have.
Okay, and that's actually the red gun in front of you is a PT 92 replica?
Correct. So this is exactly what you would see if you saw a Beretta or a Taurus, whether it's a 92 or PT 92. They look the same. If I held it from over here and I had a Beretta or a Taurus, you wouldn't know the difference between one and the other.
Okay, and that was which caliber for the 92?
So the 92 is a 9mm firearm.
Okay. Is there a 40 caliber that may be closely named to that?
So Taurus does make a 40 caliber. They make it under the model name PT 100, PT 101.
In terms of the list of firearms that are potential, are some more common than others that you see in the lab?
Yes, sure.
Would that help you in doing a distance determination?
No, again, because it doesn't tell me which one of their models was used and the barrel length of those models that was used.
Okay. So I want to go through now and talk about the individual items of evidence you reviewed in this case.
Okay, so now finally we're going to
So I'm
our
going to
evidence.
start here
Finally.
with item that you assigned as item 13.
After 7.5 business days, we're going to our evidence. What's he been up there? An hour and a half, 2 hours? But they had to go through all that because the first thing defense would do is get up there and say, well, if you don't have a murder weapon, how do you know?
And this, I'm sure, has been previously entered into evidence as states 43.
Okay.
Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that?
So my initials on the paper bag and the date that I started the examination, as well as my initials and the date that I finished the examination on the seals.
If I may have that back so I can put it up on the screen so it's clear to everybody what we're talking about when we're talking about Exhibit 13.
Okay, finally. Everybody wake up.
When you're talking about Exhibit 13,
Mhm.
these white labels here on the back, did you place those on there?
Yes, I did.
And if you'd be so kind as to, do you know how to hit erase on the screen?
Is there just erase everything?
Or clear?
There we go.
Thank you. So Exhibit 13 labeled G115.
Mhm.
Where does the G115 come from?
So the G115 is the external identifier, so that's whatever the person who impounded the evidence itself labeled it.
Okay.
Typically, that's given to us in the form of a property receipt.
Is that
So,
the 115, the number that's there, is that
Yeah.
the same? So on Exhibit 13, there's also a case number under there. What is that case number?
so that should be the lab number that's assigned again by the lab. So that 1813127, that's the number that's generated by our information management system. Every case that comes to us has to have a unique identifier, and because we're a county lab, we service a lot of different municipalities. We can't guarantee that their numbers won't overlap, but as a lab, we still have to have unique identifiers. And so the system, regardless as to what their identifier is, which in this case was the one below that, at least according to our information management system, we have to have that unique identifier put in place by the laboratory. And so that in this case, it was 1813127.
And is that the same for all the disciplines the lab covers?
Yes, so it should, there are cases where sometimes an exhibit might be submitted and either they thought it was affiliated with a different case or something like that, and they gave it a separate lab number. So you might have a separate unique lab number, but you can't have two cases under the same lab number.
Understood. So going to Exhibit 13, can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do to analyze Exhibit 13?
So for pretty much any exhibit, the first step I'm going to do is to try to see that whatever I received in evidence is what I'm supposed to have. With fire cartridge cases and projectiles, it's a little bit more difficult just because, as you can see in this case, they're submitted in a brown paper bag or a sealed manila envelope. That's the typical kind of submission for casings and projectiles. So I'll try to feel the evidence and see, okay, this is a bag, it says it has 3 projectiles. Does it have what feels like 3 projectiles? Or does it have a magazine? Or does it have live ammunition? So if I can feel that difference, then I'll stop there and say, okay, whoever submitted this has to make some kind of correction because they're telling me they submitted 3 projectiles, but that's not what I have. In this case, that wasn't the case. It said I had 3 projectiles inside this package, and I had 3 projectiles. So then I opened the packaging, and I start to describe what I have in front of me. In this particular case, it was 3 fire projectiles, and so I described them as 3 fire projectiles. If there are cartridge cases, then I'll describe them as 1 fired 40 Smith & Wesson Blazer cartridge case. And that'll be the description for each of the cartridge cases, which is just the caliber, manufacturer, and whether or not it was fired or live.
Okay, so on item that your lab number assigned 13, that is the G115 identifier. Do you know where that came from?
I don't know where that came from.
Did you collect it?
No.
Do you ever go and collect projectile or casing evidence?
No, I don't.
Is that part of your job description?
No.
Do you go to any of the crime scenes?
On occasion, we could be called to come out to crime scenes if they're looking for some kind of possible explanation, but that would be a very, very rare case. More often than not, we stay at the lab and we just receive evidence that crime scene or a detective collected.
Okay, and where is the lab located?
It's on the first floor of this building.
So moving on to, again, item 13G115, what did you describe it as?
So item 13 was one fired projectile.
What analysis did you do on item 13?
So every projectile in every cartridge case is going to receive every projectile will receive a projectile worksheet or a bullet worksheet. On that worksheet, we capture information that is standard. And the basis for that worksheet is just to see, okay, am I looking at a 40 caliber projectile? Am I looking at a 38 caliber projectile? Am I looking at a 45 caliber projectile? The importance of that is that if I have different calibers, they couldn't have been shot in the same firearm. And so that will preclude me from moving on to the next step of taking the evidence to the comparison microscope. If everything has the same characteristics, where it's a 40 caliber projectile, they have or could have 6 land impressions, they all twist to the right, then they all could have been fired from the same firearm at that point because all the class characteristics align. Then I would have to take them to the microscope to see if I can individualize them. So at that point, I'm looking for the individual characteristics to see whether they were fired at the same firearm or whether we have 2 separate firearms involved or 3 separate firearms involved. So until I do that final, I won't know how many firearms are actually involved.
So you do that for every item that's submitted projectile-wise initially?
Yes.
Okay, so we won't go through that on each one. Okay. Specifically on exhibit 13, the G115, what caliber was that projectile?
It's a 40 caliber projectile.
When you say 40 caliber, does that translate to millimeters, inches, some other specialty?
So 40 caliber is actually in inches. It has a synonym in metric, so it has a 10 millimeter synonym. So 40 caliber is if I took the widest portion of the projectile itself, it would measure 0.4 inches from one side to the other. If I changed it to metric, it should measure about 10 millimeters from one side to the other.
Okay. How do you know the difference in tell between a 40 caliber and a 10 millimeter? If they're equal.
So the projectile itself really can't tell me the difference. So when we list them as a 40 caliber as opposed to 40 Smith & Wesson. But 40 Smith & Wesson is also a much more popular cartridge. For every, I can't tell you the last time I saw a 10 millimeter auto in the lab. I think probably for every 5 years, we might see 1 or 2 10 millimeter autos. Whereas we'll see a 40 Smith & Wesson almost daily coming through the lab. So just the difference in popularity of the two is what's going to push it towards being a 40 Smith & Wesson versus a 10 millimeter.
So when you're looking at the projectile, how do you take into account any deformities from hitting intervening objects or the rifling on the barrel? How do you measure and still take those into account?
Sure. So when I'm looking at the worksheet, one of the portions of the worksheet we use to describe the physical evidence we have. That's especially true and important for projectiles. We can get projectiles that are relatively pristine, but that's not the norm. Most projectiles that we receive in evidence, whether they hit a person or they hit a car or they hit a tree, are deformed from hitting something. And so it's very important for us to describe what damage we're seeing on the projectiles for a variety of reasons. One of them being that if I can't measure the exact diameter of the base, I need to know why I couldn't measure the exact diameter of the base. So is it because the base is missing? Or is it because it's just deformed, it's pancaked, it's flattened out, so I can't get an accurate measurement? And so that's one part of it. The other part of it is I do look for the class characteristics of the number of land impressions. If the damage is that half of the projectile is missing, and I have 2 land impressions, well, I don't know, did it have 6 land impressions total? Did it have 5 land impressions total? And I only have 2 left. And so at that point, if I'm missing that information, I can't determine whether or not the class characteristics really line up until I take it to a microscope and start measuring the width of the land impressions and determine that, okay, if the width of the land impressions are this, then it has to be 6 land impressions. Or if it's a larger land impression, then it has to be 5 land impressions. So all of those characteristics are notated in our notes page for those different reasons.
Can you look at shrapnel, or tiny, tiny pieces of a projectile and get those land and groove impressions?
Depending what's there, we could. So if, let's say, the jacket that's on here peeled off, and now instead of having 1 jacket, I end up having 5 or 6 fragments of a jacket. I can look at those fragments and see if there is a land impression present, or if there's a partial land impression present. That won't let me know the class characteristics of the firearm, but if there's enough information in that land impression that's present, I could make a comparison to other projectiles. So depending on how much is left of those fragments, I can. If the jacket came off of a core, right, so like the inside of this projectile that would have been lead, that core doesn't actually impact the firearm itself, right? It's covered by the jacket. So that core doesn't have any information that I can use to then make comparisons. So if it's just a lead core, there's nothing that I can do with that. Apart from maybe say it could have come from a 40 Smith & Wesson, or it could have come from a 9mm. But that's about as far as I can go with that examination because there are no class characteristic or individual characteristics present on that from the firearm.
They're like passing love
So
notes.
staying on exhibit 13, was there a number of lands and grooves on exhibit 13?
This is getting as bad as Boots, the attorney. Sorry, Bruce.
So exhibit 13 had 6 landing grooves.
Okay. Did it have a direction of twist you were able to document?
Yes, it was right-handed twist.
Okay. Did it have a bullet weight?
Yes, so the overall weight of that projectile was 179.4 grains.
179.4 grains. Okay. What is a cannelore?
So a cannelore is a mark that's put in by the manufacturers. It's served many purposes in the past. Nowadays, a lot of them are putting it in there just for aesthetics. So it's a ring that goes around the circumference of the projectile itself. And so before, cannelores were put in place for lubrication. That was their primary purpose, is they would line that indentation in the projectile with lubrication so that as the projectile traveled through the barrel, it simultaneously lubricated the barrel, or at least that was the thought. It turns out that they travel at such velocities that they're really not lubricating anything in that barrel. They're just flying out of there and taking most of the lubrication with them. And so nowadays you can have cannelores, but most manufacturers today don't really use cannelores.
Did exhibit 13 have that feature?
13 did not have any cannelores.
What material was the bullet made out of?
So the material was copper and lead.
Is there a type or of the jacket that you described earlier? Do you catalog that as to exhibit 13?
Yeah, so exhibit 13 was a full metal jacket, so it's very similar to what we're seeing here in that it had a rounded nose and the base of it was not jacketed. So the lead of the core was exposed to the base.
Okay, so full metal jacket. Was it magnetic?
It was not magnetic.
The lands and grooves, could you see 6 of each of them?
Yes.
The rifling, is there a type of rifling or characteristics of rifling?
So the rifling type itself was conventional, and all that really means is a lot like this model. Conventional rifling has very clearly defined shoulders or edges to the impression. If it were to be polygonal, they kind of have the inside of the barrel looks almost like a hill, and so there are not clearly defined edges that are visible on the projectiles that come from polygonal barrels.
And polygonal barrels are commonly used in what type or manufacturer of firearms?
So the most common is Glock, and then the second most common is probably H&K or Bersa.
So moving on to, based on what you have, do you come up and estimate a estimated total bullet weight before it was fired?
Yeah, so the manufacturer intended weight would have been about 180 grams.
And is that consistent with a 40 Smith & Wesson Blazer cartridge?
Yes,
Do you document additional defects or anything as to Exhibit 13?
yes, I do.
What do you document?
So additionally to what we've already discussed, I'll document the packaging, so how exactly it was submitted. You can see that the external package is a brown paper bag, but inside of that, most agencies will have some kind of sub-packaging that will separate the individual items in the bag. So in this case, it was submitted inside of a small tin can, inside of a brown paper bag.
So I'm gonna go ahead and publish your Exhibit 13, which is part of State 43. Do you additionally, when you are labeling them, sub-label the item inside as well, or do you rely upon?
The tin might have either my handwriting or the label.
Okay. So is that your label?
Yes.
Okay.
That's it.
The handwriting here, the number 7 projectile rear passenger floorboard 1824. Is that you?
No.
So when you're talking about the nose
Mhm.
of the bullet, can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you mean by the nose of the bullet?
Yeah, so the nose of the bullet would be this area right here. And then this is the base of the bullet itself. And then this is the land impression, or one of the land impressions. And you can see it from the base to the nose, it is slanted right, if I were to make the base flat. And so it has that right hand twist.
And when you measure the lands and grooves, do you document those measurements?
I do.
Why do you do that?
So the primary purpose for that is, again, to see the class characteristics, so the width of the land and the grooves. If there is a significant difference between those numbers in between two projectiles, then that would preclude it from having been fired in the same firearm. And then additionally, I can take those numbers and put them into the general rifling characteristics database and see if there's any suspect weapons that have those same measurements.
Okay. So I'm going to move on now to Exhibit 14, and this same, your Exhibit 14.
I'll explain all this in
Your
the very
label that's placed
important
on there?
version in just a minute.
Yes.
What description did you have as to the G number for Exhibit 14?
116.
And this number 24 projectile front driver's side floor under brake pedal 1846. Is that your handwriting?
No.
Okay. So looking at your Exhibit 14, G116, I want to go through those same questions again. What was the measurable caliber of that item?
So the caliber measured to be .401.
And how does that compare to the last one?
It's very similar. I mean, a slight difference. The other one, I believe, measured at .400. So it's a difference of 1/1000th of an inch. That's within tolerances for the same caliber.
Okay. How many lands and grooves did you see on this particular one?
I saw at least 4 landing grooves that were present. The other 2 were either damaged or just not readily visible.
Okay. The bullet weight, what was this?
It was 167.4 grains.
What were the materials?
It was also copper and lead.
Any candelure?
No.
Did you see candelures on any of the projectiles here?
No.
The jacket type, what was it on Exhibit your 14?
It was also a full metal jacket, so it has that same characteristic where it has either a flat or a rounded nose and an open base where the base is exposed, the lead core is exposed.
So in here you said there was only 4 lands or grooves visible.
Mhm.
How does that compare with the last one? That you said there were 6 lands and grooves.
So the last one had 6 landing grooves that were visible. These 4 landing grooves are visible just because of damage. So there are parts of the jacket that had been ripped off, likely due to passing through an object or impact. And so that's the only difference really.
And you said passing through an object. You previously talked about going through glass.
Mhm.
What other items would cause damage to a bullet?
Honestly, it could be almost anything. If it went through a body and hit bone, it could fragment, it could have the jacket peeled off. If it hit a car door, if it went through any kind of harder object. Most of these, not most, all projectiles really, are intended to enter an object that's mainly liquid, right? So whether it's us, a deer, or any animal, the primary composition of us is liquid. So apart from bone, there's really not anything that's hard inside of our bodies, just like any kind of animal. And so any impact with bone or hard object like bone would cause damage to the projectiles.
On Exhibit 14, were you able to determine a estimated original brain weight?
I believe it was, I left it as undetermined because enough of it was missing that I couldn't say 100%. Obviously, it has to have weight at least 167 grams because there's material missing. And so it precludes certain calibers, but I didn't want to give an exact probable weight just because of how much was missing.
With regards to the notes that you've made with regards to your analysis of this, how did you document your additional data or findings?
So the projectile has damage to most sides of the projectile itself, with the jacket missing in several different portions of it. The base of the projectile remains relatively intact, which is again not necessarily abnormal. If you think about how a projectile travels, the nose of the projectile is the first thing that's going to impact anything. The base is the last thing that's going to impact anything. So more often than not, the more significant damage is on the nose end of the projectile, and the base is usually the area that remains the least damaged. And then it does have some of the land impressions intact, which could be measured.
Were the lands and grooves consistent with Exhibit 13 in measurements?
Yes, they were in a similar range of sizes.
So, Mr. Bello, how do you make sure that you don't accidentally put Exhibit 13 in Exhibit 14's container? What types of controls are in place at the lab to prevent that?
So when we examine the projectiles themselves, typically the projectiles are going to have some kind of labeling, usually put on there by myself as well, either a permanent marker or in a scribe, which is just a metal pen. I can write on metal with it. But aside from that, we are only handling evidence from one particular case at that time or at that moment in time. And so if something were to be swapped, theoretically speaking, it may get swapped 15 to 16 or 16 to 15, but it wouldn't be 15 from this case to 15 from a different case. Because I'm only looking at evidence from this case at one time.
If you have one that is a known and one that is a questioned,
Mhm.
what steps do you take to make sure those are kept identified and separate?
So the knowns are also typically labeled with the exhibit number of that known. So if let's say there's a known firearm, they'll be labeled T1 or T2, so test 1, test 2. And so that will clearly distinguish it from any of the evidence in the case.
So moving on to Exhibit 15, is this your label that is on there?
Yes.
What's the purpose of the barcode that's on all of these?
So it's a barcode that really our system itself puts in place. And that barcode just contains that same information that's underneath. So if you were to scan that barcode, it would just give you its Exhibit 15, external ID, 117, case number, and lab number. So that's really all it is. It's just a replication of the below information in barcode format.
In terms of when you first get the evidence, when it's given to you, how do you retrieve it?
So I retrieve the evidence from the firearms vault. So the firearms unit actually houses all of its evidence inside of our own unit. We have a fairly large room that's secured by alarm and a vault door where all of the evidence is kept. When I'm going to work on a case, because I'm the supervisor, I also will assign myself the case. So I'll pull the evidence, I'll assign it, and then I go to the vault physically and I retrieve the evidence from our evidence vault.
Do you work on more than one case at a time?
I only ever have the evidence for one case open at one time. So one case open.
When you are finished with the items of evidence, where does it go back to?
So when I'm done with the evidence, it'll get sealed back up into the original packaging. If the original packaging is too damaged or something's off of it, then I'll create a new packaging for it. And then it'll be sent back to our central receiving, which then sends it back to whoever the submitting agency was.
Do you reseal it with evidence tape and your name and CCN?
Yes.
What is a CCN?
So CCN is just a badge number. It's an employee identification number.
Are you a sworn law enforcement officer?
No.
Okay. Are you a civilian employee of the sheriff's office?
Yes.
The large green sticker that's on these items, is that placed on by the lab as well?
Yes.
So going to your exhibit 15, described as G117. Did you measure the caliber of this particular projectile?
Yes.
Okay, what was the measurable caliber?
So the caliber for that one measured to be .400 inches.
Okay, so that's the same as your exhibit 13.
Yes.
On the number of lands and groups, how many were there?
There were 6.
What was the direction of twist?
It was a right-handed twist.
Did you have a bullet weight you were able to determine?
It weighed 179.4 grams.
Was the materials able to be determined as to what this bullet was made of?
Yes, it was also made of copper and lead.
What type of jacket was it?
So like the other two, was a full metal jacket projectile.
Was it magnetic?
No.
Were you able to view all 6 lands and all 6 groups?
Yes.
The rifling type, what was it?
It was also conventional.
Were you able to determine a probable grain weight of the original bullet, an estimate?
Yes, so this one was also 180 grams.
With that information, were you able to determine a potential caliber?
It was also 40 Smith & Wesson, yes.
The damage or anything to this projectile, what did you document?
That the nose was slightly flattened, and that there are parts where the copper jacket is missing. However, the projectile's base is in good condition.
Okay, did you measure the lands and grooves on this one as well?
I did.
Were they consistent with the other 3?
Yes.
Okay. So once you've looked at these 3 projectiles, are those the first 3 projectiles you got in the initial submission?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that there was 2 separate submissions. Did you do a comparison between exhibits 13, 14, and 15?
I did.
And how did you do that comparison?
So once I did the worksheets and I saw that none of the evidence really could have been precluded from being fired in the same firearm, based on just the class characteristics that were observed, I took the projectiles to the comparison microscope and I looked at them underneath the comparison microscope.
So going back to the first photo we looked at earlier, at the bottom it says exhibit 13 and 15.
Correct.
What does that indicate to you that these are showing photos of?
So that projectile or exhibit 13 is on the left stage, so on the left side of the microscope, and exhibit 15 is the projectiles on the right side of the microscope.
Were you able to come to a conclusion as to whether or not they were fired in the same firearm?
And yes, there was sufficient agreement of individual characteristics to say that both of these projectiles came from the same firearm.
Okay, so I want to make sure we're clear. Were the class characteristics the same?
They were.
How does the class characteristics being the same, is that enough for you to say and individualized that they are a match from the same firearm?
No, it doesn't.
So explain the individual characteristics.
Right,
that
so-
you were able to show.
The class characteristics, like we talked about earlier, was the caliber, the number of landing grooves, the width of the landing groove, so the measurement from this black line to this line down here needs to be consistent. And obviously, if you can imagine that this is the impression that's coming from the barrel of the firearm, if this impression is all the way out to here, then that's a different firearm. There's no way that they could have come from the same firearm. So once all of those class characteristics agree, then I can say, okay, well, they came from the same type of firearm at least. Let's find out whether or not they came from the same firearm. Then what I'm looking for is all of these scratches that are in here. So this individual detail that comes from the manufacturing process of that land impression. So that's the area that is raised inside the barrel of the firearm that leaves this recessed area in the projectile. And the agreement of all of these different little scratches that you can see is the agreement that I'm looking for to determine whether or not they did come from the same firearm.
Mr. Bell, does the magazine being different or changed in any way alter the way a firearm operates?
No, not typically. So as long as the magazine is a functioning magazine, so it still has a spring inside of it, it still has its floor plate, feed ramp, then as long as the magazine fits in that firearm, we can use any magazine that would fit in that firearm.
There are magazines that come standard with the firearms.
Yes, there
So
are.
there are aftermarket magazines that are available as well.
Yes.
Is there any way to tell from the projectile what type of magazine it was loaded in?
No, there's really no way to know what magazine it came from.
Is there any way to know from the casing what type of magazine it was loaded in?
Not the type of magazine. Sometimes the magazine can leave marks on casings. So sometimes it could be possible to compare marks from known replicas of a magazine to unknowns. But again, that is sometimes, that's not all the time. And so there's really not a way to know, in the absence of a magazine or the absence of a firearm, there's really no way to know which magazine it came from or what type of magazine it came from.
So we talked about Exhibit 14, which was the G116.
Yep.
Were you able to do the same examination and say that Exhibit 14 came from the same firearm as 13 and 15?
So Exhibit 14 had similar class characteristics. The weight could have put it in the 40 caliber class. The width from that line to that line was very similar to these two exhibits, but there wasn't enough detail present. So these lines that I'm looking at in here didn't reproduce well on this other projectile. So in the absence of information, I can't eliminate it as having been fired from the same firearm, because sometimes firearms can mark slightly different. And so the absence of information doesn't allow me to eliminate it as having been fired in the same firearm, but I can also not identify it because there's not enough agreement. And so that's where it falls into an inconclusive class where it could have been fired in the same firearm, but without this additional information, I can't really say for sure whether or not it came from the same firearm.
And so it's clear for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you photograph each and every one of the comparisons that you make?
No, I'll photograph a representative of the identifications I make. Basically what that means, if I identify all of my projectiles on this particular land impression, then I'm going to take one picture of this land impression. If I couldn't identify one of them on this one, but the next one over, then I'll also photograph that comparison because it's a different comparison. The only reason we do that is that really for brevity's sake, if I had 12 comparisons, they would all look like this. And so it's kind of useless to have 12 pictures that all look the same and say, look, here's 12 pictures. This representation is the same thing I was looking at if I made other identifications on this land impression.
And so you indicated that there were 6 lanes and grooves on 13 and 15.
Mhm.
When you're doing the comparison, do you match it each and every one of those?
Yes, we certainly attempt to.
Your Honor, this may be a logical breaking point for lunch.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our luncheon recess now. Just leave your notepads on your chairs. Remember, the admonition did not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in presence. There's no research. We'll see everybody back at 1:30. All right? Have a nice lunch.
Okay, I'm going to sum this up really quickly. Make sure we don't miss a hot mic moment, though.
I let the record reflect the jury stepped out, counsel remain along with the defendant. Is there anything to discuss?
What time did you say to come back?
I said 1:30 o'clock. Usually now 15, good?
Yes, sir. Mr. Cannot speak to you while you are on the stand in the midst of direct examination. If anything happens, contact my office, they'll get a message to me.
Anything else to discuss, counsel?
No, sir.
No? All right, have a nice lunch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was fun. All right, so I'll give you like a short version of what all that was and why. So basically, they don't have a murder weapon. That's the biggest thing, is there's no murder weapon. So they have let me get our timer for when we go back. Because I'm going to spend a minute with y'all and then we will. I'm going to go over this stuff and then we'll.
Technical aspect of it, because you don't have a gun, so you're trying to make up for.
Take a little break. All right. So here's what's happening. There's no murder weapon. We don't have a murder weapon. So what that means is we have to go through all of this over and over and over, like the bazillion. Hold on, sorry, I'm having trouble multitasking. Y'all know how my brain works. Get you a pretty little. There we go. Look at there. Okay, so there's no murder weapon. So he has to go over not only like the actual process of how to test everything and the science behind it and the science behind a gun and how the gun works and this, when this is pulled, then this happens and then the powder does this and this powder is heavier than this powder and the weight of this and this and this. So he has to go over all the science stuff because it's just part of it. You just have to do it. And some of them will listen, some of them won't. Some of them are probably already thinking about supper or lunch or, like reality TV. I don't know, who knows, but it's necessary. It's part of it. So a lot of that was just that part. Now, any of us who have watched, trials before and, any that have involved firearms, we've heard a lot of this stuff before and we've tuned out a lot of this stuff before and we've, been enthralled with some of this stuff before. Some of it gets very repetitive. It's like every firearm murder trial, you have to go, go through all of the mechanics of how guns work and gunpowder and all that. Something's happening to my thing here. Let me close that. All right, there we go. It can get long and boring and tedious, sometimes, but it's just something that we have to go through. So part of the beginning was basically just explaining all of that. Now he is talking about, if you'll remember, we have a shell casing that was found in the floorboard where Melly was sitting. And we know Melly was sitting there because we saw him get into the car when we watched the video yesterday from the studio parking lot when they left the studio. So we know that he was sitting on the back driver's side. There was a shell casing found that had fallen into like that white plastic bag that was in the floorboard. There's a shell casing that had fallen into that. So if they just said, you know, oh yeah, we tested it and that shell casing looks like it came from the same gun that the other ones did, but they don't have a gun, defense could tear that apart. So they have to go through the whole long, tedious process and explanation of how they can come to that conclusion without having the murder weapon. So, or without having the, you know, the gun that the actual shell casings and trajectories were fired out of. So he goes through the, you know, what the caliber is and all that stuff. Like he has to go through each of those definitions just to explain, you know, like giving you the whole life history of what caliber means and how you get it, just to explain that he compared the calibers of each of these things. Now, keep in mind, there's 9 of these, and he was able to compare them. They haven't gone over all of them yet. We'll hear more about more of them after lunch, but I think evidence number 13 is the one that was in the floorboard. So that's the one that they're using as their one to compare everything else to. So, so that's number one. The second thing that he's testifying to is the shots being at close range. Now, he said that the shots were fired between 3 to 18 inches away from, or like next to the victim. Now, we'll see when the autopsy stuff comes out that the kill shots, there was one that was in the one in the front sack. His was in the neck, and it goes from the neck from back to from like back left to towards the, you know, front, and or no, sorry, the one in the front was the head, and it goes from the back of the head like up and out through the front passenger windshield. The one in the back was through the neck, and it's going juvie was going from left to right. So they're saying that those, he went through all of this to explain that both of those kill shots came from where Melly was sitting, because they were fired between 3 inches to 18 inches. So if he said that based on the, you know, powder, the way that the powder is, like the gunpowder and stuff, like the density of the powder, if he said that without explaining all of that as to why, defense would get up there and say, well, how do you know? Because every firearm that you have will send things out in a different pattern or different trajectory. So it's kind of like, you know, if you have a 38 special as opposed to, you know, a 22, whatever, like different guns are going to have different patterns. So what he's saying is that, like, let's say you have, you know, a bunch of sand in your hand and you go to throw it. Okay, if you throw it and the wall's right here, you throw it, the sand is all going to be right around here. If you throw it and the wall's way over there and you throw it, the sand's going to be splattered out. So he's saying that the pattern of the where the powder hit, like let's say the one on his neck, for example, like if he has the, you know, stippling marks right here, then that means it only spread out this far, which means it had to have been, they give it a little bit of leeway, it had to have been between 3 to 18 inches. If it were any closer to 3, the pattern would have been much smaller. If it were any further out than 18 inches, it would have been much bigger. So it's somewhere in between that. So he's saying this is all of the words, all of the explanations, all of the science behind knowing that even without the murder weapon, we know that these bullets were fired from one of these types of guns. It might not be the exact one, but we know it was one of these types of guns. And of these types of guns, these are the only patterns that you're going to be able to have. And you can use that like that variety of it, or whatever, the 3 to 18 inches. But if it has to be fired out of one of these types of guns, and all of these types of guns have this range of how the powder is, you know that that's how closely it was fired. So that's all the stuff about the density of the powder and all of that. so identifying the firearm and the possible aftermarket parts, that's something that they have to go through too, because even though it's very strenuous or tedious, I should say, and you have to go through all of this stuff, if they said, oh, it came from one of these different types of 15 guns, and then defense got up there and said, okay, but what if they had this aftermarket piece or this aftermarket piece? You can add a lot of different things to firearms to make them totally different. But if you have, that's why they had to go through all of this. If you have the aftermarket pieces, it's not going to change the way that all of the things that they were testing, it's not going to change any of that stuff. So it's another thing that, even though it takes forever to go through it, it's one of those things that you have to get on the record to show that this is not a cause of doubt. This is not a cause of doubt. This is not a cause of doubt. He said Smith & Wesson, there are 15 major manufacturers. So like I said before, with the, all the different things they test are all going to be included in everything that would be from those 15 major manufacturers. The matching of the bullets. So, and keep in mind, he spent all that time explaining what he can and can't test and how it's tested, how you can come to these determinations without the murder weapon. He spent all of that time. But think about yesterday's testimony about like the whole glove gate, like if you changed glove 20 times, but you only put it on there, 5 times. He went through all of that to, point out that, okay, well, no matter what your testing says, it could be wrong because of this. So to go over this as in detail as they are is basically saying, you're not going to get up here and say that, these don't match because I didn't swap gloves, which, I know it's 2 different scenarios, but you know what I mean. They're covering all their bases to show that how this is scientifically factual and you can't explain it away. Now the bullets that they have, or the shell casings that they have, the things that they were testing is the grooves, what else? The direction of the twists, the weight of the bullets, the type of jacket, which all of these were full metal. What else? Whether it's magnetic or not. What else? The grain, the weight of the original bullet, the damage to the projectiles, what the bullets were made of, like the types of the materials in it. So all of those things. And then, so if all of those things are matching up and they look at it under a microscope, they determine the caliber, the number of the grooves and all that stuff. If all of that is consistent, and then they look at the scratches, because the scratches are going to, like I said, the scratches are going to be kind of those, when he was showing the picture, like with the shadows and how you can kind of see it carrying on, how do I say it? Like the, okay, like if it's coming through, there's going to, if this is the, where the bullet's going to come through right here, there's going to be grooves and stuff that are going to make their way on the bullet as it's coming through. So that would be, the same on different projectiles from the same gun. It'll have the same scratches. So they'll compare those and the, grooves and all of that. And the first one that they were able to go through said everything on that was consistent. The second one said that they could not exclude it, but they also can't say for sure. So those are the only 2 that we've gotten to go through compared to the one in the floorboard so far. Did that help? He said that they were fired between 3 to 18 inches away. He said that is the determination they came to between 3 to 18 inches. And that's why he went through that whole explanation as to why he knows that. Let's see. I missed some questions because I knew if I started reading questions while I was trying to explain that I would lose my train of thought, because y'all know how my mind works. No, that's not what he was saying. It's saying if you change the pieces, you can change pieces of the gun and the bullets will still fire the same. It might change everything about the gun, but it's not going to change the way that the bullets, the markings on the bullets fired from the same gun. Let's see. There is a witness list that I have it on my computer though, and I'm on my laptop today, but there's a witness list. And then there's some supplemental witnesses that have been filed, but I don't have the order that they're planning on going in. Let's see. Sorry, I'm reading the court tweets too. Yeah, they'll go over. So there was, everything just moved. I saw the comment and now it's gone. Somebody asked about cross-examination. The cross-examination, they will still have plenty to, ask about cross-examination. The biggest thing that they are going to focus on is the not having the weapon that the gun or that the shell casings were fired out of. That's going to be their biggest thing. And that's the reason they spent so much of this time saying, how they got to all this and how they were able to get to, scientific certainty on certain things without having it. So they're spending all of this time, which to us, especially with chat going and everything, it's hard to not zone out sometimes. But I know on like the lengthy testimony like this, especially when stuff is very technical. So I try to pay attention so that I can break it down quickly so that way y'all don't get too bored. You can chat amongst yourselves. Let's see. He would likely not testify in this because with him having his own charges, he would basically just plead the fifth to everything. So it is very unlikely. They did so. From what I understand, the whole point of having her testify was they have like what they call proof of life witnesses, and from what I understand, they were calling her as a proof of life witness, which is a bad idea, really. I mean, it really is. It's too emotional to have. If that's the contribution that they're wanting from her, then there are other witnesses that they can call for that. So, especially with her being, rightfully emotional. So yeah. So she did not get called yesterday. I don't know what the final decision is on that, but I don't know. I know that there's a lot of tension in that courtroom though. Yeah, the 3 to 18 inches is one of the biggest points of evidence that they have that, the bullets were fired from Not even just from inside the car, but from where Melly was sitting when we saw him get into the car. That's the biggest thing. Now, I'm sure defense will get up there and say, you know, well, we don't know that it was still him sitting right there, and, you know, whatever. I'm curious to hear what all they have to say, but whoever was sitting right there is who fired the gun, based on the autopsy, the bullet trajectory, the you know, the stippling, the gunpowder burns, everything, every single piece of actual evidence, not like the, you know, circumstantial, we saw him get into a, you know, into the car right there evidence, but the actual scientific evidence, everything, every single thing points to the gun was fired from where Melly was sitting when he got in that video, from the back driver's side. So we'll see what they say. Okay, so a proof of life witness. How do you explain this? Okay, basically, have you ever read an indictment paper where they say, like when they write it out or whatever, it'll say, you know, like in this case, I can't remember exactly what it says, but it said, you know, Jamell, not demons, what are they calling it? Demons or something, that Jamell did knowingly take, I can't remember all the fancy terminology, but he did knowingly take the life of, you know, Christopher, I was about to say Christopher Robbins, wrong thing, not Christopher Robbins. You can tell it's been a long day. Christopher Thomas. So like the indictment will say, did knowingly take the life of Christopher Thomas, I can't remember how they word it, like a human or a person or something like that. So it sounds silly to have to specify that, you know, that you're on trial for that, but it's part of the legal thing. You have to specify that they took the life of a human. So a proof of life witness is basically somebody who gets up and gives testimony about different things of their life. Like, okay, for Zachariah Anderson, for instance, you know, like they had, when they got up there to talk about Junior, they had his family who, you know, talked about, you know, yes, he was this type of person and he would, you know, take his son to baseball games and, you know, do whatever. Like it's basically giving, it's providing testimony about the life of that person to show that they were a real human being and they did have a life and that life is now gone. Does that make sense? Yes, there you go, Laura Ferris. Have to have a living person to prove that a murder occurred. Proof of life witness to testify to their living and life. So it's basically showing from the indictment part where it says, you know, they murdered this person, a human. It's basically showing that that person was alive and was a human, and, you know, and it's, you know, confirming all of that. All right. Is that it for now? All the questions? I hope that helped. All right, we got about 53 minutes. I am going to take Lucy out and grab something to eat real quick. I'll answer this real quick. So what was going on that we couldn't see between the defendant and the audience? So apparently the victim's side of the victim's family side of the gallery, they brought in like some, how many did he say? I said it a minute ago, but y'all know how I forget things. They brought in some like basically kids / teenagers and sat over there. The kids were basically, I guess, doing like practicing dance moves. Then they were kind of like trolling him, like when he yawned and stuff. Then they were over there like kind of making fun of him and, you know, making like they're, like if you do like the sleepy, movements or whatever, like kind of like making fun of him for yawning and stuff. And it said, let's see where exactly it said. Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? All the tweets I'm seeing now are everybody pissed off about the way he's acting with his attorney. All right, so shakes his annoyance. Okay, it said that he shook his head in annoyance at the sight of the victim's gallery, as it is filled with a lot of the younger family members of Juvie and Sack Chaser. He displayed a piercing look at the victim's gallery. He was visibly confused by the teens in the gallery who are talking amongst themselves, rehearsing dance moves, and biting their nails. There are 5 children/teens. It said that when he stretched and yawned, the children in the victim's gallery noticed and began to troll him with sleepy hand gestures. And let's see. He seems annoyed that Juvie's mom brought the younger family members into the courtroom, and they're all females, apparently. It's 5 females between the ages of 10 to 12. And let's see. And then Sack Chaser's mom teared up and exited the courtroom when, I guess, while Melly and his attorney were smiling and whispering to each other. And he said they were holding an open conversation filled with smiles and flirtatious banter. So then Sack Chaser's mom returned to the courtroom, and then Juvie's mom exited. And they said Melly's mom has not looked over at them all day, which is very different from yesterday where she was looking over there frequently. And then also Melly is annoyed by the large number of legal interns that pile up at the back of his gallery. They're here to study the trial. There are 10 interns in the courtroom. And then the last one I see is the lead defense says the case is in the inception stage right now. When asked about the course of the case as he headed for lunch, he said it's in the inception stage. So interesting. All of this is coming from it's Bryson Boom Paul. He is on Twitter and he's tweeting from the courtroom. So all of this stuff is coming directly from him and his Twitter if y'all want to follow him. Alrighty, I am going to take a little break, and all of this gun talk has made me hungry. So I am, oh my gosh, I took off my glasses and now I can't see nothing. I don't think I realized how blind I am until, that's when you have like 2 huge screens in front of you. You don't realize how blind you are. So I'm going to take a little break, and then I will come back in just a little bit. So I'll be RB. But again, y'all behave. I'm gonna be watching. I'll be back. Hello. Hello. Good morning. It's not morning. But that's okay. I want to show you something. We still have a couple minutes before we go back to court. Let me figure out what I just did. I want to show you this video. How do I do? You can tell I'm not very good at. Oh, wait. I think there it is. All right, I think I've got it figured out now. Let's see. Share this tab instead. Did this work? Ah, it worked. Oh wait, I don't think I can share audio. I don't think I shared audio. Hold on, let's see. Let's see here if I can. I know how to do it. I got this. Even on, there's audio. Even on a laptop. Wait, you know what would help? If I put my glasses back on. I'm like, why can't I see nothing? Ah, look at there. I can see. All right, y'all watch this. This is Lucy and my mom's dog playing. Look at them jumping at each other. How cute are they? Do you hear their little nails as they like jump at each other? The end is the best. Wait till you see. Look at her hop away. Lucy thinks she's okay. Watch now. Buffy is chasing Lucy, and Lucy comes back around the corner, scares the crap out of Buffy. Oh, how funny is that? Oh, my little babies, my cute little babies. We've still got a couple minutes in the courtroom. Let's see. There we go. We still got a few minutes left. So they are not siblings. They actually, I had Lucy and my mom fell in love with Lucy, and then we ended up, let's see, stop sharing. I'm having computer issues. And there we go. I had Lucy, and my mom fell in love with Lucy and wanted to get a dog like her. And we found, that's Buffy. We found Buffy, and then we found, she's got another one, Sugar, who rescued from, Sugar was from the animal shelter that's right here. She actually, which is ironic because she found her at the animal shelter here, and when she found out more about her, and Sugar was in rough shape. She's itty bitty tiny. She's like 5 pounds. And she's older. I think she's got 4 teeth. She's got her little attitude on her, but she's hilarious. And she's been through a lot. But when they found her, she ironically was found on the road that my mom lives on now. and taken in, and just she was terrified of people. And now now she's like, I mean, she's still a little butthead sometimes, but she's warmed up to me. And of course my mom is just a spoiled rotten with my mom. It's cute. All righty, let's see. Did we have a good lunch break? She's just on her cell phone. I wonder if anybody, I'm sure that at least some of those 10 interns probably have had some kind of notifications that people are mad about the way that they're acting. So I wonder if that will change any. Whoever asked why I'm at my mom's, I am, other than the fact that when I stream here, she makes me lunch and brings me snacks. Other than that, I might text her and ask her for some coffee. Other than that, they are they're putting in new doors and door jambs in our condos, and they're doing, every single condo is getting them. So that drilling that we thought we were hearing, and we thought maybe, it couldn't possibly still be construction. Maybe it's just a dentist that lives next door or something. It turns out it was the faint sound of them drilling from a couple floors below and all of that. But now they are on my floor in my building, and it sounds like a bulldozer is tearing the place down. So it's too loud to stream there. And it's a lot. It's a lot. So I was here yesterday. I'll be here again tomorrow. And I think I may be able to be back from my house on Friday, but if not, then at least next week. I have, there's a full list that's of potential witnesses, but I don't have the list of who they're going to call from that list and in what order. I don't have that. Laura Ferris, thank you so much. Thank you. That's so generous. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's going to my dolphin fund, my swim with the dolphin fund for my vacation. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. I that's so kind of you. That's so generous. I appreciate that. Laura started watching on the very first trial that we streamed, and it was the Lori Vallow trial. And we love our OGs. We love all of our new people too. But it's kind of cool seeing how many people are still hanging out with us 2 months later that we hadn't scared off yet. Let's see. Tweets from the courtroom. He just said that Melly seems even more annoyed. Let's see what he said. He posted a picture of who's in the gallery. Interesting. He said he appears even more annoyed at the large number of unfamiliar people sitting in the gallery of his trial after lunch break. So I guess instead of having a lot of his family and stuff there, it seems like he's got a lot of the interns and stuff like that, maybe. Like those 10 interns they were talking about. And I guess he's apparently getting annoyed. My mama made us calzones for lunch. That's what we had. Yeah, we saw that interview came out yesterday. If y'all haven't seen it, where Anjanette talks to Chris's dad. It is a very good interview, and actually, and Chris is juvie, and Chris Thomas is juvie, and Anthony Williams is sack chaser or sack. So you'll hear him called different things depending on who's talking, basically. But he actually said there were a few things in there that I had not heard before. His son is juvie, and juvie. He also has a daughter. So juvie is obviously his daughter's brother, but she also has, but also Bortland is her brother. So, which is not something I knew, but I guess half brothers. But kind of crazy. I guess she's been very, according to him, they haven't spoken in 2 years, and she has been very, like on Melly's side of everything. Caused some family tension with them. It's on Bryson Boom Paul. It's on his Twitter.
Jury entry. Thank you. May be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant. Mr. Dennis, his counsel, the assistant attorneys, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and all witnesses. Mr. Jamell remains on the stand. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Churchwell. All had a nice lunch. We're going to conclude with Mr. Bellow's testimony. So I think you were still on your direct examination, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Bello, we've gone through the projectiles that were recovered in the subject of your January 11th, 2019 report. I want to go now to the projectiles from your March of 2022 report.
Okay, more reports. Yay.
And counsel has been marked to state why for identification purposes. No, other report. March 2022 report. I'm showing you for identification purposes only. What's been marked as state why. Do you recognize this piece of evidence?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize this piece of evidence?
Again, my initials and CCN numbers was the date that I began and finished the examination, and my initials on the seals.
The large green sticker that's on there, is that placed on by the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab?
Yes,
Is that the same sticker that is identifying all the work done in this case of 18-13127?
yes,
Is it in the same, substantially same condition as once we finish analyzing the items in this package?
yes.
Here at this time, the state requesting to state why in is the next numbered exhibit.
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States YY would be marked states 49.
Yeah, CC needs to chill the heck out.
Okay, Detective, I'm sorry.
It's been inappropriate with
With regards to this states 49, did you analyze the items inside this package?
Yes, I did.
What are they?
So they are projectiles or projectile fragments that were submitted to the crime lab from the medical examiner's office.
And in terms of the location of where they were recovered from, were you present when they were recovered?
No,
The determination as to where they were recovered from or how you document them in your report, where is that description coming from?
so it's either from the property scene, so that's how the detective or crime scene investigator described it, or from a label on the projectile itself from the medical examiner's office.
So I'm gonna start with you have one item 30 and then you have 8 sub-items.
Yes.
Why do you do it that way?
So from the time that I wrote the initial report to this secondary report, our protocols just changed, and that we're describing as the primary exhibit, so in this case exhibit 30, as the container containing the evidence. And then we would go on to describe individual items that were being analyzed underneath that as sub-items.
Okay, so 30.1, 30.2, et cetera, through 30.8.
Correct.
So I'm gonna start with 30.1. What was the G number associated with that?
So 30.1 was G44.
Did you analyze that projectile?
I did.
Did you do it the same way that we talked about with the ones 13, 14, and 15 that we spoke about previously?
Yes, they would all get the same worksheet and the same categories would be analyzed.
And in terms of on 30.1, starting with that one, were you able to determine a caliber measurement?
Yes, so it was measured to be 0.410 inches.
And what type of, were you able to determine if there were lands and grooves that you could evaluate?
Yes. So the number of lands and grooves would have been 6. I believe 1 was damaged, but I was able to see 5, and there was a space for an additional.
Okay. And is that consistent with the other projectiles we talked about earlier this morning?
It is.
What was the direction of twist?
It was a right-hand twist.
What was the bullet weight on that?
It weighed 174.8 grams.
Were you able to determine the material it was made of?
It was also composed of copper and lead.
What type of jacket was on that one?
I believe it was unknown as far as the type of jacketing, just because of the damage to the projectile. So it did have a jacket, it was copper jacketed, but I'm not sure exactly what type it was.
Okay, so you can't say full metal jacket.
Right.
And on the, was it magnetic?
No, it was not.
Were the lands and visible grooves measured?
Yes, they were.
And what was the approximate measurements of the lands and grooves?
It was very similar to the other ones. It was 0.078 to 0.081 inches for the lands, and the grooves measured to be approximately 0.115 inches.
Okay, now to speed this up a little bit, with regards to all the other items, 30.2, 30.3, 30.4, 30.5, 30.6, 30.7, and 30.8, did they all measure approximately the same caliber?
Yes, it did.
And what was that?
It was approximately 40 caliber, consistent with a 40 Smith & Wesson.
Okay. Did they all have the no more than 6 lands and grooves?
Yes.
With regards to the direction of twist, could you measure that on each of them?
Yes, they were all right-hand twists.
In terms of the cantilevers, on this particular item, 30 and all sub-items, did they have any cantilevers?
No, none of those had cantilevers.
The bullet material as to each of them, what were they all?
They were all copper and lead.
With regards to, were they all magnetic or not?
They were all non-magnetic.
The rifling as to each of those, what type was it?
It was all conventional.
Were you able to determine a possible caliber on each of them?
So each of them were consistent with a 40 caliber projectiles, possibly 530, a 40 Smith & Wesson firearm.
Okay, so could you say that each of them were consistent with one another?
Yes, as far as class characteristics, they all lined up.
were you able to give individual characteristics and tie them each together?
So for this set of projectiles, no. So I grouped them into two different groups.
Okay, why did you do two different groups?
So the first group that I grouped into had agreement of class characteristics, but because of the damage to the projectiles, I couldn't find agreement in any of the individual characteristics, and there was no disagreement in characteristics either. So for that one, it was just essentially, it could have come from the same firearm, or they could have been fired in the same firearm, and that's exhibits 30.4, 30.2, 30.3, 30.6, 30.7, and 30.8. So those could have been fired in the same firearm based on just overall agreement of the class characteristics.
And so it's clear and we're consistent in all of our numbering. 30.1, you already testified was G44.
Yes.
What was 30.2?
It was G57,
30.3,
it was G58,
30.4,
G59,
30.5,
G60,
30.6,
G61,
30.7,
G62,
30.8.
and G63.
Okay. The second group that you said you did involved which particular projectiles?
So those were 30.4, 30.1, and 30.5.
Okay, so 30.4 is in both groups.
Yes.
How is that possible?
It's basically it was a representative that had the best detail to try to compare to all of the groups. So that's why that one's included in both of them, as both groups were compared to 30.4.
Okay. So with 30.4, 30.1, and 30.5, were you able to draw any conclusions?
So the conclusion was still inconclusive. However, there was agreement of some individual characteristics. So for firearms examination, we have really 3 tiers of inconclusive results. There's inconclusive where only class characteristics are consistent, and that's essentially a 50-50. Maybe they did, maybe they did not come from this gun. There are inconclusive results where there is agreement of class and some individual characteristics, which indicates that they were fired in this firearm, but there's not enough individual detail or not enough agreement of the individual detail to make that next step and say that they're an identification, so that they did all come from that firearm. And then the third category is that there's agreement of class characteristics, however, there is no agreement of any individual characteristics. And so that's basically indicating that even though the class characteristics might agree, it is likely not that firearm. There's just not enough difference to say for 100% that it's not that firearm.
Okay. Does that conclude all of the evaluation you did with regards to projectiles in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to cartridge casings. Were you provided some of those to analyze as well?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Approaching and showing you what's been previously admitted into evidence as states 35 and states 23. Take a look at those. Do you recognize? So you first look at states 35?
Yes,
Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
How do you recognize that exhibit?
Again, based on my initials, employee ID number, as well as the date that I began and date that I finished the examinations, and my initials on the seal. And then the same thing for states 23.
Okay. So on these two exhibits, did you analyze the items contained within?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so if I may. So starting with what you have documented in your report as item number 4, G196.
Correct.
Did you analyze that cartridge casing?
I did.
And how do you analyze a cartridge casing as opposed to a projectile?
So similarly to projectiles, they do get assigned a worksheet that I add to each of the cartridge cases. Those worksheets are going to capture general information about the cartridge cases that will help the examiners determine whether or not there's any consistency in class characteristics across the cartridge cases that were submitted in the case. So the classes that we're looking for, the information categories that we're looking for are the caliber. We look at the composition, whether there's, the casings are brass and brass, or they're brass and nickel, or any combination of materials located on the cartridge cases. We notate the manufacturer, whether or not there's any presence of ejector marks, extractor marks. We also determine whether or not there's presence of a firing pin impression. Sometimes we are called to compare or examine live ammunition to determine whether or not it was cycled through a firearm. And so sometimes we examine things that don't have a firing pin impression at all because they weren't fired. We'll also document whether or not the particular exhibit was entered into NIVIN. So whenever we do entries into NIVIN, a representative will be entered. So not every cartridge case we receive is entered. It's a representative from the submitted case gets entered in. I'll also document any extra information that might be of value. So if I receive a cartridge case which has pieces of asphalt that are attached to it and maybe it was flattened on one end, I would document any of that information because it might let us know that casing was in the road and it was run over. Or if it's charred, it might have been burnt. And so that information, that if it seems like it may be pertinent, then I would document any of that information as well.
Okay, so if you could explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is photo 2 depicting?
So the picture is a picture of exhibit number 6 on the left and exhibit number 5 on the right. And it's a comparison which was performed on January 18th. And then the microscope as well as magnification is documented there. And you can see the hairline is this line right here down the middle. So anything on this side is exhibit 6, anything on this side is exhibit 5. Then you can see the agreement starting up here with some of the grosser lines and then all of this fine line agreement in that area as well.
So you just said a word we haven't defined yet. The what lines?
So fine line striations is essentially what we would call them. So this particular firearm leaves parallel line striations on fire casings, which means that the breech face was manufactured with some kind of broaching tool and it has parallel lines that are on that firearm itself.
Look how
And
much
so
those match up.
any casing that's fired through them should be expected to have similar characteristics. And then once you line them up, you can see that the directionality and everything lines up on these cartridge cases from left to right or right to left. And that's what that orientation and spacing between each of those lines is what makes it unique.
Okay, so going to exhibit 4, that was the G196 on that. Did you analyze the caliber of that?
Yes,
And what was that?
it was 40 Smith & Wesson.
What was the case material made of?
It was a brass material, so the casing body was brass and the primer itself was brass as well.
What was the manufacturer?
It was Blazer.
And just to, in the interest of expediency, on exhibits, your exhibits 4 through 11, so G196 through G203, which are contained in states here.
But did y'all see that those two, how
23.
similar those two look? That was two different pictures that was sliced in
Was
half.
the
How it
caliber
lined
the
up?
same on each of those?
Yes, it was.
Was the material the same on each of those?
Yes, it was.
And does that go to the case and the primer?
Yes.
Was the manufacturer the same?
Yes, they were all Blazers.
What is looking for sealant?
So sealant is something that manufacturers can apply to this area in between the head stamp and the primer. They apply it, it's essentially a lacquer that gets applied to try to prevent any moisture from getting into the cartridge cases. Sometimes that lacquer can persist through firing, and sometimes it doesn't. So what happens in the firing process is after the firing pin strikes the primer, this whole pocket will actually be expelled out of the cartridge case and into the firearm by the pressure inside of the cartridge. And then the cartridge reseats itself through the cycling process. So if there was a sealant around that, it can be pushed out during the firing process. But sometimes, so there's certain manufacturers which have a characteristic sealant, so like Cellular and Below is an example of one that puts a very thick red colored lacquer on its sealant. And so if we observed it, we would document it was observed. But the absence doesn't necessarily mean there wasn't one there, it's just it wasn't there when it was submitted to the lab.
Did you document sealant on any of these 8 casings?
I don't believe there was sealant present on any of them.
And can you just refresh your recollection, please?
So there was no sealant present on any of them.
In terms of the extractor marks, were you able to document those on each of these exhibits?
Yes, I was.
Were they consistent from 4 through 11?
Yes, they were.
What about the ejector marks?
So I believe there were ejector marks. Yes, so there were observable ejector marks on all of the cartridge cases.
And were they consistent with one another on items 4 through 11, your items?
Yes, they were.
And that's again G196 through G203.
Correct.
The weathering or anything on these cartridges, is that something you document?
If it was something that was extremely weathered, yes. So if an abnormal, presence of rust, or if there was some kind of debris, whether it's dirt or grass or something, would be documented, yes.
Did you document that in this case?
I didn't observe it.
In terms of the DNA or MVAC procedure, are you involved in the processing of the casings at that point?
No, I'm not.
In the timeline, do you get the casings before or after the MVAC is done?
He's literally falling.
Theoretically, I would get them before. So ideally, they would get to me before. Sometimes, and I suppose it's due to the process of investigation, they believe they have enough DNA or they think they have DNA from a certain source, and if it doesn't pan out, they may need to come back and process the cartridge cases. So it's not unusual for them to come back and after I've handled casings to then go ahead and process the casings.
So what do you do to ensure that your DNA doesn't wind up on casings?
So I try to use gloves as much as possible, but we're not a clean unit. So almost inevitably, if I handled them, my DNA would end up on the cartridges.
And
Almost
if you can
inevitably.
explain what you mean by a clean unit.
So clean in the sense that our protocols are essentially for safety for handling firearms. We're not really looking for biological contaminants from case to case. So we don't clean our workspaces every time we work a case. Right? That's a requirement for our DNA units. Anytime they're going to work a case and they start a new one, they have to clean up everything in between. So bleach and wipe down of their entire work area every time they have a new case. In our unit, we have a lot of tools that we use. We have a lot of different mechanisms that we end up using, brass tracks. We shoot into a shoe port. And those items, while clean, are not clean with bleach every time we work the case.
So they're not sterile.
Correct, they're not sterile.
So in terms of the DNA process, is it best practice to do that before it gets to you?
Yes, that's the best practice.
Continuing back on through items 4 through 11, G186 to G203. Did you have a conclusion as to each of those particular exhibits?
Yes, so each of those cartridge cases were found to have been fired in one 40 Smith & Wesson firearm. So there was only one firearm which fired all of those cases.
And so that is again G196 to G203, 4 through 11.
Correct.
Was there any things that were different between those in numbers 4 through 11?
There may have been minute differences, but there was enough agreement of individual characteristics that made it obvious that they were fired from the same firearm.
So moving on to states 35.
All of that to get to that. They were all fired from the same firearm.
You evaluated this particular item of evidence
Yes.
and at your initials and sticker up at the top.
Yes, it is.
Okay, what is in your exhibit 12?
It's another 40 Smith & Wesson caliber Blazer cartridge case.
Was this evaluated on the same date and time as states 23?
Yes, it was.
what steps did you take to make sure that what is your Exhibit 12 did not get switched with any of the other evidence, the other 8?
So the cartridge cases, again, will be labeled with permanent marker or a electric scribe with the information from the case, specifically having that it is exhibit, in this particular case, Exhibit 12 versus the other exhibits.
It's because they're packaged in different packaging.
Mhm.
Does that tell you anything about your processing?
For us, it doesn't really change how we're going to process it. So whether we do have different agencies which submit things very differently. Some agencies will actually submit every cartridge case in a separate package. So whenever we receive the packaging, it doesn't really change how we're going to analyze the evidence, because the question ultimately is still the same question: is this 40 Smith & Wesson cartridge case, could it have come from the same firearm which produced the other 40 Smith & Wesson cartridge cases?
Okay. So the G number here on what is in evidence as states 35. How did you document that?
It's a G138.
And were you present at the Miramar Substation 2811 Southwest 186th Avenue when it was recovered on October 26th of 2018?
No, it was not.
Going on to exhibit number 12. I want to go through that. Were you able to determine what caliber exhibit number 12 was?
It was 40 Smith & Wesson.
What was the case material and primer material?
They were both brass,
What was the manufacturer?
laser.
Was there sealant documented?
No.
Were there extractor marks?
Yes.
Were there ejector marks?
Yes.
Was there a firing pin shape?
Yes.
What was the firing pin shape on exhibit 12?
It was hemispherical.
And is that documented in what is photo 2 in the USB drive?
Yes. So this is the firing pin impression on this side, and that circular shape is the hemispherical shape that I was referring to.
When, Mr. Melly, when you're given these pieces of evidence, are you told which one is important? Are you told which one is a value or anything like that?
Sometimes they give us some information. It's typically in the form of a CL-15 or a crime lab submission form. Luckily or unluckily, I guess however you'd like to look at it, for firearms, that information really doesn't matter to us, because the ultimate question for us is still the same. So it doesn't matter really for us where this exhibits were collected, where they came from, who they believe they're affiliated with. For us, what really matters is, can I objectively say that these items came from one source, or did they come from different sources? So that's really the question that we're always trying to answer.
Okay. So we've talked about the hemispherical firing pin shape. Was exhibit 12, G138, magnetic?
No, it was not.
Okay. In terms of, did you come to a conclusion as to whether or not exhibit 12 was consistent with the casings of your exhibits 4 through 11?
Yes, it was.
How so?
So exhibit 12 shared all of the same class characteristics as the remaining cartridge cases that were submitted in the case. And upon further examination and comparison on the microscope, it had sufficient agreement of individual characteristics to tie it to the same firearm, which produced the other cartridge cases in the case.
Can you say that the projectiles that were recovered came from any specific casing?
No, I can't say that.
And in terms of the list of, and you mentioned going on to photo 3 here, what are we looking at in this photo?
So this is the entry or the images of the entry into NIBIN. So these are the images that would eventually get searched by the NIBIN database. The first image is the overall image of the head stamp, so that includes the information, manufacturer, caliber, and the primer detail that's there. The other pictures, so the first image doesn't typically get compared or correlated. It's the more detailed pictures that are underneath that do get compared and get a correlation score, so score of agreement. And then they're just different lighting images. They're all the same types of images, they're all just different lighting. So the top left image is a 2D black and white image. This image is what they call a 6 o'clock grayscale image. This is a firing pin image, and then this is the all in focus image. And when I'm looking at these on the computer screen, typically I'm looking at one of these images, so not all of them. This is just how it prints out in the system. And then the bottom two images are just two different lightings of the ejector mark. So that's this little area there is the ejector mark, and that's the, I mean, this is the 3 o'clock lighting, and this is the 6 o'clock lighting.
When you say 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock lighting, what do you mean?
It's the directionality of the light from within the actual system. So the system itself is pretty much automated. So once I insert the casing and put the relevant case information, I just click acquire, and then it begins to acquire all of these images on its own. So it automatically focuses, it'll automatically place these different rings. So like there's a red ring here, this has a blue ring on the edges. So it automatically places all of that information in there, and those are the different details that will ultimately be correlated by the system itself.
And in terms of any associations or anything like that, were you notified of any associations?
No, so no associations were made in this particular case.
And is that updated on a regular basis?
Yes, so if any association were made after, which can happen if a firearm comes in at a later date and gets test fired and put in, it can link to this particular case. Up until now, that hasn't happened.
Okay. No further questions at this time, Mary?
Hallelujah.
Man,
Councilman, you may proceed.
Mr. Bello, at the conclusion of your testimony, I think you should hand out certificates. Fundamental identification of dealing with firearms. That's number one. So you've got a lot of certificates to hand out. Fair enough? Okay. You examined these projectiles and casings on 2 different dates, correct?
Correct.
One was on, I think your report was 1/11,
Correct.
and the other one was on 3/3 of 22.
Correct.
1/11 of 2019, and then 3/3 of 2022.
Correct.
Could you tell us, beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt after all of this examination, how many firearms created these casings and projectiles?
So what I can say is that one firearm fired the casings. So one firearm produced the cartridge cases that were submitted. And as far as the projectiles are concerned, I can say that 2 of them came from one firearm, and then the other ones could have come from the same firearm, but I cannot conclusively say that there was only.
Okay, so there could be more than one firearm that created all of these items, correct?
As far as the projectiles, yes.
Okay. Fair enough. Now, after you did all of this analysis, were you able to determine what gun was used to create these projectiles and casings?
No, in the absence of a firearm, I cannot conclusively say it was one or the other.
Have you heard the term trajectory reconstruction?
Yes.
What is that?
So it's typically an examination that's done using either rods, some people use lasers to match points on a line that would designate the trajectory of a projectile that was traveling.
And that would be able to place, supposedly, if you can do it, where the shooter or shooters were when they fired the firearms.
Certainly, at least the firearm. Okay, it would be the muzzle of the firearm is technically the origin point. Yes.
And that would be in someone's hand,
Somebody's
right?
right.
Let me see that. What we're talking about is being able to tell where the muzzle was, so you in essence would be able to tell where the shooter.
Correct.
I just wanted to play with you.
No problem.
Okay. When you do a trajectory reconstruction and you're attempting to find out where the gun is and where the so-called shooter or shooters were, are there certain variables that come into play?
Certainly, there's a lot of variables that come into play.
Why don't you tell us what some of the variables are?
So some of the variables that can come into play is whether or not there were intervening objects. So do you have a beginning and an end point? Do you have a middle point? Right. So if I only have, as an example, a hole in a wall, but I don't have anything else, I don't have somewhere I could put a rod through, or that I could start the directionality of a laser from. Right. So without that, I'm basically dead in the water, because I can start it from any point in this room. Because let's say there's a bullet hole in that exit sign back there, and that's the only hole that I have. It'd be very difficult for me to be able to place where the person originated from. Now, if an object is, let's say, 3-dimensional, not 2-dimensional, and the bullet travels through that object, then you can pass the rod through and then find a directionality. There's still variables with that. How far away were they? How close were they? And so that's kind of, it gives you a line, but the point upon the line that the firearm was is the question.
How about how the, may I approach, I'm sorry. How the person held the gun?
Sure.
There's a thing called holding it tight. That could affect how you position the shooter or shooters, correct?
Sure.
If he holds it upside down or sideways,
The origin point should technically still be the same,
okay.
technically speaking.
Okay. How about, we said tight, how about if he holds it very loose?
If you limp wrist, as we would call it,
What's that term?
limp wristing.
You're way above me.
Yeah, so normally when you're firing a firearm, you want to try to cradle the weight of the firearm, and that's usually in your wrist. Limp wristing is just, you're letting your wrist kind of rock with the firearm. And so while the origin point may be similar, the trajectory of the projectile leaving the barrel may be different.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
How about the, weather conditions?
So as far as trajectory is concerned, it can play a role over significant distance. So whether, I'm sure most of us have heard or seen stories of people making sniper shots at a mile or a quarter mile or 3/4 of a mile. When you're shooting at distances like that, you have to take into account weather, wind. You actually have to take into account the rotation of the earth. So the people who can shoot out at that distance are exceptionally rare. But to be accurate at those distances, you have to be able to mitigate for gravity, wind, and for the spinning of the earth. So those are factors that can play a role in significant distance. If we're talking about a distance of 2 feet or 3 feet, then the weather's going to play a much less significant role.
How about the object that the projectile hits?
Yes, I can certainly.
Like glass?
Right, so whether it's glass, and the type of glass plays a role. Is it impact glass? Is it tempered glass? Is it standard glass? So all of these things can play a role. Is it a thicker pane of glass? Is it bulletproof glass? Is it soundproof glass? So I mean, there's a lot of different variabilities. And then obviously the thickness of that glass plays a role. The thicker the glass is, the more likely that the projectile is going to be significantly damaged and change its flight after it leaves that glass. Also, the angle of impact where it hits the glass can change after it travels through. You might have a projectile that's traveling straight at glass, and then after it passes through the projectile, through the glass, it can travel downward, it can travel upwards. It all depends on the angles of the glass and the angle that the projectile was approaching the glass at.
How about the grain weight of the ammunition?
So of the projectile itself.
Yeah.
So that can play a role, because obviously the heavier an object is, with the force being applied to it, the more likely it is to stay in its directed path. That's kind of going back to that sniper scenario. That's why most snipers are using very large calibers. They are more likely to stay in flight longer and be less subjected to these changes than lighter, smaller projectiles.
And if the shooting occurred inside a car, for instance, would the arm length matter of the so-called shooter or shooters?
It could.
And whether or not the person was leaning in one direction?
Sure, hey, we're working in a very small environment.
Okay, so there's a lot of variables that one must take into consideration
Yes,
before you say where the gun was or where the shooter or shooters were when they fired this firearm.
Right.
And if you don't take those variables into consideration, you're just getting a estimate of where everybody was, correct?
I assume so. I mean, I'd have to see the situation, but yes.
And you would consider that to be not proof beyond into the.
Protection, Your Honor.
As a manager of the Broward Sheriff's Office tool and what's the title, tool and?
Fireman tool recruiter.
Okay. You certainly would want to take all those variables in before you told this jury or any jury.
Yes, scientifically, I would want to make sure that I'm accounting for as many variables as possible whenever rendering an opinion.
Otherwise, it would be just a guess, an
Yes,
estimate, right?
right. I want to give a scientifically valid opinion.
Fair enough. Could I have one moment, please?
Yes.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
I think I took it. Counsel, thank you. Demonstrate redirect to this witness.
Briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Bell, counsel asked you about arm length and if it matters. Does arm length have any effect on the ability to pull a trigger?
No.
Can the trigger be pulled with an arm fully extended?
Yes.
Can it be pulled with it next to a person's body?
Yes.
Is there anything that would prevent a trigger from being pulled in any orientation?
No. So the firearms are designed so that the firearm itself is an autonomous form. So the only thing that's required is for this trigger to be pulled, and whether it's upside down, sideways, any which way apart from something blocking it, it will function. So something has to be impeding the function of the firearm for it to function.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Counsel, is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hold on.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Doctor.
Thank you.
Okay, so see how short that cross was? It's because they went through all of that time to go over just that. Now, he pointed out when they were talking about this on cross-examination, he pointed out that the projectile could have come from different guns. There were only 2 of the projectiles that he could say without a doubt came from the same gun. But the cartridge casings, he can say without a doubt came from
Who's your next witness?
State calls James Morano.
which is a big deal. Because if this is a bullet, this top piece that comes out, is the top piece is the projectile. This is the cartridge casing. This is the part that gets the grooves and everything on it that you can actually compare it to. So that's the one to give you the most comparable information to see if it came from the firearm. And those are the ones that said yes, they came from the same gun. That the bullet and the floorboard came from the same as the side of the road. I love my bullet too. Thank you. And it comes in handy because I'm thirsty.
Good afternoon. You are James Morano.
Yes, sir.
Welcome. This is our witness stand over here.
All right, let's pin our new witness on the stand.
When you get there, you just remain standing for a bit. You do the same thing. Remain standing. Raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please state your full legal name for the record.
James Morano,
Please spell your first and last name for the court.
Jambs Marano.
Thank you, sir.
Please have a seat. Mr. Morano, that microphone in front of you, adjust up or down. It does not move back and forth.
Thank you.
Are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
Counsel, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you introduce yourself to the members of the jury and tell them where you're employed?
My name is James Morano. I'm a senior crime laboratory analyst with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in Orlando, Florida.
And how long have you been employed by the, we'll call it FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
20 years.
Okay. And in what capacities during those 20 years?
I've been a crime laboratory analyst in the trace material section in the Orlando laboratory.
And can you tell us your official title?
Senior crime laboratory analyst.
And can you briefly describe the nature of your work?
In the trace material section, we're tasked with recovering, recognizing, examining, and comparing items of trace materials or trace evidence. These are typically things like glass and paint, things that are broken during the commission of a crime or some incident, and they're submitted to our laboratory from police departments and sheriff's offices, and we're asked to compare them and to write a report about our findings.
So law enforcement agencies within the state of Florida can make submissions to the FDLE.
Yes.
Specifically, like, can you tell us about your specialization in glass? How long have you done that?
I completed the glass training program within FDLE in 2008, and I've been working in cases in both paint and glass for about 14, almost 15 years.
Okay. And can you tell us about your formal education?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Forensic Science from the University of New Haven in West Haven, Connecticut. I was able to double major during that time, so I also have a Bachelor of Science in Biology, and I graduated in 2002.
And as part of your training and certification that's required by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, can you tell us about some of those trainings?
Yes, so when I moved to Florida in 2003, and I entered the paint training program within FDLE. That's a 2-year training program. It's very comprehensive. It's broken up into 2 phases. There's an academic phase that includes lectures and practical exercises, as well as tests, oral, written, and practical tests. After completing that, I did some casework in paint, and then I entered the glass training program, and I did a similar training program within glass. It's about a 1.5-year long training program. After I completed that, I was able to do independent casework in both of those material types.
And are there any continuing requirements that you currently hold or that you do throughout the time you've been employed by FDLE to keep up to date in your field?
Yeah, we try to do continuing education as frequently as possible. I've attended many seminars, workshops, virtual workshops the last several years. But I've taken some week-long training courses, either in trace evidence generally, in forensic science, or specifically with regard to paint, glass, testifying in court, statistics, things like that, anything related to trace evidence.
And are you a member of any professional organizations or any associations within your field?
Yes, I'm a member of the American Society of Trace Evidence Examiners, known as ASTE.
And how about your certification within FDLE? What are you certified as?
So FDLE certifies me to work independent casework in both paint, it includes polymers, so it's paint polymers, as well as glass.
How much of your time would you say is devoted to glass analysis?
Typically, it would be 50% of my time, but the last few years, it's been more. I've been involved in almost exclusively anything having to do with glass in the laboratory. I have a trainee that I just got out of training, so I trained him the last several years. I am responsible for the instrumentation that is used to analyze glass, so I have to maintain it, I have to validate it if we get an instrument to make sure that it's working properly. I write the standard operating procedures and work instructions for those instruments, as well as anything else related to glass. And I've been working all the glass work for FDLE for several years.
So you're doing both an administrative role as well as a forensic role?
Yeah, I would say that, sure.
Approximately how many samples of glass evidence have you examined during your career?
Hundreds, several hundreds, I would say.
Okay. And does that include casework?
Yeah, I would say training and casework. I've looked at several hundreds of glass samples in the last 14 years.
How about your prior testimony in court? Have you previously testified as an expert in the area of trace evidence or trace materials?
Yes, I've testified 14 times in 9 different counties in the state of Florida.
And 14 times since what year?
I didn't have the opportunity to testify until 2012. So in the last 11 years, I've testified about 14 times.
And as far as proficiency proficiency training, is that continuing and ongoing during your time?
Referring to proficiency testing?
Proficiency testing.
Yes, every year we do have to take a proficiency test in the sub-disciplines that you work. So I have to take a test in paint and a test in glass every year. And I have to get the right answer to continue doing that work.
And are you currently up to date?
Yes,
And in this specific case, were you asked to examine items of glass evidence?
yes, I was.
And I'm going to refer you to FDLE number 2019-05-02577. Is that a unique number that is assigned by FDLE?
Yes, that's the unique case number.
And when cases come in, they're assigned with FDLE unique number, correct?
Yes,
Is that how you track the evidence in the case?
yes,
And where's the evidence is coming from other departments, correct?
yes.
And what did you receive for examination in this particular case?
In this case, I received 8 items of evidence. They were numbered by FDLE, items 1 through 8.
And were they previously numbered by the department that sent them to you?
Yes,
Do you recall the department?
it was the Miramar Police Department.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
So this is all going to be showing the glass matched up.
Exhibits, what's already in evidence is states 42. Can you take a look at that?
And do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how is it that you recognize it?
I see the FDLE case number, the item numbers, and my initials in my handwriting.
So you're able to identify it based on the packaging as well?
Yes, the packaging and my initials are on the seal that I resealed.
And I'm going to show you states, what's already in evidence is states 22. Do you also recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how is it that you recognize it?
In the same way, the FDLE case number, item numbers, and my initials are on the packaging as well as on the seals.
And are those, what item numbers, do those equate to your FDLE item numbers?
These are item numbers 1 through 5.
Okay, and in states 42, those are item numbers,
These are item numbers 6, 7, and 8.
I'm going to I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked for identification purposes only as states ZZ. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how is it that you recognize it?
Also by my initials, the case number, the item number in my handwriting, and my initials on the seals.
And do these exhibits collectively represent what you were provided with for the analysis in this case?
Yes, it does.
Any changes, or is it in the same, substantially same condition as you last saw it?
These are in the same condition as I last saw it, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence that was pre-marked to say ZZ as the next numbered exhibit.
No objection.
No.
It'll be admitted.
State CZ will be marked states 50.
I saw that screenshot of the closed caption saying "I love you, babe" when they were talking.
Mr. Moran, I'm going to leave things with you. There's some gloves there, and here's scissors.
Yeah, closed caption has been the star witness in this whole trial so far. Drinking my bullet.
All right, so let's go through the 5 question items labeled under FDLE as 1 through 5. What do you reference those samples as?
So these are represented as being found at the scene. The scene was described as US 27. So all 5 items were found in one scene.
Okay, and states number, I believe 20, is that states number 22 or 42? If I may, Churchwell?
Yes, ma'am.
This is
Yes,
22.
22. So let's refer to states 42. What are those samples from?
These are represented as being class standards from a vehicle, from a Jeep Compass. It was described as being a standard from the front passenger window, the rear passenger window, and then a sample from the rear window.
And what are you tasked with when you're provided with these items?
My job is to open up the evidence, inventory what's there, describe what's there, and then compare the 2 samples. And typically the question is, there's question samples found someplace, and the agency wants to know, is it like another sample? Is it like a sample from the window or a window? Basically asking, could it come from that window?
So it's essentially a hypothesis, right? Are items 1 through 5 compared or of the same nature as items 6 through 8?
Yes, I'm looking to see if they're like one another.
Okay. So when you get those items, what is it that after you've documented the items and everything like that, what are you doing next?
After I document them and take inventory by taking notes and pictures, then I actually start the comparison part. I'm doing a side-by-side comparison. So I'm looking to see, I'm actually looking for differences. Can I see any differences between these two samples? So I'm looking at the color, the thickness of the samples. Can I see what type of glass it is? Is it window glass or is it container glass, like glass from a bottle? Generally speaking, that's what I'm doing first. And if I don't find any differences, then as I progress through the examination, I'm doing more detailed comparisons using microscopes and instrumentation.
All right, I'm going to stop you there. So that analysis that you just discussed, is that your macro analysis?
Yeah, macroscopic is a fancy way of saying with the naked eye. Yeah.
So essentially you're doing an overview.
Yes.
And what is your next method or your next step?
The next step would be a microscopic examination. I use a low-powered microscope at my workstation, and I'd be comparing the samples side by side, looking for microscopic features that would tell me what kind of glass it is, or if there's any differences between them.
And can you describe in detail what you're doing as far as the microscopic approach? Like, how are you looking at each glass and which samples?
In this case, these fragments were rather large, so I didn't really need to use the microscope as much as I do in other types of cases. But for instance, I'm looking at the fractured characteristics, so I'll take the fragments and look at the side of it, and that would instruct me what kind of glass it is, as opposed to, is it tempered or not tempered glass, things like that, kind of generally what type of glass is it.
And is there further analysis as you go through, that would be your microscopic stage? Is there further analysis?
The next, after the microscopic, yes, there would be instrumental examinations where I'm using an instrument or a machine to provide data about the sample. So one of those tells me chemical information about the glass, so I can see what the chemical composition of the glasses are. And another one is called the refractive index. And I can measure the refractive index of both samples and compare those values that I get.
Outside of the microscopic analysis stage, are you using any other equipment during the, for instance, chemical composition review stage or the refractive index stage?
I use a micrometer to measure the thickness of the fragments to see if they're the same thickness. And I also use an ultraviolet lamp looking at the surface of the glass. If one surface fluoresces or glows brightly, then that tells me how that glass was manufactured. If it does do that, then I can say that it's consistent with float glass, meaning it was made using the float glass process. And that's just to kind of tell me what kind of glass it is again.
Okay, so you kind of explained the general broad overview. Can you give us a little background into what makes glass even unique and how does it apply to your discipline, right?
If I can explain how glass is made, it might assist the jury.
Would that be in your testimony?
Yes.
Yeah.
So float glass is the most common manufacturing process to make window glass. Essentially, you have raw materials, which are minerals like sand, soda ash, and lime, that are mined from the earth and they're melted down in a furnace. And that molten mixture is poured over a tin bath. So it's molten tin, and the glass floats on top of it. That's why it's called float glass. The difference in density allows that to happen. And what that allows the manufacturer to do is to slowly pull that ribbon of glass over the surface of that tin. They can control the thickness of it, and you also get extremely smooth, flat surfaces. So that's why modern window glass looks flawless. You can see through it, there's no defects in it typically. So that tin actually leaches into the glass, and that's why I can see that tin or float surface when I use the ultraviolet lamp. Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you. Excuse me, thanks.
So is glass unique between manufacturers?
It's hard to say. I like to speak more in terms of plants, right? So glass is made in a big manufacturing plant. There's probably over 200 float glass plants globally. So there's many plants making glass 24/7 all the time. So from plant to plant, there's going to be differences because they get the raw materials from locally sourced areas. The manufacturing process itself will change the composition of the glass. For instance, that furnace that I talked about where they melt everything, it's made of bricks, zirconium bricks. That zirconium can break down over time and get into the glass. So you'll see levels of zirconium increase and decrease over time from one plant. So I can't say that the glass came from a specific plant because that plant's going to change the end product over time. So there's a lot of variation in glass from plant to plant and within one plant over time.
So essentially, for instance, Toyota, they have an assembly line of plant that they're creating or manufacturing glass for their vehicles. Within that manufacturing plant, there's going to be differentiations within the glass that's manufactured in that one plant.
I would agree, except I don't know if Toyota makes their own glass. They would get their glass from a manufacturer and they put it on their vehicles. And there's no rhyme or reason as to where they're getting their glass from. They can get their glass from one plant 1 year, and then next year they can get their glass from somewhere else. And they can change mid-year if they have to, depending on supply issues.
All right. So let's talk about the evidence that you were provided with. And if you, Your Honor, maybe the witness step down to assist in the evidence, you can bring the packaging. We're able to view it for, and the scissors. Yes. And we'll start with the known sample. If you can go ahead and open that.
Where should I do that?
We can do it right here.
Morning or afternoon, those of y'all joining us. It's our favorite thing, the noisy scissors.
If you put it under the light. So if you put it under the green light, the jury can see it.
So this is my handwriting, item 6, item 7, and item 8.
And are you able to open the glass, so open the container so we can see the glass particles?
I can.
You need the scissors? Yeah.
Should do one at a time so I don't
Yep.
have any incidents. Using them. So this is item 6. Yes, this was item 6 that was just open.
Okay. And in your macro analysis, can you explain to us what you're looking at?
Yes. So that little plastic dish is what the samples I actually took out of this tin to use in my analysis. I did look at everything. So when I'm taking inventory, I'm in the sense of looking for glass that doesn't belong. I'm looking for different populations of glass, different types of glass. And if they all look the same, then I consider that they're all the same type of glass. So I would do that with the naked eye, and if I have any question, I could use a microscope to look in that pile of glass and see if there's anything that doesn't belong or is not like these other ones. I was just looking at the color, the type of glass that it is, and if I had to, I can look at the thickness of them to measure that.
Okay. And as far as item 5 or 6, 7, and 8, they were very similar in nature? Or from a known,
So,
how would you characterize it?
So item 6 was the one that's represented as being from the front passenger window. That one is light blue-green in color. Once I open up 7 and 8, you'll see that they're actually dark gray in color. So there are 2 types of glass present in these standards.
Looks like dip cans. Don't it?
This one is item 7. And again, this is the plastic Petri dish that I put in there to separate out glass that I examined in further detail. This was the glass that was submitted to me. As you can see, it's dark gray in color, so it's different from the item 6 glass.
Okay.
And this was represented as being from the rear passenger window.
And when you're ready, we'll look at item number 8.
So again, item 8, this is the plastic Petri dish that I put in here. This was all the glass that was submitted, and this represented the rear window of the vehicle. And again, you can see it's dark gray in color. So it's different from item 6, which was light blue green in color.
Okay. And you're taking samples you notated in that Petri dish. Why are you taking the samples and not, for instance, utilizing all the glass?
So I would say that my examination does include all of the glass. I'm looking at all of them when I open it up, and I'm taking that inventory, I'm taking pictures and taking notes of what I see, and then I separate out some for further analysis, for detailed analysis. So I don't have to go back into the tin every single time. I can portion out some of this glass since I'm considering them all to be like one another. Visually, I'll take some out, and that's what I'm using for further examination.
It's like when you did a science test in class, you took the Petri dish and you put a sample of what you were using from, right?
Yes.
I'll give you a chance to put those back in, and then we'll swap out.
Do they need to be resealed?
Not at this time.
Okay. Put it back inside.
Yep.
All right, and these are items 1 through 5. 2, 3, 4, 5.
And with respect to items 1 through 5, are you aware of the origin when you receive these glass samples?
No, I'm only told that they were found at a scene, that they're questioned in nature.
Okay. So for instance, you don't know that it comes from a side window glass, correct?
No.
Okay. And so you can go ahead and open up each sample.
So this is item 1. And like before, there's a Petri dish from my analysis where I separated out. These are the samples that were actually analyzed in detail, but I did examine all of the glass in this tin. I looked at it with the naked eye and with a microscope just to take inventory and to describe them.
Okay.
And these are all light blue green in color. So this is item 2. Here's the plastic dish that I put in here. So these are the 5
fragments, 5 or 6 fragments that I separated out and I analyzed in detail. But I did look at everything in this tin, and you can see that these are dark gray in color. They're different from item 1, which was the light blue green in color.
One of the jurors is asleep. One of the jurors is asleep. She fell asleep and then quickly woke up and looked around to see if anybody noticed.
So at this time, when I opened up each of these, I made note that there were 2 populations of glass present. There was a light blue-green population and the dark gray population. So I knew that there were 2 types of glass found at the scene, at least 2.
And why is the color significant?
Because it's a discriminating characteristic. It allows me to distinguish different glasses. Item 3.
And Juvie's grandmother's asleep. The back row was asleep. People tired in
Once again,
Broward
a plastic
County.
dish with the sample of glass that I separated out. And there are numerous light blue-green fragments in this item.
Yeah, all this is like a really long way to say the glass on the side of the road matched the glass of the car.
Item 4. Again, the plastic container that I made and numerous fragments of light blue-green glass. I will add in this item, I noted that there was, I don't know if you can see it, but there is a bright green fragment.
If you wait a moment for it to adjust it.
So this fragment right here, that's by itself, that one is actually a different color than the rest. It's bright green. When I analyzed it further, I saw characteristics that were consistent with container glass, so I could tell it did not come from the window. It probably came from a bottle or a container. The last one is item 5. Again, the plastic container. And there's some apparent plant material with glass fragments in this tin. In this one, there was one, you can kind of see it stands out, that one bright green fragment right here. It's different from the other one, so it's not like the light blue-green glass, it's bright green in color, and it also had characteristics consistent with container glass. So I can say that that one did not come from a window.
And as far as what's in evidence now, it states 50. Did you originally receive it separately packaged?
No, I made this package.
And why is that?
There were fragments in items 1 and 3, which is glass from the scene, that appeared to have a reddish brown residue on them. So I thought that might be significant, so I repackaged them separately and I preserved them so they can go back to the original agency. If they wanted to pursue further examinations, they can. So I did no further examinations with these glass fragments.
So you took a sample from 1 and 3 and you itemized it as 1.1.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to open it.
Lucy's asleep too.
All right, you can take your seat.
That matters.
Okay, ultimately, you were able to, after your analysis, go through and make your own opinion as to the origin of this subject glass or the unknown glass. Is that correct?
Yes, I compared, so that, like I said, there were two populations of glass, so I compared the light blue-green glass from the scene to the light blue-green glass standards from the vehicle. Standard, there's one standard. And then I compared the dark green glass from the scene, item 2, to the dark, sorry, I think I misspoke, the dark gray glass in item 2 to the dark gray standards from the vehicle, which were items 7 and 8.
And so what was your ultimate opinion as to the origin of the glass?
So I found no difference between them. So my ultimate conclusion is that the two populations of glass from the scene, the light blue-green glass and the dark gray glass, were like the standards from the Jeep Compass, meaning they either came from that vehicle or they came from another source of glass having the same exact characteristics. That means it would have to have the same color, the same thickness, the same refractive index, as well as the same chemical composition. In my professional opinion, I find that latter possibility of it coming from another source somewhat unlikely.
Okay, and you mentioned the uniqueness of each thing. So for instance, that the glass that's in evidence as states 22 and 42, you said they have the same or the same thickness. Why is that significant in your analysis?
Because it can be a discriminating characteristic. If glasses differ by a certain amount, we have a criteria that we follow. If they differ by a certain amount, then I can say that they couldn't have come from the same window if they're different thicknesses.
And what type of glass is in states 22 and 42?
So all the glass that I described is what I call tempered float sheet glass. Tempered means that it's that cubed, diced glass that you see when a side window of a vehicle breaks. It's considered safety glass, so those small pieces won't cut you if you get the vehicle gets to an accident or if the window is broken. Tempered glass is found in your home too. Maybe your shower door or sliding glass door may have tempered glass, as opposed to non-tempered glass, which is going to break into sharp, pointy shards that could cut you. So I can tell that just by its appearance and some of its microscopic features that's the kind of glass it is. It's tempered glass. By float, I mean it was made using the float process. So when I use that ultraviolet lamp, one surface fluoresced brightly, which is an indication of the surface that was in contact with that tin bath. So some of that tin leached into that surface, it fluoresces, glows brightly under the UV lamp, so I can call it float glass. The last descriptor is that it's sheet glass, which just means that it's window glass. I can tell that the surfaces are flat, they're smooth, those fragments are not from a bottle or a container or tableware, they're from a window or a door or some other type of flat glass.
And the tempered float sheet window glass is consistent with what manufacturers would use to place on vehicles, as opposed, like you said, to glassware that you may have in your house.
Correct. Almost all side windows and rear windows are going to be made out of tempered float sheet glass.
And as specific, you pointed out, I think it was item number 4 and item number 5, that there were some small fragments of bright green glass that you were able to separate as another origin of glass.
Yes, there's one fragment in each.
Okay, and you were able to determine and separate those fragments, 1 in each, 4 and 5, from the other sample, correct? Contained within those samples.
Yes, they were different from the glass in those tins. So in item 4 and in item 5, they were different. They were also different from the glass standards. So they could not have come from the vehicle windows. They're a different color and they're a different type of glass.
And just to clarify, because I'm going to be clear. So for instance, item number 4, you have your own sample that you pulled out. That sample was the tempered float sheet window glass that you're saying is consistent with vehicle glass, correct?
Yes.
However, the small fragment, the bright green glass, was from a different origin, meaning it could have come from a container or another source.
Correct.
And same for item number 5. Your sample was consistent with the tempered float sheet glass that comes from vehicle glass window. But the one small fragment, that was the light, the bright green glass, was from a different source.
Correct.
And as far as the dark gray glass in item number 7 and 8, what was the, why is that glass dark green, for lack of a better term, versus the other glass, which we see as a light green or bluish characteristic?
Typically, modern vehicle manufacturers make the rear passenger windows and the rear window dark gray. It's just a natural tinting so you don't have to put an aftermarket tint on it. It just tints the passenger part of the vehicle.
So you're able to distinguish that dark gray as coming from the rear of the vehicle as opposed to the light, the other colored glass coming from, for instance, a passenger side.
Correct. Usually the front passenger windows are going to be blue-green-ish in color, and then the rear ones will be dark gray, especially in modern vehicles. It's very common now.
And also, as to items number 6, 7, and 8, you indicated, well, let me ask you about the edges of the glass. Was there anything significant in the edges of those glass?
I'm not sure what you mean.
So for instance, the rounded finished edges.
Yes. One of the, I'm not sure which exhibit, but one of the exhibits had a rounded finished edge, which is consistent with what you would see in a side window. So if you lower your side window and you feel the top of it, it's smooth, it's rounded. That still doesn't cut you. So we see that in casework as an indication of where it came from.
You said you didn't recall. Would your report refresh your recollection as to where that was found?
Yes.
If you have a moment to refresh your recollection and look up when you've reviewed it.
So yes, those glass in items 6 and 7 that have the rounded finished edges, and those were the 2 samples from the side windows of the vehicle.
And how about you indicate, well, we haven't defined it yet, but what is frit? Can you explain to the jury what frit is?
Frit is the black opaque border you'll see in like windshields and also in rear windows. It serves a couple of purposes. The main one on a windshield is it gives the installer a place to apply the adhesive, so it sticks to the window stays in place. You'll see it in the rear window as well. It creates just a natural boundary for the glass, so it's not so stark visually. You'll also see frit in the side windows. If you ever see the little numbers and codes on side window glass, sometimes it even says who made that glass. That's going to be in frit. Frit is a ceramic coating, basically, that put on screen printed onto the glass, and it's fused to the glass. It's almost impossible to scrape off. So it's part of the glass. If I see frit in casework on 2 different samples, I can compare that frit as well as the glass.
And were you able to identify frit in any of the samples that you were provided with?
Yes, some of the standards had frit, the black frit on it.
Can you identify which item numbers? And if you need to refresh your recollection by reviewing the report.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Item 6 had some numbers in frit on one surface, and there was frit on some fragments in item 8 as well.
And that was an indication, was that also an indication to you that this was coming from a vehicle as opposed to another source of glass? The presence of frit?
Yes.
How about item, specific as to item number 8, defroster? What is the significance of that?
The rear windows on vehicles have the frost capability, and it's basically a metal wire that runs the surface of the glass. Occasionally I see that in casework. So if I do see that, it's an indication that that is a rear window glass source. And item 8 in this case did have a defroster wire or a metal coating that was consistent with defroster wire on one surface. And the item 8 was from a rear window.
Okay, and you mentioned in your opinion regarding the fact that it's your opinion that the latter possibility is considered unlikely. How are you able to narrow down the probability of that second hypothesis?
There's a couple of things that factor into that. One is the fact that I'm using discriminating techniques that distinguish glasses from one another, different sources of glass. Like I said, I'm looking for differences. So if I find a difference, then I could say that these 2 samples are not like one another and it could not have come from that source. So when I don't find a difference, then I can say that they're like one another. The question is, it either came from this source of the standards, the vehicle, or from another source. That other source would have to have the same exact characteristics. So in this case, you'd have to have a source of 2 types of glass, light blue, green, and dark gray in color, that were broken. They have to be broken to be deposited at scene, and it would have to be at that scene. So the pool of potential sources that exist is limited. Not every vehicle is going to have glass like the glass in this case. Not every Jeep may have glass like the glass in this case. Like I said, over time, glass can change from one plant, and glass will vary from plant to plant. So while it is possible that another source deposited glass at the scene, and it was exactly like the glass in this case, I find it somewhat unlikely just based on those factors.
The fact that it would have to be another vehicle with broken glass, so it wouldn't be every Jeep on the road, right?
Correct, it would have to be broken.
A moment to confirm them? Nothing further.
Thank you, Glenn. We'll take a short recess.
We have no questions.
No questions?
No questions.
All
Hallelujah.
right, so is this witness excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You can step down, sir. You're excused, ladies and gentlemen. Take our recess now. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to-
Stretch break, stretch break, stretch break. Thank God, stretch break.
I apologize for not being recorded.
No questions, no questions. Stretch break, stretch break. Lucy's asleep too. Get your lazy butt up. Hey, hey. Look, let's see if you can see. See her?
Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel Manuel was defendant. Anything to discuss, counsel?
Nothing here.
You need a restroom break, Mr. Dennis?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we arrange for that from Mr. Dennis, please.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Your recess.
Your next witness is.
Nope.
Yeah, we'll go through the photos.
Garrett. Right there.
So, yeah, Lucy's out cold. She's a goner. So the glass on the side of the road matches the glass in the Jeep, the different kinds. And of course they went over different types of glass, shattered different types of ways, yada, 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 in the words of our least favorite fake DID person. Hey, the float glass, tempered glass, and laminated glass, where he's talking about they shatter different. The one who I told y'all is tweeting from the courtroom, he put a picture out. If y'all aren't following him and you want to see, like, I'm reading the stuff as it comes in too, but if any of y'all are on Twitter and you want to see what he's saying, he's on there, and he posted a picture of the different kinds of glass too. So let's talk drama. Somebody mentioned Heidi Perlay tagging me in a thing on Twitter about our favorite lead detective, Miss Vanderlyn. That's my sarcastic voice. Yes, I saw it. And actually this morning, I talked to Mark about it as well. So here's the thing. All right. So any of y'all who were with me during Travis Rudolph trial, you know that I try to be as unbiased as possible until I've made up my mind. Once I've made up my mind, then I've made up my mind, and everybody's still allowed to have their own opinions. But I made up my mind that Detective Vanderlyn is awful, based on the investigation or lack of investigation that I saw. And I have been very vocal about it. Travis's life was on the line, and she didn't care enough to investigate, and that pissed me off. So, I was very vocal about how I feel about her lack of investigation, her lack of caring about her job, all of the issues with her taking. She basically took the first people that she talked to and was like, "Yep, 10-minute interview with you, 7-minute interview with you. Makes sense. Cool. We'll go with y'all's story. No matter how many times she found out that they were lying about different things. Cool. We'll still go with y'all's story. Keeps me from having to talk to anybody else, right? So I had a lot of people on Twitter, a lot of people saying, I know she was a rookie, but this was not her first case. So we need to go back and look at her cases before Travis, no telling what else happened. Well, thank God that documents are public because another murder case that she had 13 days before Travis's case, turns out got dismissed yesterday because she hid the firearms report for 18 months. And then the case was just dropped. So the tweet that Heidi sent to me, and Mark sent me the papers this morning, the tweet that Heidi said is, novice detective Vanderlyn proves yet again her incompetence in yet another first-degree murder case. The state attorney's office dismissed the charges after Detective Vanderlyn withheld critical evidence from the defense for more than a year, which exonerated the defendant. So the critical evidence is the firearms report, and it exonerated him. 18 months she withheld it. 18 months. And it exonerated him. So what do? You know me, I like all the facts. I pull the PCA. PCA reads their probable cause is that they went and talked to the lady who was with, she was with her, I think it was her son. And when he got shot, and he had been fighting with the guy who they just exonerated, or dismissed his charges. They had been fighting, and she said, he had called and cussed him out earlier. They got into it, and it was him. It was him that did it. I saw him. He came up and was shooting him. Him and another guy came up and was shooting him. And turns out firearms report show that it wasn't him. So 18 months she withheld this, and now it's finally turned over. It exonerates him, and now the charges are dropped. What? So guess who's going to be on Twitter when we're done? I'm going to be pulling all the court docs. I'm going to be getting all my words together. I'm not going to be using my happy words. These are people's lives that she is playing with. And, and another thing, y'all know the picture that I posted of her and her bestie, the prosecutor, Francine? Well, I was thinking, I put the smiley face over Francine's spouse because I was like, she's innocent. Turns out her spouse is also a homicide detective, and I didn't know that. So they work together. The Francine's wife and Vanderlyn are both homicide detectives together. There's some fun new info for you. Let's see. Guess who's going to be posting on Twitter all day? 18 months. 18 months she withheld a report that exonerated him. 18 months. It's infuriating. I don't like it when somebody who's in such a powerful position doesn't understand the weight of their actions or doesn't care. So guess who's going to be on Twitter today? Y'all know I can't shut my mouth when I see injustice. You know I can't shut my mouth. Let's see. Thank you very much, Life Lessons. I appreciate that. I try to stay on it with everything. I want to bring to light things that that people need eyes on. And I think it's important. Let's see. Was he in jail for all that time? Actually, I did not see any bond papers. Let me pull it back up. I was pulling papers. I'm going to get all the stuff together because I read the PCA. I read the papers where, okay, this is what was released or filed yesterday. Null pro se for first-degree murder with a firearm, attempted first-degree murder with a firearm, premeditated, and a felon in possession of firearm or ammunition, actual possession. So those were the 3 charges, and they are now dismissed. And it says, although there was probable cause to make an arrest, the evidence cannot prove all legally required elements of the crime alleged, and it's insufficient to support a criminal prosecution. Yeah, well, no crap. Oh, in other breaking news, Boosie won't be making it to court because he was arrested. Fun y'all, people need to stop going to jail. I've only got so many court papers I can pull. Only got so much time in the day. I am going to pull all of that stuff. I want to find out everything I can about it so that I know which level of anger to direct at all of this. 18 months. Can you believe that? 18 months. Let's see. I see notices of hearing, proof, evident, presumption. Proof, evident, presumption, great, without prejudice. Direct file. I don't see where any bond was granted, so oops, it locked me out. I'll find out everything. I'll find out all the details, and I'll be tweeting it. You know I'll be tweeting it. But whoever mentioned Heidi tagging me in something, that's what it is. And I'll find out all the rest of the details, and I'll be on it, doggone it. Vanderland's going to hate me. But you know what? I might live in Florida, but I don't live in Palm Beach County. All right, let's see. Oops, wrong one. She's going to find a way to drive up to the Panhandle where I'm at. And I would say she wouldn't put in that much effort. Let's see. Sorry, y'all. I got my sassy pants on. Let's see. I don't see, I'm pulling up all the documents now. And by the way, y'all know I like to stick to fact. I don't like people spread rumors. People get stuff wrong. We all get stuff wrong. We can't remember stuff, but people spread rumors like it's fact. And I like to know the facts. So I like to go by court documents. And you can usually, on most court clerk websites, you can pull a lot of the documents. Some of them are not are not automatically available. You have to request them, but y'all know I'm requesting them. I get emails like 3 times a day of different stuff that I've requested. I want to know the deets. I'm nosy. Apparently, Francine's wife works homicide as well with Vanderlyn. So they were they're married now, I think, because I think Francine even changed her last name. Thank you, Elizabeth Evans. Elizabeth Evans says, thank you for keeping us all up to date. You and your mods are amazing. Thank you. We do have the best mods here. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Y'all come on. Share it. That one, actually, okay, another tweet from the courtroom that Melly makes his female legal counsel laugh uncontrollably while just the two of them at the defense table while the trial takes a brief restroom break. They need to chill. If I were the victim's family members in there seeing that, I'd be real upset. Here we go. TMZ says Boozy arrested by federal agents after court hearing wraps. Gracious alive. You know, one thing that I thought was funny, people apparently were calling her Vander, instead of Vanderland, they were calling her Vander lack of evidence. But one of the things that Mark said was that all the nicknames that we were coming up for everybody in chat during the trial, that he was hearing about them from his assistants and his kids they were listening to our chat. I thought that was funny. It's like, oh, oops. All right, let's see. There's the indictment, judicial note, notice of hearing, arraignment, notice regarding death penalty. Were they? Let's see here. Oh, the state of Florida is not seeking death penalty in this case. Well, probably because they already knew that exonerated him. Makes me so mad. That's funny. Actually, there are sometimes when when JT's hosting or sometimes when I'm hosting, and like our picture up here will end up like I've been where I looked like I was the judge. There was one where JT, like literally from here down, I think it was like maybe a bailiff or something. His body was like picked up where JT's, chest ended or whatever. And it looked like it was JT on there. It was really funny. There is no sound right now. They learned their lesson on the hot mics and they turned off the audio for now. So we're waiting on them to come back. Is he singing again? Like it looks like he hired a private investigator and everything. I mean, could you imagine like 18 months is what they said. I'll have to double check him. Heidi said over a year on hers. The other thing I got said 18 months. So I'll have to see exactly how long it was that they had it. But regardless, anything more than a day is too much. Oh, it makes me so mad. I don't like messing with people's lives. Defendant not present. Let's see. Defendant not present in custody. Jury trial. Yeah, I don't see. His name is Anthony Evans. Oh, she's got a different notebook this time? Yeah, good call, lady. He had to request funds for a crime scene analyst. Oh, they set his bond at $135,000. So they granted him bond at $135,000. He requested independent inspection of evidence. Like he knew he was innocent. Like you can tell he's requesting all these things. Like somebody please look at my stuff. I didn't do it. Their behavior is interesting. Asked for additional expert witness, private investigator. Looks like they woke up. Melly and the attorney. Interesting, interesting. Let's see. Defense witness list. Notice of hearing. I wish I knew what they were saying. That's where I need the hot mic moment at. It's right there at their table. I'm nosy. I want to know what they're saying. Notice of hearing. Notice of hearing. And here it is, the null pro se with rescission of no contact order on count. And that was the 13th. Was that yesterday? Yep, yesterday was the 13th. It's insane. I'll pull all those details. I'll tweet it out. We can talk about it tomorrow after I've had time to go over everything tonight. Alrighty. Let's see. Well, you know what though? One good thing about all of this is that the glass guy, bless his heart, I'm sure he's a wonderful person and he was fantastic at his job, but glass comparison is boring. So that gave me something to focus on a little bit while they're going over that stuff. The bullet stuff was much more important. I mean, not more important, but more technical. Let's see. I wonder if I'll... Somebody found, Jim Bob says, I wonder if it's the lead detective herself that started the rumors that she won the award instead of just nominated. Somebody did find something where there, I think there was a real life website somewhere that showed that she was nominated. I don't understand it. I mean, unless they just, you know, well, it's like, you know, like the kids that like, okay, like let's say, you know, your kids go like one of those little schools that has, you know, 5 students and, you know, you have to have 5 nominations. Well, you know, your kid might be a butthead, but he's still going to get nominated for student of the month. You know what I mean? Let's see. Oh, there you go. It was an article that said that the department was not, it was an article. The department was nominated. Like, I feel like this is one of those like dating shows where we're watching somebody on a first date and like, we're eavesdropping. This is where we need the body language experts. The way she's like turned in toward him. Super, super cringy. Not my fave, not my fave. Let's see. Yeah, she could totally be, she could totally be Backpack sister. I think I said Boots earlier, but it was Backpack. Sorry, Boots. Boots wanted no part of that. Boots ended up, by the end of that trial, ended up sitting way over there at the edge of the defense table where Letitia originally started. Look, she's like, I hope the victim's family aren't in there right now seeing them laugh. I really hope. Yeah, Trey, that's the spelling. Anthony Evans is spelled like that. And he's got a middle name. Let's see. Anthony Bernard Evans. And it's Palm Beach County. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome. Welcome. You've called us all with our angry hoodies on right now because between Vanderlyn and the inappropriate behavior between Melly and his attorney, we've all got our angry hoodies on right now. Let's see. Oh my gosh, y'all, I could totally host a dating show. I could totally host a dating show. We should do that some during the breaks. Like, who would make a good couple? Where's my comments?
You all set? All right. Council, you ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. 15:30, please.
I did marketing. I did marketing, sports marketing, and then I did business management for years before that. Oh, hey, Ricky Watson. I didn't even see you. Hey, Ricky Watson. I've been eyeball deep in all these court documents. Yeah, like somebody said, Dominique and Melly.
Very interesting. Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the principal of jury as well as defendants with counsel, the assistant state attorneys. And I continue, Michael Kelly, is that right? Yes. The next please, can you raise your right hand for us?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Michael Kelly.
Please spell your first and last name for the court.
And Michael, M-I-C-H-A, Kelly, K-E.
Thank you, sir.
Please have a seat. That microphone in front of you will jump up and down, but does not move back and forth, all right?
Yes, sir.
Ready to go, sir? Council, May.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Kelly. How are you today?
Good afternoon, I'm fine. But cold in here. It's cold in here.
Yeah.
A lot.
Mr. Kelly, where do you work?
I work for the Miramar Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Miramar Police Department?
I worked for the Miramar Police 21 years.
Oh, listen
What
to
is your
him.
current job description?
My current job description is crime scene supervisor.
Prior to becoming the crime scene supervisor, what other hats have you worn at the Miramar Police Department?
I began as supervisor, and obviously you're selected. And you move up from being a crime scene investigator to be supervisor, and with the right qualification for the job.
In terms of the time frame that you've been a supervisor, how long is that?
I've been a supervisor for 16 years.
Prior to that, how long were you a crime scene investigator?
Say it again, sir.
Prior to that, how many years were you a crime scene investigator?
Before I was crime scene investigator for the first 6 years.
What types of training and education do you have to work in crime scene?
Training, that's a very, very good question. I remember answering in federal court a few months ago. What is the main requirements to be a crime scene investigator? Now, it's not just one master's, PhD in crime scene. Forensic science, yes. Biology, chemistry. But the crime scene is a multitask job.
He's talking that like he's there on career day.
To be working in this field is to be certified with the International Association for Identification, which is a worldwide forensic body. And for crime scene certification, it's every 5 years. You have to take recertification, exam, physical exam, practical exams, and it's ongoing. It doesn't just stay the same. The forensic field keeps changing. Now, as you see, the term is over here. They take the bar exam once in their career.
So investigatory.
But crime scene is
So let me interrupt for just a moment.
5 years, every 5 years, different material. Why does it change? You have to have complete education.
Are you certified by any accredited body?
Yes, I am certified in crime scene investigation and forensic photography.
How long have you held those certifications?
How long? So, well, I just took my recent one for May this year.
Okay. How long prior to that have you had it?
Since I'm on my fourth certification, so I've done it 20 years.
In terms of casework, how much of your day-to-day work is in crime scene and forensics?
I was, apart from supervising, I meant to supervising and mentoring, coaching, training people. So I would say most of my 80% is actual crime scene work and 20% supervision.
As part of your duties as a crime scene investigator, did you have the opportunity to respond on October 26th of 2018 to Memorial Miramar Hospital?
Yes, I did. And unfortunately, my day starts in somebody else's hands. In this case, true.
So, Investigator Kelly, with regards to your primary role that day, what were you assigned to do?
I responded to this hospital, this Miramar Hospital, emergency driver. I go there frequently. That's what emergency room's for. Everybody gets shot, stabbed, and in the hospital. So we was called for this scene to assist the investigator, Morgan Curran, who responded to it. And I responded to assist. And I worked on the driver of the car. And when I got to the hospital, there's the Jeep, gray Jeep Trailhawk, multiple bullet holes. And I started with the Jeep photographs first, and then with the driver to process him.
Okay, so I'm going to start with the photographs that you took on that day. I'm now approaching what has been previously shown to defense counsel and marked as states AAA for identification purposes. The photographs that are attached here. Now, you have had the opportunity to review those prior to coming into court today.
Yes, I did.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the photographs that you took on October 26th of 2018 at Memorial Miramar Hospital?
Yes, they did.
Here at this time, the state would request your state's AAA in as a composite of photographs and USB and published to the jury.
Sure, any objection?
Subject to the
Same.
standard representation results with respect to the contents of the USB. No
Yeah.
objection.
Making that representation, counsel, yes?
Yes, again.
How many photographs are there?
So it's just one moment, Your Honor, it's gonna require me to do math, so please bear with me. There's 81 and 11, 92 photos in total.
92 photos.
92 photographs.
States AAA would be marked states.
Okay, starting with the initial Jeep photographs. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you take a photo of a clipboard?
This is the first photograph I take for identification. It's the photo signing sheet, so it shows me the case number, like 2018, the month, and the actual case number, which is 06269. The type of case, was it sexual battery, was it burglary? In this case, it's a homicide, and then I write the address to show the location. And underneath you'll have the date and the time when I first started taking the photo.
So the 0645, is that military time?
Yes, that's the time. It was 6:45 in the morning, the time when I started taking the photos.
The next photo, is this documenting what?
I was trying to show where the location is. And if you have a street sign, wonderful. In this case, you have a hospital.
When you're looking here at this photograph, what view are we looking at of the hospital?
We're looking at an exterior photograph showing the emergency driver. And as you can see, it's being sealed off with a yellow barrier tape, the marked police vehicle. So that's the exterior with a photograph showing the actual emergency room driver. And the next photograph will show the overhang, which is the patient flop-off emergency.
And the screen in front of you is a touch screen, so if you can always touch it to highlight
So I
areas
can
of the
touch it?
photograph.
Okay.
Yes. So if you could move the
So,
red cursor to the subject vehicle that you were there to initially document.
so it should be the vehicle.
Okay. Moving on to the next photograph.
The next photograph is the vehicle again. It's a dark gray Jeep Compass, which is called the Trail Hawk model.
And in terms of this little item up here in the top corner, do you know what that is?
Yes, it's the hospital's
Sorry.
surveillance security camera.
Moving on to the next photo. What are you showing here?
Well, that's photographs of the Jeep, and the driver's door was open, and the passenger driver's side door was open. So I took photographs of the Jeep in situ, how we find it.
Do you manipulate it in any way at this time?
Nobody in there. So the next photograph shows the rear of the Jeep.
Okay.
To show the windshield was completely shattered. Triangle, and that was the tag numbers, identify the vehicle.
And what tag number is this vehicle identified by in the state of Florida?
Was that,
What state of Florida tag number is this vehicle identified by?
this is the Florida tag, the tag number, IEK 22.
Thank you so much. And finally, moving on to this exterior photo.
Well, this will show
passenger door window was smashed. The rear passenger door window was smashed. And then you can see bullet holes in the passenger door, the rear passenger door. As you notice now, the daylight starting to arrive. So the lighting changing a little bit. Same picture of the Jeep. The two doors I mentioned before are open.
So Investigator Kelly, do you take overall establishing shots first for a specific reason?
Correct. That's what I call my establishing picture to show what evidence is there.
Are you looking for evidence and potential evidence while you're taking these photos?
Yes, I'm looking in what I'm photographing, and eventually I'm looking underneath the vehicle. I did not go inside the vehicle. Why? Because I was informed that eventual team would search one.
Investigator Kelly, when you're taking these initial documentary photos, do you have any briefing or any background information about what has supposedly happened?
The only thing I was told is drive-by shooting. The driver drove up to the emergency room, patient drop-off with two victims, both with gunshots. So that was the only information I'd received at that point.
Do you make contact with detectives who are doing interviews while on scene?
Yeah, I made contact with Detective Hector Bertrand and gave me a brief, and he then requested me to process the driver of this vehicle.
Okay. So we're going to continue forward with the vehicle itself. Is there a benefit to taking photos in daylight versus under the artificial fluorescent lights of the hospital?
It does help a little bit in daylight. But daylight you can see, of course. And but it's still in shadow, it's still dark. So that way, when it's dark as it is, I have to use a flash more to show these pictures, try to show the details of the bullet holes.
Do you label them or mark them in any way at the scene?
Say it again, sorry.
Do you label or mark the bullet holes in any way at the scene?
No.
So going forward through the photos of the Jeep.
Yeah, this is I didn't go inside the vehicle, but I could take photographs from the open doors to show the interior. This is the rear passenger seat. And as you notice, there's many items, there's thick congealed blood, there's many items inside the vehicle.
Do you remember what the weather was like that morning?
Say again, you said?
Do you remember what the weather was like
The
that morning?
weather was hot, humid, 84 degrees Fahrenheit. It wasn't raining, dry, humid. Early morning, Friday. This is a rear trunk area.
And it's still, you're not entering the vehicle in any way, shape, or form for these photos.
Yeah, there was a black hole back there. This is the VIN number.
I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. What is a VIN number?
So the VIN number here is 3C4N JDDB2 JT198929.
What are you documenting in this photo?
This is the driver's seat and various items inside it. This is the exterior of the driver's door. Then again, notice some marks, the damage to the vehicle in the hood, the bumper area.
As a crime scene investigator, do you respond out to run-of-the-mill car crashes?
I understand the question.
Do you go to hit and runs on the side of the road as a crime scene investigator?
I do, yes.
In terms of the documentation that you do for a crash, is that something as part of your training and experience that you would have been done over the past 20-some years in crime scene?
Yes, I do have experience in photographing vehicles involved in accidents.
Okay.
And of course, when you do, for example, if it's an accident vehicle, you do want to document the damage to the vehicle.
Okay.
The hood is damaged. As you can see, it's misaligned there.
Did you have any idea as to when that damage could have occurred?
No idea how the damage occurred.
What is your job when you're doing this?
Document, collect evidence, and process evidence.
So after you finish doing all of the exterior photos of the Jeep, what do you do next?
As I explained before, I then went to meet the driver of this vehicle.
Do you make sure that this Jeep is sealed?
What do you mean? Let's see.
Do you secure the doors and other areas of the Jeep with evidence tape?
Yes. Prior to the search warrant, we will then seal out the vehicle with red evidence tape.
Moving on, there's now a photo placard A in this photo.
A is a bullet projectile, which is by the passenger side rear tire.
Is that the item in question?
This is it. Correct.
And do you know what this little gray round thing is over on this side?
That was the valve stem cap from the tire.
In terms of this view here, why do you take multiple photos of placard A?
Take multiple photographs, you show the location, general shot, establishing shot, and then close-ups. And the next photograph shows the sealing up the vehicle, red evidence tape, which I put my initials and date.
Okay, and you do that around the entire vehicle?
Yes.
How do you transport the vehicle from the hospital?
We could use a tow truck service. And when we do tow, so for example here, A and B, I document it being put onto a flatbed, and then I escort it to a secure facility. So that way we know nobody touches the vehicle, nobody opens the door, they don't break the seal. So we use a tow truck to take it to a secure facility.
Do you then secure it in the facility and secure that with evidence tape as well?
Correct. And we take it to the, this was a wet substation, and I seal up the door, lock the woman shutters to preserve the evidence.
Okay. Going now to, you mentioned you processed an individual at the hospital.
Correct.
Who was that individual you processed?
Name was Cortland Henry.
When you're, where was Mr. Henry being held or kept?
It's in this room, so photo shows, isolation exam room 18.
Was anyone else in the room with Mr. Henry when you went in there?
There was an officer guarding him, yes.
Is this how you found Mr. Henry when you entered? Did you explain?
So I photographed victim, a suspect, I photographed them, and so how you find them. I also look to see if there's any visible injuries, any blood on the hands, for example, so I'm photographing the hands.
Oh, I wonder if he had a photo warrant.
Tattoos.
Did he have a photo warrant?
Form of identification marks.
And was Mr. Henry wearing a hospital-issued identification tag or bracelet?
Oh, there's a hospital identification tag for Henry Clough.
Yes, the victims had already passed when they got to the hospital.
So the items over here on the floor, what are those?
These are the clothing that Colton Henry was wearing when he came into the hospital. Now, I didn't see him wearing the clothes, but that's what the responding, the first officer told me. This is his clothes that was in the room with him. And typical hospital procedures, they take off the clothes. Which is why every time I go to the hospital, they'll make it. Why? But they remove the clothing. And there's two bags here. One has the footwear and the other bag has the clothing.
Okay, I'm gonna start and show you what's been previously shown to the defense counsel as state CCC. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I can.
How do you recognize this?
Oh, it has my handwriting on it. It has my initial date and it does give a brief description of what it is.
What is that item?
This item is a t-shirt, black t-shirt with Drew Film Edit written on it.
And is that item in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected it?
Can you see that?
Was there 2 cuttings taken from that shirt and done by you at a later date?
This was collected from this shirt, yes.
Is that shirt packaged as it was after you took the cuttings?
Yes, this is how I packaged the evidence after I have collected my evidence from this item.
Here at this time,
Collected my husband's office.
States CCC in as our next exhibit
No objection, Your Honor.
52.
It'll be admitted.
States CCC marked states 52.
Oh,
Investigator Kelly, if I can be so kind as to ask you to publish this shirt. There are gloves to your left, and I will grab you some scissors.
this is going to be hard for the victims' families in there.
No, I'll skip the lunch. I go fresh for lunch.
Oh, so loud.
And if you could show the small logo on the front of the t-shirt first.
Yes, this is the front of the t-shirt.
Okay. And if you so kind as to show the back.
And this is the back of the t-shirt.
Thank you so much. If you would be kind enough to repackage that. Now showing you what's been marked as state DDD for identification purposes only. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do recognize this.
What are those items?
I listed the 3 items in the package. And they are the cutting from the blood stain on the front of that t-shirt, and a cutting from the rear of the t-shirt. And then I have a swab from the blood stain on the Air Jordan sneakers, which is this.
Is that in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected that and processed it?
This.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states triple D in as states 55.
Without objection, Your Honor.
53.
Thank you, those be admitted without objection.
States triple D marked states 54.
So with regards to the cuttings that are in there that you described, are those subsets or taken from that shirt that was introduced as states 52?
The first two items were taken from Drew Phil Eric t-shirt.
So I'm now showing you what's been marked as states triple E for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I did.
What is that?
It is the hoodie, black hoodie, and also the t-shirt has been removed and repackaged. But the other item inside here is a plastic container, blue plastic container.
And is that item in the same or substantially same condition as when you retrieved it on October 26th of 2018?
Yeah, those photos were the driver.
You said one item was repackaged.
That was
What
him when
that?
they had him in the hospital.
Which I just shown you before.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request your states triple E in.
Without objection, Your Honor.
Remember during the video where they're questioning him and we heard the hospital beeping? That's when they had him in the hospital and they were checking everything. Like the arms and stuff, that was the driver. That was Bortland. He's the other one he'll be on trial in October.
You'd be so kind as to publish the sweatshirt from in there. Thank you.
They said Stack Chaser's mom has her sunglasses on to hide the tears from when they were showing the bullets in the car, or the bullet holes in the car. No, Bortland was not shot.
Okay, you can package that back up. I'm going to give you now what's been marked as state triple F for identification purposes. Do you recognize state triple F?
Yes, I can recognize this.
What is that?
It's the sneakers. These sneakers are in the photo up there.
Are they in the same?
Right here.
Are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them on October 26th of 2018?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states triple F in as 55.
Hey, real boring housewife.
No
Hello.
objection, Your Honor.
States,
Admitted.
states triple F marked states 55.
Okay. I want to go back out to the scene of the Jeep again for a moment. Did the projectile by photo marker A, did you recover that particular item?
I did.
Okay, now approaching with what's been marked as states triple G for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that item?
That's my writing. It conceals a description of what this item is. And that's the flattened bullet projectile, which I use the photo marker A on the crime photographs.
Is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected it on October 26th, 2018?
Yes,
Here at this
that
time,
place it was back in 2018.
here at this time, the state would request to move states triple G in as states 56.
The objection,
No objections.
it'll be admitted.
States triple G marked states 56.
So going through the photos here, the back one. Did you conduct a analysis on the hands or cross-section hands of Portland Henry?
Yes, I did what you call GSR, gunshot residue, GSR.
Did you
Yes.
do one or two of those?
I do two tests.
Okay.
Now, there's always this dilemma, which one you do first. In this case, I did the evidential one first for laboratory testing. And my secondary test was presumptive test.
So I'm going to approach with what's been previously marked as states triple H for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I did.
How do you recognize that item?
My handwriting, my evidence seal, and the description of what this is. It is a gunshot residue evidence collection kit. This is a collection kit we use for laboratory testing with the SEM, which is a scanning electron microscope.
Does Miramar have a scanning electron microscope at the police department that you can use?
No, it's a scanning electron microscope is not optical. You may remember from your science days when you could look through an optical magnifier for blood, see those squiggly thing moving around. But because gunpowder residue is too small, you need electronic scanning microscope. It's not optical, it works by electron. Almost like sonar radar. It's ping and bounces back. And that's the only way you can see or detect gunshot residue. You have to remember.
So Investigator Kelly, may I interrupt you for a moment. Is that item in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected it on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, it is.
You're at this time, the state would request to move state triple H in.
Any objection?
No, sir.
It'll be admitted.
States 56,
57.
57, thank you, Travis. Okay, so now looking back up at the photo that's up on the screen, if you could describe what is the next gunshot residue test that you did.
This is a photograph I took of the presumptive PSR kit I did from Portland Henry. And the photograph, you put the description of the name, and try and take a photograph of the actual results.
And can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you interpret these results?
Yeah. To interpret these results, you're looking at blue specks, which will react. It's a chemical reaction to the nitrate, so blue specks will give a positive identification.
So on here, there's kind of a reddish brown. Is that a positive identification?
Well, obviously, when you swipe somebody's hand or splash, you can get grime, blood, and so forth. It's not blood, but other articles will attach to the swab. I couldn't see any real blue to me. I couldn't see it in the test.
So going forward, did you have an occasion where you collected DNA swabs regarding the victims in this case? Were they given to your care, custody, and control?
DNA swab from who?
That would be DNA swabs 3, 4, 49, 54, 87, 88, and 89.
Yes, I did collect these.
Are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them in 2018?
Yes.
And then for the record, this has been labeled as states triple I for identification. And this time the state would offer states triple I into evidence as states 58.
Any objection?
No, sir.
It'll be admitted.
States triple I marked states 58.
Okay. I'm approaching with what's been previously shown to defense counsel and marked for identification purposes only as states triple B. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review them before coming into court today?
I did.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the processing of the items that we just put into evidence?
Yes, they do.
Is there an additional photo of items that are no longer in the custody of the Miramar Police Department?
The additional photograph will be The jewelry, I didn't collect that at the hospital. It was handed to me later by Officer Hadley.
Did you process it and document that jewelry?
I did.
And in terms of the disposition of that jewelry, do you know what happened to it?
No,
Would that be documented on a property receipt?
of course.
And do the photos and states triple B fairly and accurately represent your documentation and processing?
Yes, it does.
Here at this time, the state was requesting the states triple B in and published to the jury.
No objection. No objection, Your Honor.
One moment, Your Honor.
States triple B will be marked states 59.
Deposit.
Have a USB, and we'll tell you again just a moment how many photographs.
Yeah, negative GSR on his hands.
18 photographs, Your Honor.
Thank you, Counsel.
The GSR can react on like cleaning products and stuff like that too. So if it's negative, then it's negative. But if it's positive, then there can be other reasons for it to be.
Okay, going here, there's a number and a letter associated with this image. What does that tell you when you're looking at it?
Yeah, this is a photograph of the clothing. And I give it a new identification mark A of clothing.
Did you separate the shirt from the sweatshirt and document it further?
Correct. Sweatshirt and t-shirt together and the blue cast container.
Okay. The item in now photo marker is labeled B.
Yes, I've given the container B for identification. And
Give to the
shows
membership. Thank you, Hope.
Cannabis.
Moving on to item that's labeled C. Is that what has been previously entered into evidence as the shirt?
Thank you, Hope.
Yes, this is the t-shirt I just shown the jury. And this is the front of the t-shirt.
Was there an item of interest on the front of the t-shirt?
Yeah, we had 2 small specks of blood on the front of the t-shirt.
So remember, this is the t-shirt he was wearing in that footage yesterday when he was leaving.
Small specks of blood.
Same close-up photograph of that?
Yes, that's close up.
Moving on to the rear of that
And
t-shirt.
this is the rear, and there's another small speck of blood on the rear. And that's very small.
And in terms of, how do you know this is the rear versus the front?
So I've given the C for front, C for right, C front, C rear.
Ricky Watson gifted a membership. Thank you, Ricky Watson.
And so did you then process and document the sweatshirt?
This is a sweatshirt, and these are the sneakers.
Yes, this is all
And one of
Portland.
the items that you put in was a swab of a blood stain from the sneakers. Is that indicated in the photo we're looking at here?
Yes, on the, right at the bottom there of the sneaker, there's a very small blood stain.
And then the jewelry here that was given to you for processing by Officer Hadley.
That is correct, this is the jewelry.
So that's gone through most of what you did on October 26th, 2018 so far. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do to prevent cross-contamination while you're analyzing items in the lab?
To prevent cross-contamination, we change our gloves frequently for every item you handle. Of course, wearing a mask. And wearing tie-back protection where required if it's blood stained. Everything you can do to prevent cross-contamination. Package each item separately, handle each item separately with the gloves on, and keep changing. It's surprising how many boxes of gloves you go through when you do that.
Do you document every single time you change your gloves? Do you write it down in your report every time you change your gloves?
Not every time, I just put in a brief part of my report, I change gloves frequently.
Okay.
I don't specifically say how many gloves I use, it's just that I change frequently, but
Okay, going on to October 31st of 2018. Did you assist Miramar Crime Scene Technician Christopher Carter in documenting the search warrant of the Jeep?
yes, I did. I helped him with moving the items, changing the gloves, turning it over, both sides and so forth. So I did assist that, yes.
Did you assist later on November 25th of 2018, did you assist Morgan Curry with processing an MVAC filter?
Yes, I did.
Going forward to November 28th of 2018, did you assist in doing a trajectory analysis?
Yes, I did.
And so what was the goal of the trajectory analysis?
The goal for this trajectory analysis was basically to show approximate height of the shooter. At this time, I didn't know where the original shooting had taken place. The hospital was the second procedure. So using trajectory strings and rods, I can determine approximate height of the shooter. In this case, it's between 5'10" and 4'8".
And in terms of the shooting reconstruction, is that a separate procedure that is done as opposed to a trajectory analysis?
Correct.
The information that you had with regards to a drive-by, was that still the information you thought when you were doing this trajectory analysis?
Yes, that's still the only information I had at that time.
The cuttings that were made, was that done on or about December 24th of 2018?
December the 24th. I'm sorry, what did we do then?
The cuttings, is that your?
Oh, yes, the cuttings. The t-shirt I just showed you, I took cuttings. The reason is the blacks usually prefers a cutting sometimes as opposed to a swab. Why? It gives them a better chance for a DNA extraction.
In terms of other times that you were called out, did you assist some of the other crime scene technicians with processing the vehicle in various ways?
I did assist my staff with various other aspects of this investigation.
Kendra gifted a
Other
membership.
than
Thank you,
what we
Kendra.
had previously talked about,
Thank you, Kendra Schwitter.
did you collect any other items of evidence?
Not to my knowledge, no.
In terms of the keys to the Jeep, were those present when you were doing these various search warrants?
Sorry, who was present?
The keys, the car keys.
Uh-oh,
Oh,
something's
okay.
going on at the courthouse.
Were they
Jeep.
Yes, were they provided?
Yes.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Something's going on at the courthouse.
Counsel, thank you.
No.
A male
Cross-examination of this witness?
Yes, sir.
A male family member who sat in the last row for Melly entered the courtroom to gesture to another male family member to exit the room and then looked across the courtroom at Melly, pounds his two times with his fist and nods his head.
with us.
Both men exit. The sheriff immediately follows to speak with the two men
Just have a
exiting.
few questions.
And then a sheriff just came in and said, "We need somebody outside."
You began,
And two sheriffs exit the
let me
courtroom.
start where you finished.
about this trajectory, the trajectory analysis. You said that the purpose of your trajectory analysis was to establish the approximate height of the chute.
That's what I said.
Would that be one reason? And the other would be to determine the flight path of the projectile.
That is correct.
Okay, so, may I, Your Honor?
Yes.
So, and you use string to do this?
Strings and rods.
Strings and rods, okay, let's set the rods aside for a second. The strings that you use, the way that you use them is that you affix them to the bullet holes that you saw.
Correct. To try and fix a string, we use like a glue tack.
A piece of gum, essentially.
Okay, it's a good way to say it.
Right.
Easy go.
So you took a piece of gum, and if I may approach, let us assume, would you step around here and help me out? Let us assume, for example, that this witness stand is the vehicle.
Okay.
And you perceive there to be a bullet hole at this location.
Okay.
So demonstrate for me, I know we got the bullet hole string affixed to the bullet hole with a piece of gum here. Tell me how you perceive from it.
If there is a bullet hole and the next very important item you need is a mud hole. A good bullet trajectory, you need 2 or 3 holes. Give you some idea of the flight. One hole is where you can't tell which way the bullet trajectory is coming in.
Okay, so let's just be clear. Any of the analyses that you performed, you did on at least 2 holes that you assumed or concluded represented the flight path of a single projectile. Correct?
Correct. Because remember, they've got the rear windshield completely shattered.
Okay.
So there's no holes in the wood glass,
Right?
but it's going into the rear seat.
Okay. So one of the holes would be the first hole in the back of the rear seat. And the second hole would be where?
If it goes through, then you have to move.
Okay. So the holes that you analyzed with your string and gum were holes that perforated the back of the seat and you could tell where they exited another part of the seat.
The ones in the seat finish there. Why? Some bullets get into the equipment. It didn't continue to the front seat. I know one did, but we're talking about the swing area. It ended there. It didn't continue after.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to figure out where the 2 holes are. One would be the back of the seat and the other would be the front of the seat. Okay. So those were your 2 holes.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take us from there. You have 1 hole in the front of the seat, right? And you have a hole in the back of the seat. Well, the seat might be wider. And you affix the string on which side of the hole?
Whichever area you can attach the gun to. Is it possible to do that? Usually it's not.
Well, if it's on the outer area, how are you sure that you have identified the correct trajectory as it relates to the hole in the front of the seat?
Swing is for this part, and then you can use rods. You have to push it all the way through.
So there you would push the rod through the hole. It will come out on the other side, the front side of the seat, which would indicate to you the trajectory. And then you affix the string on the back of that rod. And then you extend backwards. Okay, and that's how you proceed. So there was no string that was affixed to the back of the seat that was not done so in relation to a rod that had been put through the hole.
Right. because string is too fragile to go through.
Understood.
The reason why I use rod to string. The string is, that's the amount of area to attach to, so then the gun will go from this way.
Okay, but the angle that you extend the string backward is dictated by the rod that has been put through the hole and meets the other hole in the front. That's a yes?
That's.
You don't sound
Say
sure.
it again, so you said, say it again.
The angle that you extend that string backward from the back of the seat is dictated by the angle of the rod that has gone through that hole to the hole in the front.
You're saying that the angle from the rod is dictated by
The angle of the string is dictated by the angle of the rod that you had already placed through that hole.
Okay.
Right?
I'm good.
That is, I'm not the expert, you tell me. Is that what happened?
I'm good.
Well, is that what you did?
I don't remember now, but I
Wouldn't you
remember
have?
string part.
I'm sorry.
One at a time.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Talk over the
That's my fault. No, don't go. I need you here. I understand if you are having failing recollection. This was a while back. But as a scientific matter, would it not have to be the angle of that string coming out, at which you extended, would it not have to be dictated by the angle of the rod that you have placed in there?
But it has, you can't make it. You have to remember, bullets don't always go completely straight. Bullets twist, turn up and down. So the theory is, it's possible, but anything can happen. The bullet should actually. Flight path doesn't always go smooth and straight.
I understand that, okay. And I assume it's not.
To try and determine from just two holes with no exterior.
Okay. So you're up against a difficult task. Let's concede that, right? And in performing that task, how, if you didn't dictate the angle that you extended that string backward by the rod that was placed inside, how would you know what angle to extend backward?
I don't know exactly.
How do you know it?
Yes, what? Approximate angle, the height is what I'm looking for.
But I mean, the height's dictated by two things. The angle that string extends backward and the location of the person who fired.
Correct.
Okay, so if I'm Shaquille O'Neal,
Yes.
I could fire from here and I would be up here. And if I were Gary Coleman,
Objection, counsel testifying.
and if I were Gary Coleman, remember different strokes? Short guy. If I was a short guy and I was firing from here, it would create the same angle as it would if I were Shaquille O'Neal back here.
Well, no, that's a very interesting thing.
Okay.
Especially from another time. But you have to remember, people shoot, if it's normal, people expect people to shoot high level, right? But who knows when you're gonna shoot again? You can shoot down here, you can shoot like this.
Thank you,
There's
lady.
never, your theory, oh, it's gotta be this way, it has to be this way. You don't know unless you've been actually there, witnessing the shooting and an angle of how the gun was held. So your theory is, I think it's possible.
Right.
You shot here, you shot there.
Thank you. So, let me clarify. If I have two people, one is 4'8", one is 6'2". Let us assume for purposes of my example that they both are extending the firearm at the same angle from their bodies, from their respective bodies. Okay?
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation, counsel is testifying.
Why don't you come stop?
Why I gotta bring Gary Coleman into it? Why I gotta bring Gary Coleman into it? Okay. I get what he's saying about the strings will be like where the strings are depends on how the rods are, but the rods are not like they move, they bend, they aren't necessarily like really straight, or not straight, but you know what I mean, unbendable.
Come on back. Okay. So we're assuming two different people at two different heights. A short person and a tall person. Okay? Assuming they're both extending the firearm from their body at the same angle, the person who is this short would expel a projectile that would enter whatever the target is at the same angle as somebody who is this tall. Can we agree on that fundamental principle?
I agree.
Okay. And as you correctly stated, there are even more variables. That is, and I wasn't trying to outsmart you, couldn't do that. They could be firing at one angle, could be firing at another angle, at any variety of angles. So in order to determine the approximate height, which was what you were attempting to do.
Excuse me, turn off the phone, please.
Which is what you were attempting to do, right?
That's what I was attempting to do.
Okay.
Answer your question.
And it's approximate.
Approximate. Okay, like I said, but I don't know if it was trying by that, moving. Okay, so it's one part of it.
So now we have several variables. What angle the person is holding the gun.
Correct.
How far back they are. Correct. And how tall they are.
Good. Three factors.
Three factors.
Yep.
So with all those three variables, which one did you know?
I did not know.
You didn't know any.
I did.
So would you agree with me that when you have three variables at a minimum, there are probably more than we hadn't considered, three variables that affect your analysis, none of which you know, you would agree with me that your exercise was essentially a futile one?
Well, you have a good point. Not exactly. No.
Could be.
And the other parts of the exam as well, we've not mentioned.
That would even create more possible inaccuracies, right?
You don't know. So we do try to work out what happened, where it was shot, who was shooting, approximate angle.
Understood. You said you don't know everything. In this scenario, you don't know anything, correct?
I agree with you. I didn't know anything about what happened.
Okay.
I never saw the video. Wasn't unseen.
Okay. So knowing nothing and embarking upon essentially a futile exercise, knowing nothing going in means that coming out of that exercise, you know nothing. Correct?
Well, the way you say it makes it appear that way. Maybe.
Make it appear different.
Wow.
Well, what I'm saying is, if there are several variables that affect your experiment, None of which you.
Witness resume his seat and
Sure.
let Mr. Howard resume.
Sure,
the podium.
I'm sorry. Please, resume your seat. I don't mean to be.
Theatrical.
Excuse me, guys. Have a seat, Mr. Kelly, and Allison, just resume asking your question.
Thank you. If you're engaged in an exercise that requires you to know certain factors, and you know none of them.
So your question is. I'm sorry for a second.
Okay, so he's kind of being a jerk about it. I get that his job is to create doubt, but he's kind of being aggressive about it the way he's saying it. He's saying, so you don't know anything. So you didn't know anything and you still don't know anything, which isn't really the case. He's saying it because he needs the jury to hear that phrase, but he's oversimplifying it to make it sound worthless.
We have a court reporter who's trying to keep track. I don't want to talk over you, and I don't want you to talk over me, so we have a complete and accurate record, okay? Let me finish my question. If you're engaged in an exercise that requires you to know certain variables, and you know none of them, strike that. The exercise in which you were engaged requires you to know certain variables, correct?
It does require you to, if you know the variable, it certainly will help you, yes.
And if you don't know the variables, any of them, then you cannot perform an accurate test.
It's difficult to perform an accurate result if you do not know all the variables. Correct.
Okay. I just want you to change one word in that statement. It's impossible, not difficult. It's impossible.
Objection arguments to.
Sustained.
Okay, I'm sorry. Is it possible?
Well, anything is possible. Huh? It's like you never cheated on your bowling exam. I don't know. Possible? I didn't say all but it's possible.
Right.
Anything is possible.
All right, now let's bring it back to what I was just saying. Is it possible to conduct an accurate trajectory analysis if you do not know the height of the person involved?
I disagree with you because flight trajectory doesn't always come down to height of issue, it's also angle.
Okay. So if you know the distance at which the person was, and you know the trajectory, then you can determine the height. Right?
It's possible, yes.
I can't believe he said
And
that.
if you don't know the distance, and all you know is the trajectory, which you are approximating to begin, it's impossible to determine anything that's useful to an investigation. If the answer is yes, just say yes.
Yeah, I disagree. I don't think it's impossible. It's still a sound, valid forensic work, in my opinion. You can say what you like. You can tell your children what you like. But you wasn't there. I wasn't there. You can say, oh, anything is possible. Maybe. But we still don't know exactly what happened.
You have anything you want to add to that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Yikes. he seems so friendly, but I mean, like I said, I know the defense attorney's doing his job, but he was being aggressive. You can only push people so much before they get snarky back.
Mr. Cortland Henry's hands, did you not?
Swab from his hand, you said?
I'm sorry, let me ask you. Did you conduct a swab of Cortland Henry from any part of his being?
From Cortland Henry, I collected oral swabs for DNA.
Okay. You didn't do any swab on his hands at all?
We did the GSR collection.
Okay, so that you don't refer to that as a swab.
Correct.
I'm sorry. So you did a GSR. You attempted to do something to his hand to determine whether or not he had GSR.
The purpose of GSR will give you an indication if you fired a weapon or you've been in close contact when a weapon was discharged.
And you conducted a test on site?
Correct. Called presumptive test.
Presumptive test. And you also sent, what is the thing that you sent back to the lab for the other test?
That is the Tritech evidentiary gunshot residue collection kit for the scanning electronic microscope, which is valid in court. It's a scientific test.
And your presumptive test showed negative.
Correct.
And you know that a lab test showed positive.
Outside the
That is
scope
correct.
objection.
That's why they said it's not.
Let me ask you this. Was your presumptive test accurate?
Objection, Your Honor, outside the scope.
Motion, sorry.
Okay, so this is one of the things, if y'all saw our interview with Mark Shiner, he was saying this is one of the problems with GSR testing is that its reliability is not what we would hope for in a lot of cases. And this is why, like there were presumptive showed negative and he's saying lab showed positive, but the lab that showed positive is apparently not admissible. So they're objecting. And yeah, when he was trying to get him to say what's possible, he said, well, it's possible you cheated on your bar exam.
You did a analysis, you tell us. Actually, strike that. May I approach, Your Honor?
What does?
I have what I believe to be a report of his that I can take a peek.
Go
He
ahead.
needs his memory refreshed. He doesn't.
I wanted to identify.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And maybe I should mark it for purposes of identification as defendant's one.
Use letters for identification.
Oh, I'm sorry. Defendant's A.
Mark it for you.
Yeah, in terms of the report, I have an objection if you want to sidebar.
Sure.
Sidebar. So he is doing what defense attorneys do, but realistically, he is oversimplifying everything. There are, of course, going to be variables. This is not a piece of evidence that's like, aha, gotcha. This is adding to the their height. Guess it was a big guess. What did they say? Like 4'8" to 5'10" or something. I can't remember. I have to go back and look. But anyway, 4'8" to 5'10". I mean, that's still there are variables, which that allots for variables and stuff, but that's still, it's not like the height of the shooter is not the gotcha moment. There's, a lot of other things, but the way that he's oversimplifying the testing that they did to come up with that estimate is, the way he worded it came off as, kind of aggressive and snarky, which I think, I guess upset the guy maybe, but saying, so basically when you don't know anything, if you didn't know anything before, you don't know anything now, that's oversimplifying everything. He doesn't know anything as far as the variables he's talking about, but he does know other things as far as the science of how it works and how the bullets work and the, movement of them, the pattern of them, the trajectory. There are plenty of things that he knows, but he doesn't know the variables of who was leaning which way and all of that. So the way that he worded it was kind of, he was oversimplifying it to say basically you're useless, and her again. Those two, I tell you. But him saying these things can be effective for the jury. So
Can I have them identified?
Correct.
Thank you.
They have mountains, sure, we have comments.
I've never seen a judge sustain as many objections as this one does.
Okay, may I, John? I'd like to approach you, sir, and show you what I've had marked as defendant's exhibits for identification purposes only, A and B. And I want you to tell me if those are both parts of reports that you offer.
Okay.
I also want you to tell me, without revealing what the context is, if the items identified as Roman numeral 1 through 8 on Exhibit A is intended to convey information of the same nature as those that are labeled 1 through 8 on Exhibit B. Not if they're the same thing, but if they're intended to convey information of the same nature.
So your question is?
Say it again. I want you to look at both.
Council, why don't you come sidewalk, please?
Another sidebar. My mom just stepped in here and gave Lucy a treat. Now Lucy's over here throwing her treat around. This day has turned interesting. I think we got about 11 minutes left, because I think we're supposed to be ending at 5 today, but I'm assuming they're going to let this guy finish so he can be done and go home. No, thank you. Actually, yeah. Thank you. I told you my mom brings me snacks.
Do it Did you look at that?
Yes, I did.
Am I reading correct? Sorry, strike that. When you were determining approximate heights of shooters, did you determine the approximate height of a shooter at 2 feet 8 inches tall?
No, what you're referring to on the report is not the height of a shooter. That is, the bullet holes on the passenger side of the door was the actual measurement from the ground up to each bullet hole. It's just to show the height.
Okay.
Nothing to do with bullet flight.
Okay, that's what I wanted.
And I can explain, as I'm trying to explain to the jury, you need 2 to 3 bullet holes through 1, 2, 3 to give you some indication. If there's just one bullet hole, it's not, how can I say, it's just no real forensic tests to determine a proper bullet flight path if you only have one hole.
So the indications 5'10", 5'3", 5'1", 4'10" are approximate heights.
16.
Sidebar. Goodness gracious. Lord help. One of the variables that they were talking about is, you know, if somebody, like, there's a lot of different variables, but like, are they moving? Are they hunched over? Are they, you know, different things? It's not just height. And the fact that there were multiples, like in the back, you know, there's multiples around the same area shows that they likely weren't moving. And if they were like in a weird position, like if they shot as they were falling or driving or something like that, then there wouldn't be so many kind of in the same general area. So pointing out that the height of the bullets is, what they said, 2 feet and however many inches he said or whatever, is showing that they were all, even on the side, were all around the same, like in the same general vicinity, that there were no like crazy outliers. Does that make sense? So he's trying to explain that. I think that he's a little bit, he seems like such a nice guy, you know, and I think that maybe he's having, you know how like some people that are so nice, like if he feels like the you know, attorney is being a little bit overbearing on him, then sometimes that can tend to make people have a more difficult time with their words and how they're explaining things, because he's, you know, he's a smart dude, but I think that he's having trouble explaining some of the stuff now, but he's also getting cut off a lot. So hi.
You, sir, came up with height trajectory. The highest one you came up with, not trajectory, the height of shooter, the highest one you approximated was 5'10", correct?
Well, I previously said was approximately 5'10" from the rear shooter.
The lowest, the shortest shooter height that you approximated was 4'8", right?
That's what I said, is that the approximate angle from that with a 4'8", yes.
Approximate angle or approximate height?
I mean, approximate height, I'm sorry.
Okay. And you also approximated a height of 5'3".
Yes, I did.
And you approximated a height of 4'10".
I did.
And you approximated a height of 4'9".
I did.
And you approximated a height of 5'1".
Correct.
Okay. let's get back now to the blood analysis or swabs. Strike that. The blood observations you made on the clothing that belonged to Cortland Henry.
Okay.
You analyzed a sweatshirt and a t-shirt, right?
Well, I would call it a hoodie.
A hoodie.
Okay.
Melly's
hoodie
like 5'8".
T-shirt.
and a t-shirt.
Correct.
And you found any blood on the hoodie?
No. Not on the hoodie.
But you found blood on the t-shirt.
Yes. Underneath the hoodie.
You found blood on the t-shirt underneath the hoodie, both in the front of that t-shirt and in the back.
That is correct.
Okay. One second here. Was there ever a time that you went inside the vehicle and issued the gray Jeep that we've seen several pictures, photographs of that you took?
If you're referring to one that's at the hospital, I didn't go inside the Jeep at that time.
Okay, so you never retrieved any of the items from inside?
That's correct. I did not retrieve anything inside the Jeep.
The only reason and only time that you went inside is when you were sticking your gum and string on the seat, right?
The only time I really went inside that Jeep was when we had the search warrant for when I attached the strings and rods. Yes, that's correct.
And you were telling us that in your report, you typically document the fact that you change gloves.
Say it again, you said it's fine
that you change latex gloves during the process of your handling of evidence.
That is correct.
But you don't necessarily document each time that you do.
I find it difficult to put in a report every time you change gloves, like every time you open a door or so forth. So I usually put in the body of my report, I change gloves frequently for each item I change.
Okay.
As opposed to listing, I changed a glove for this item, extended, I handled this and I changed the glove for this one, and so forth. So to make it more clear, concise, it's easier to say, logical to say, I change my glove frequently every time I handle a piece of evidence.
So, the way that you phrase it in your reports is that I change my gloves frequently to indicate that you're changing it several times. Correct?
Correct. Well, but I recognize something else to say. The purpose of this is so we don't create any contamination. Now, my DNA is not on any of the evidence. This was my fingerprint. Why? Because I changed gloves frequently. I don't touch the evidence with my bare hand.
Another way that you can contaminate evidence, as opposed to putting your own DNA and fingerprints on it, is by transferring DNA from one item that you are handling to another.
Correct. That's called cross-contamination.
And the way that you avoid that is when you handle one item, you use one set of gloves, right?
Correct.
And then when you're gonna handle another item, you change gloves so as to ensure no cross-contamination.
That is the general procedure, crime scene work, handling evidence.
Okay, and it's not only a general procedure, it's a necessary procedure, or you could engage in cross-contamination.
Of course, it's crucial you don't contaminate evidence.
So if you find, for example, and you're a supervisor?
Correct.
In this area of crime scene analysis, right? Okay. So if you find, for example, a number of articles in the same location, is it still proper to change your gloves when you're dealing with each item?
Difficult to say. I know myself, I change my gloves, even though it's in the same area.
And why do you do that?
I don't create any cross-contamination. It's why when I go to a scene, I always got my pockets of gloves with me, change. And we go through them frequently. And the funny thing is, the command staff always complain about the cost, which using too many gloves. Unfortunately, part of the job. Change the glove.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you, sir. Is there any redirect?
Briefly, with regards to the trajectory rods and string, you document heights of items. Are you documenting the height at which the trajectory was coming out of the back window, where the back window would have been if it was still in place?
Correct.
Nothing further.
This witness excused?
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you very much, sir. You may step down. You're excused.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's 5 o'clock, so we'll call it a day. There's some sidewalk, sir. I was just checking and verifying with council, so we'll see everybody back at 9 o'clock. Do not do any research, don't discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence. Just leave your notepads on your chairs. We'll be back with you tomorrow. Have a good night. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Councilman Roll with the defendant. Anything to discuss? Thanks. No. See you back tomorrow night. Thank you, Judge.
Sorry.
See you back tomorrow night. Thank you, Judge.
You'll just.
Thank you, folks.
Where's the drink?
That's any of my stuff on 49. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Look how he's talking to her like, I want to know what he's saying. They're very, look at that face. It's making faces at somebody. It's very interesting to watch them. The way they interact with each other. Oh, gracious alive. So that was a day. wonder who he's making faces at. He looks like he's talking about something that he looks mad about something, but then he smiles. But like he talks so animated. Who is he pointing to? I want to know everything. I'm too nosy to not know all these things. All right. So that's all that we have for today. So the big takeaways for today. That we have. There we go. The big takeaways that we have for today. That I have no interest in ever being in ballistics or testifying for ballistics because it's literally the most boring thing ever. What else? We went over, they showed the video of the red SUV entering the gates, and of course the Jeep wasn't behind them. So we know that the Jeep never went in the neighborhood. What else? The biggest things, really, if you want to sum up the entire day, the gun stuff was huge because even though it took forever and ever and ever and ever, the gun stuff was huge. And I tried to say it, explain it really quickly when we were in between stuff, but the guns. Oh, let me get out my bullet. So this is kind of what he's saying about. See, I need to get me one of those big fake bullets like the ones they had. So they had, out of all of the stuff that they had, like say like this is like this is like a whole bullet. The it's kind of shaped like one. It's got like the little, whatever. So, but picture a bullet in your head. Okay, so it has the part up here. This is the trajectory part. The smooth part right here is the cartridge casing. So the big thing from today, as far as all of that stuff goes, is that for the projectiles, which is this part up here, there were only 2 of them that they could say with scientific certainty came from the same gun. That's not surprising. The trajectory is, or the projectile is the part that, I mean, this is the part that hits everything. So it's gonna have a lot of damage. But the cartridge casings, which is this part right here, this is what's like sliding along the, inside of the gun as the bullet's coming out. This is what gives it the scratches or, the marks, the grooves. They asked about the grooves being, going right or left. It doesn't just go straight out. In order to get accuracy, it twists. So it's like when you're throwing a football. So it's coming at you like this. So all of the grooves were in the same direction, and all of the they were all brass on brass, I think is what he said. The manufacturer was the same for all of them. The striations were like, and even when they showed the picture where they had it like split in the middle, you really couldn't even tell, other than it being slightly different color because it's a different picture. You can tell it being slightly different color, but other than that, it looked like everything lined up perfect, so that you could see that it looked like the same same markings. The caliber was the same, the composition, the ejector marks. So like on the back here, where when it hits it and sends it, like the ejector marks were the same. What else? the Smith and Wesson, I think is what they said. The manufacturer was Blazer. So there was no sealant present on any of them. So basically, out of the projectiles, the top part, they can only say that 2 of those came from the same gun. But on the cartridge casings, that's the most important part, because that's like the, you know, the ones that we can tell the most from. They compared all of the ones that they found at the spot where on 27, and they compared that one to the one that's in the floorboard of the car, and he said that that those were consistent with being fired from the same gun. He said that there were 3 different levels of, you know, basically there's not enough to say yes they came from, or there's enough to say it could but not enough to say it didn't, and then there's enough to say that there's only minute differences, but that they were obviously fired from the same firearm, and that's where most of those cartridges fit in. So that was the important part of that. And then, of course, for the glass stuff, a bunch of boring glass testimony just to tell us that the different colors of tint and different types of glass and all of that all shatter differently, and the glass that was collected on the side of the road matched 2 windows from the car shattered glass. So that was that. And we listened to 242 hours of that to get to those details. But it's, you know, that's how trials go. We get to listen to all the big details of everything, and all the little details, and all the every single detail that there ever was details of everything to hear everything. And we got to hear the guy say it was possible that the attorney cheated on his bar exam, which was actually kind of funny and shocking. All right, so court is at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Oh yes, and the blood there was blood on the front of Bortland's t-shirt and on the back, but not on his hoodie. So he put the hoodie on after they were shot. And they showed his clothes. They showed he didn't have any fight marks or anything like that. So that's our little summary for today, because I know a lot of people were kind of zoning in and out. So there you go. We have court tomorrow at 9 a.m. and we will do the same thing we did today, where we start about 10 minutes beforehand and listen for everything. See if we can have any more hot mic moments. I did not see that bailiff today that we had the hot mic moment with, but I may have missed it. You know, y'all know, even with my old lady glasses on today, I couldn't see everything. So 9 a.m. Eastern, we will start court. So I will be back here about 8:50 a.m. Eastern. And I believe that tomorrow is the last day that I will be here. And then after that, I will be back to my big comfortable desk and my big comfortable screens and my gnomes and all of that good stuff. So, but I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. And if you did not get a chance to take a look at the video I did last night, I did like a 10-minute video showing a map of where they were, where they went, and all of that stuff. If you want to check it out, it's on the channel, and I think it was like 10 or 11 minutes, but it gives a recap of basically everything that was in the opening arguments about their location, where they went, their turns, and the steps. The steps was a big part of it. That's going to be, when we get to that part of the testimony, that's going to be really interesting to see how they overcome that. So don't forget about night court tonight. I cannot wait, because I think that they were making a deal with JT that if we got 400 or 500 likes or something, that he was going to have to wear a wig. Let's see. Oh, and we got to 508 likes. So how do we have 610 people in here and we only have 500 likes? I think he's going to have to wear a wig for at least part of night court, because Oh, 600 likes, he had to wear a wig. Well, we didn't get there. Because, wait, I don't think so. Let me double check. Nope, we're only at 508. So he got out of this one, I guess. But night court is tonight at 8:45, 7:45 Central, and we are streaming. We do the throwback trials. We're streaming Jodi Arias, so it's always a blast. Oh, if they're going up, hey, look, I'll stay on here for a second. I'll look. I will sacrifice another few minutes to try to get it to 600 so that JT has to wear a wig. Oh yeah, we've already jumped up to 540. We only need 60 more. 60 more. And JT has to wear a wig. And y'all know I'm all about embarrassing people that I love. And so that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. It's not just for my own personal entertainment. He's a good sport, so he's a lot of fun. Let's see how close we are. I'm gonna have to refresh. That's really funny. He is a good sport. There are some things that I'm like shocked today. Oh, now we're at 553, so we only need I'm gonna refresh 47 more. Right? My math ain't math. That's really funny. He is a good sport. There are some things that I'm like, dang, shocked today. Oh, now we're at 553, so we only need I'm gonna refresh 47 more. Right? My math ain't math. That's really funny. He is a good sport. There. Goodness gracious, everything's echoing. Okay, now, oh, let's see. $577. We're almost there. Y'all get to 600 so that I can go. I'm tired, and I want to see him in a wig. He really is a good sport for all the stuff that he does. The day that he did the dramatic reading of the Chad Daybell ridiculousness, when I texted him, I was like, he's going to tell me. I texted him what I did, and I was like, he's going to tell me there ain't no way. But he did it anyway. He's a good sport. Okay. She says 21 more, 21 more. Let's get 21 more so I can go home and we can see JT in a wig in a little bit. And they're actually going to be done. My door was done today, so I won't have to worry about mine anymore, but I guess they're doing the ones at the end of my hall tomorrow, so I will be back here again tomorrow. This is hilarious. Going to hit like from my work account. That's really funny. Let's see. Be Kind says, I love your channel and I love the chat mods, and you and Brandi Army make me feel really comfortable being here, and thank you for allowing me to be here. That's really cool. We're glad you're here. I love our chat, and I love our mods. We have the best mods, and I love that everybody in here gets along, and we're all nice to each other, and the ones that aren't get removed quickly, which is lovely. I love our chat. Okay, 596, y'all. We need four more so I can rest. 4 more so I can get a little break. Our mods are the best. Oh, now she's at, oh, Wiggle Size says 2 more. $605. We got it. We made it. Yes. Wig time. Yes. Who's going to tell him? We'll all tell him. I'll make sure to text him. Everybody tag him on Twitter and stuff. Tell him. He's got to open a show with a wig. And guess who's going to be tweeting it everywhere? Sending it all over the internet. All right, y'all. I'm exhausted and I want to stretch for a few minutes before all my next stuff. So I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. I'm excited to see what tomorrow, at least it's just sub from our other account too. That's awesome. We need a wig emoji. That's a good idea. We need a wig emoji. We need a wig emoji. All right, so we have 8:45. Don't forget, 8:45, 7:45 Central. We will start night court, and the crowd has spoken. JT has to wear a wig. So I appreciate y'all, and thank you for reporting to jury duty, and I will see y'all again soon.